Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1119. They are all impulsive and willful people. The treatment cabin not only has the function of treatment, but also can comprehensively check the body. Moreover, it is now using the highest level treatment cabin provided by Promise Fortress, which can act on the treated person at the cellular, molecular and atomic levels. The time required for the examination is very short, and Yang Hui's palm is also restored to its original state. Is it okay? Yang Hui asked Wang Lao after leaving the treatment cabin, with a weak tone. It's not that he is afraid of his body. After all, his mental waves are always paying attention to his physical condition. He knows what state he is in, but Wang Lao is also Yang Hui's teacher. The teacher has suppressed the class of students for so many years, and it is still there. Humph. It's okay now. Wang Lao slapped the pad that recorded the data on Yang Hui's face and snorted coldly. It's okay now, and there will be no problem in the future, I promise. Yang Hui smiled flatteringly. Humph, you don't have the final say. Check me regularly in the future. Especially after driving the body. Or, let me tell you about my discovery first. Yang Hui felt that there was no need to do this, because his discovery was that as long as he could fully control the new Festum consciousness, or let himself swallow the new Festum consciousness, there would be no danger. Tell me. Then, Yang Hui told Wang Lao and Yuan Jianjinhe about his discovery in detail. Wang Lao fell into deep thought, and Yuan Jianjinhe was shocked. She suddenly felt that she had been studying the Festum factor for so many years, and she had studied dogs. The Festum factor actually posed such a huge danger. At the same time, the secret of the Festum factor was so simple. But Canon was also. Canon's situation should be similar to Graham's, but your research project will be much smoother next time. Well, it is indeed a major discovery. The situation of the moment also makes sense. Strictly speaking, it is no longer a human, but an ELS. ELS is also a race with cluster consciousness. There are countless ELS consciousnesses in his body at the same time. The emergence of new consciousness, not yet of the same race, will subconsciously be regarded as an alien invader. In order to protect their own territory, the two sides have a conflict and there is no possibility of coexistence. In this case, the same is true for other people who completely coexist with ELS, as well as Vajra bacteria. The special nature of blood must be taken into consideration. Wang Lao said while thinking. Well, so Mr. Wang. I have made a great contribution, right? Mr. Wang's thoughts were interrupted by Yang Hui. He looked at him in surprise, smiled flatteringly, rubbed his hands, and glared at him unhappily. Go away. Don't drive the Dawnbreaker recently. Wait until Graham and the others have tried it. Forget it, you won't listen anyway. Then. I can't control you, but I have already told Wong and the others. Plop. Yang Hui's legs softened, and he performed a textbook version of a flat fall on the spot. Teacher. Your students will die. Death is death whether it's early or late. Why aren't you afraid of death when you're committing suicide? Yang Hui wanted to say something, but at this moment, the door of the room opened and Yulin walked in. Her calm expression made Yang Hui feel a little chilly. Yang Hui just uttered a word, and then he slapped him hard in the face, and then turned and left, leaving Yang Hui with his face covered in a bitter smile. He knew that this time Yulin was really angry. Yulin had a very gentle personality, and was very gentle to everyone, even to the enemy. She still maintained a gentle attitude. But the degree of gentleness was proportional to the degree of fear after being angry. This was the first time that Yulin saw Yang Hui and didn't say anything, but slapped him directly, and then left. Yang Hui knew that if he didn't apologize properly, Yulin would never look at him well in his life. You deserve it. This slap made Wang Lao feel relieved. At present, the Festum factor in Yang Hui's body would not threaten Yang Hui's life, but his desperate behavior must be corrected by someone. It's okay to take risks in battle. After all, the battlefield changes rapidly. As a top combat force, Yang Hui can only rely on him to take risks to create opportunities when necessary. But it's unreasonable to do this outside of battle. Don't you know what your identity is? Don't you know how important the responsibility is? You can be more cautious and don't have to be so anxious. Why do you have to gamble with your life? What if something unexpected happens? What about the Promised Legion? What about the Promised Fortress? What about the worlds that have been connected? Yang Hui smiled awkwardly, said goodbye and chased after him. Yulin. Wait. Pa. Yang Hui chased after him and wanted to catch Yulin, who was walking fast, but just as he touched her, she turned around and slapped Yang Hui in the face again. Now it was symmetrical on both sides. Yulin. Pa. Yulin didn't give Yang Hui a chance to speak. As soon as Yang Hui opened his mouth, she slapped him. Yang Hui was not angry because he saw the tears in the corners of Yulin's eyes. Pa. Seeing Yang Hui not saying anything but looking at her with guilt, Yulin was so angry that she raised her hand and slapped him again. However, this time, she failed. Her hand was caught by Yang Hui's big hand and she fell into Yang Hui's arms. Let me go. No. No matter how hard Yulin struggled, Yang Hui's arms were as strong as iron and held her tightly. I'm sorry, I was wrong. After hearing the gentle apology, Yulin stopped struggling. Her calm expression finally showed some fluctuations. Tears flowed like a trickle. She opened her beautiful mouth and bit Yang Hui's shoulder. Enduring the pain on his shoulder, Yang Hui also smiled bitterly. As expected, sincerity has always been the most powerful killer move. A sincere apology can still earn Yulin's forgiveness. After a long time, Yulin finally let go of Yang Hui's shoulder. She was so strong that she almost pulled a piece of flesh off his shoulder. But Yulin didn't feel sorry or distressed at all. Yang Hui deserved it. Does it hurt? Yulin asked Yang Hui. No. Yang Hui replied with a smile, but Yulin's reaction made Yang Hui dumbfounded. It seems that the bite was too light. Make up for it. What? Hiss. Dot. Why are you doing this? Yang Hui returned to Wang Lao and Yuan Jian Kaian's laboratory. It was not because he forgot something important, but after Yulin bit Yang Hui again, she rushed into the laboratory and rushed to the syringe of festum factor, regardless of Yang Hui's obstruction. She injected herself with an injection at a speed that no one could stop her in time, which scared Yang Hui so much that he almost exploded on the spot. Fortunately, Yulin and festum are highly compatible. Although they cannot be perfectly compatible, they are more than 80%, and there is no assimilation phenomenon. However, Yulin did feel that a new consciousness was being born in her consciousness. After examination, there was no abnormality in her body. If something happens to you, I will not live either. Yulin said the most cruel words with a nonchalant look. Alice. You guys. Old Wang covered his face and had a headache. He felt very complicated. He was very glad that his time was frozen in his youth by Promise Fortress, otherwise Yang Hui and Yulin's impulsive behavior would have directly frightened him to myocardial infarction and died on the spot. But he regretted coming to Promise Fortress a little, because if he hadn't come, he wouldn't have encountered these bad things. And Yuanjian Kaian is still in a state of unconsciousness. He has received a lot of stimulation today, and it's all too much stimulation. I'm sorry, Old Wang, I'm willful. Yulin took the initiative to apologize. Alice. Old Wang sighed. Yulin had a high reputation in Promise Fortress. Even old scholars like Old Wang and Professor Elfman liked Yulin very much. As long as Yulin had time, she would help them with anything that needed her help or cooperation. Moreover, Yulin respected Yang Hui's teacher very much, and could even be said to be filial. To them, she was an outstanding granddaughter. Although they were very angry, they couldn't bear to scold her. After all, it's all your fault, you little bastard. Old Wang looked at the instigator viciously, and subconsciously fumbled on the experimental table, forgetting that he hadn't used a teaching stick for many years. Oh, that? Old Wang, we will leave first, and won't disturb you from working. Get out. Get out. If I see you come back again, I'll slice you. Okay. Yang Hui laughed and took Yulin away. Old Wang looked at the backs of the two leaving, sighed again, and then closed the door of the laboratory and locked it, because if there is one, there will be two. The wives of Yang Hui are not easy to deal with. Not only Yang Hui's wives, but also those Miss Pilots. If they are not locked, someone will definitely come to disturb their work. Director Yuanjian, Director Yuanjian. Oh, sorry, Mr. Wang, I was distracted. What did you say just now? Under the call of Mr. Wang, Yuanjian Kaian finally came back to his senses. Nothing, let's get started. This is Yulin's physical data, recorded into the system. Graham's situation also needs to be paid attention to at all times. It's going to be busy, Director Yuan Jian. Well, I understand, Mr. Wang. I will be ready. On the other side, Yang Hui and Yulin return to Ryugu Island. The research progress of Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang has been fully understood. Next, they will return to their own work. Calculating the time, today's assessment items should have been completed. How are the results? Yang Hui looked at the Fafnir pilots lying on the playground and asked Travis. Well, they all have personality. Travis didn't know how to describe it accurately. He searched the vocabulary in his mind and only this evaluation was slightly appropriate. Yang Hui raised his eyebrows, took the pad from Travis' hand, and checked everyone's scores. Wow, Travis' description is really correct, so fucking unique. Chapter 1120 Wait for Awakening. Energy started, Festum core begins to operate, eternal conductive circuit is in normal condition. All systems of Flag Gundam are normal. Let's start, Graham. Got it, Puff Graham Aka, Puff. What are you doing? You ate too much soybeans yesterday and your lower body is blocked again, right? Be serious. I don't want to. How about you get someone else? Lock, Flag Gundam, force shut down all systems. Wait, I'm serious, Puff Graham. Ahem, Graham Aka, Flag Gundam, attack. Flag Gundam, equipped with a Festum core and eternal conductive circuit attacked. Yang Hui followed everyone's suggestions and could not drive Dawn Gundam until Graham and Flag Gundam had new results, so he could only be responsible for the command of the startup test in the command room. The Flag Gundam is still the Flag Gundam, but the Festum core and the eternal loop circuit have been added to it. Nothing else has changed, including the Nibelungen system, operating system, which is still the cockpit system of Gundam G fighting. According to the development records of Fafnir left by Ryugu Island, Poseidon Island and the new United Nations, the most important thing about the Savior-type Fafnir is the Festum core and the eternal loop circuit. There are no necessary requirements for the body itself and the type of cockpit. Fafnir needs the Nibelungen system, the coordination line and the coordination combat suit. On the one hand, it is a technical limitation, and on the other hand, it is because Fafnir's pilots have not received formal training before the first battle. If it is the cockpit of a Ms, unless it is a child of destiny with a halo of the protagonists such as a Muro or Kira, you are awesome if you can make the Ms stand up when you sit in the cockpit of the Ms for the first time. Moreover, Amuro and Kira were able to drive and even fight to annihilate the enemy in the Gundam for the first time because they originally studied mechanical physics and computer programming and had a certain foundation. Is it possible for a group of ordinary students who have not even graduated from ordinary high schools to fight Festum in the Fafnir for the first time? As for Graham's strange attitude today, it was not because he was driving the new Flag Gundam, but Yang Hui in the command room was dressed neatly, but he had a big head that was obviously inconsistent with his body, and his face was swollen with abnormal arcs on both sides, and the ears were red and stretched a long way, probably because they were pulled out by someone, and his eye sockets were blue and purple and swollen. This was the result of Yang Hui's impulsiveness. There were many good-tempered wives in his group, but when they got angry, the consequences were also very serious. Even if Seema didn't do it, the others would directly fight. But it was not just Graham. Everyone in the command room tried hard to hold back their laughter. It was difficult to focus all their attention on work, and their eyes couldn't help but glance at Yang Hui's face. Everyone pay attention. Graham is still flying in the sky. Yang Hui's face was dark. He didn't want to be like this, but this was a punishment from his wife. Understood. PFFTX and Graham, how do you feel? Yang Hui glared at them unhappily and asked into the communicator. It feels good. My physical fitness and brain nerves have indeed improved. Graham replied. According to the system, your data has improved by 3 percentage points. How is the condition of the machine? Nothing has changed. The Festum core is very stable, and the power of the eternal conductive circuit is stable, but it has been stuck at 40% and cannot be improved further. Yang Hui began to think, judging that this should be the reason why the Savior-type Fafnir has not awakened yet. The 3 Savior-type Fafnirs, MK Sen, existence, Mark Niched, non-existence, and Mark Raison, reason, were not originally like this. In order for the Savior-type Fafnir to exert its true power, It needs to assimilate and devour a large number of lives, including but not limited to humans, festum, animals. Before awakening, the savior-type farmer is no different from the ordinary farmer, that is, the output power is higher and the performance is higher. Very good, then conduct routine tests and then return. Yang Hui gave instructions. Understood. After saying that, Yang Hui took off the communicator. The festum core and the eternal calamity conductive circuit of the flag Gundam were not equipped with any limiters, unlike the three savior-type Valrahanas, MK Sen, existence, Mark Nicht, no existence, and Mark Raison, reason, which were equipped with limiters to limit the output power in order to ensure the life of the pilots. Without any restrictions, the eternal calamity conductive circuit on the flag Gundam can still only reach 40% of the power, which should be because it is not yet awakened. Since it can be stabilized and can also ensure the normal performance of the flag Gundam, there is no need to pay attention to the subsequent tests. For an A-class pilot like Graham, if the routine tests go wrong, he will be embarrassed. What really needs to be paid attention to is the physical condition during and after driving the flag Gundam, whether there will be assimilation. Fortunately, after the flag Gundam returned and was immediately checked, Graham's body did not show any abnormalities, and Graham himself did not feel unwell, including no new consciousness in his mind. The mental wave is very stable. It seems that it was not born at the beginning, or it was swallowed subconsciously. Yuan Jiankai and Suri reported to Yang Hui. What about you? How do you feel? Yang Hui looked at Graham again. How should I put it? I feel that the connection with the body is clearer. Graham thought about it and expressed his feelings. The previous flag type, flag bearer, and samurai Gundam were just ordinary Ms. No matter how Graham drove, he could not get any response, including the flag Gundam, until Graham was promoted to A-class pilot. He felt that there was a very subtle connection between himself and the flag Gundam. This feeling was very ethereal and subtle. Graham could be sure that this connection really existed. After sitting in the cockpit and starting the flag Gundam, he felt a feeling of fighting side by side with his comrades, but he tried to get a response from the flag Gundam, but to no avail. After installing the festum core and the eternal conductive circuit, this feeling became clearer, as if flag Gundam was also responding to his call, but he just couldn't be sure whether this feeling was real or not. It was a very ethereal feeling. Yang Hui nodded. He also had this feeling about the connection with the machine, and he had been trying to find a way to confirm it. The festum core and the eternal conductive circuit almost turned flag Gundam from a purely mechanical weapon into half mechanical, half biological life form. After flag Gundam awakens, it is the existence of festum itself, and naturally there will be a connection. Just like MK Sen, existence, Mark Nicht, no existence, and Mark Raison, reason, although they are piloted by pilots, they will respond to the pilots, among which Mark Nicht, no existence, is the most powerful. Every time when Saoshi Kaijo feels weak, he will verbally stimulate Mark Nicht, no existence, and then the machine will burst out with more powerful power. It still depends on awakening. Yang Hui said. But awakening. Yuan Jiankai was in a dilemma. In her opinion, and in the opinion of everyone on Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island, the determination of the savior-type Fafnir was a disaster. All savior-type Fafnir were man-eating monsters. The awakening of each savior-type Fafnir was accompanied by the disappearance of countless lives. Moreover, the power of the savior-type Fafnir was too strong, so strong that it was terrifying. This was also the important reason why our Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island decided to destroy the three savior-type Fafnir by any means as soon as the war was over. It's a good deal to be able to use the lives of the enemies to enhance your own power, and there is no uncontrollable power. You chose the wrong way. Yang Hui said calmly. Wrong way. Yes, the wrong way. Everyone on Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island regarded the savior-type Fafnir as a weapon with self-awareness, and wanted to destroy it because they were afraid of their power, but the starting point was wrong. What if the savior-type Fafnir was regarded as a new life form? As a human being, another self? Since they are living beings, they will instinctively resist when faced with a life and death crisis. MK Sen, existence, and Mark Raison, reason, are in good condition and can communicate normally. Mark Nicht, non-existence, is a little more troublesome because when it awakened, it absorbed the resentment of countless wronged dead souls, causing its new consciousness to be full of hatred and destruction. But it is not completely impossible to communicate, nor is it completely impossible to guide. For example, to concentrate all thoughts of destroying everything and destroying everything on the enemy, using the destruction of all enemies as a means and the protection of all companions as a goal, isn't that also nothingness and destruction? It all depends on the means and the guidance, as long as the mouth is strong enough. Based on the situation of the three savior-type Fafners, it can be analyzed that the personality of the awakened savior-type Fafner is very related to their original pilots, and Gram and Flag Gundam cannot have a personality repulsion. They will only be extremely close comrades in arms. I understand. I will follow your instructions. Yuan Jianjin did not completely agree with Yang Hui's point of view, but he could not refute it. Since he could not stop it, he just followed the instructions to complete his task. Well, thank you for your hard work. I'll leave it to you. I'll go see the group of children. That? Mr. Yang Hui, please wait. Anything else? It's Maya. Is she okay? Yuan Jianjin asked worriedly. The pilot training of the Fafner unit is semi-closed. Before the training is declared completed, they are not allowed to leave. Parents can apply for a visit if they are worried, but it will not be approved unless it is a very important matter. Therefore, except for the first meeting, they have not seen their children for a while. Yuan Jianjin is even worse. She did not go to the first meeting because she went to Poseidon Island to assist Mr. Wang in his work. It was her eldest daughter Yuan Jian Yumiko who went. Maya Yuan Jian? You have a good daughter, Director Yuan Jian. Chapter 1121 Attacks Again. Shoko, how do you feel? Can you still hold on? During the break-in training, everyone was panting and looking for a place to sit and rest. Even those who usually exercise, such as Kaname Sakura, Kendo students Ryoji Mikado, and sports students Mizukagami Misaka, found it difficult to hold on, not to mention others, such as Kenji Kondo, who began to gain weight after marriage. Among them, Shoko Hanesama had the most difficulty, because she had been very weak since she was a child. After driving the Valorhona to fight and receiving a lot of Festum technology from Jalnir, she had some improvement, but her physical foundation was still the worst, and she was very quiet and didn't exercise much on weekdays. No problem. Shoko Hanesama took a few long breaths to make her breathing less rapid. Shoko, if you can't hold on, forget it. I'll go and ask Instructor Yulin for mercy. Instructor Yulin is very gentle. How could Tommy Maya, a good friend who grew up together, not see that Shoko Hanesama was showing off? No need, Maya, I can hold on. While speaking, Shoko Hanesama also glanced in the direction of Iki Makabe. Shoko. Maya's mood was a bit complicated. On the one hand, she was worried about her good friend, and on the other hand, she also noticed Shoko Hanesama's little move. Maya, Shoko. The other friends also gathered together. Everyone knew that Shoko Hanesama was the weakest and was most likely to have problems during training. Everyone, I'm fine. Or, forget it, Shoko. Everyone could see that Shoko Hanesama was showing off. This was not a lack of willpower, but really a physical factor of Shoko Hanesama. Of course, Canon Hanesama and Michio Hino, who were originally soldiers of the new United Nations, were not worried. Canon Hanesama, whose original name was Canon Meffins, came to occupy Ryugu Island as a soldier of the new United Nations, but because of the attack of Festum, the occupation failed. She, Michio Hino, and the surviving human army of the new United Nations were taken in by Ryugu Island. Canon Hanesama was also adopted by the Hanesama family and changed her name to Canon Hanesama. Come on, Shoko, you can hold on. When Hanesama Canon came to Ryugu Island, he was lonely at first and didn't fit in with the other people on the island. After joining the Hanesama family, he was slowly infected by the gentleness and became a real family with the Hanesama family. Hanesama Shoko also became a close sister. Canon. Everyone was puzzled. They knew that the Hanesama sisters had a good relationship. According to the initial assessment results, the amount of training for each of us is different. You may not feel it because you haven't undergone professional training. The amount of training for each of us just touches our limits and does not bring irreversible burdens to the body. Hanesama Canon said. So that's how it is. I was wondering why every time the seniors finished training, I hadn't finished yet, and I thought I was behind. Mizukami Misaka said in a natural surprise. Misaka. Mikado Ryo was speechless. He and Mizukami Misaka were a boyfriend and girlfriend. His girlfriend's innocent look was very cute, but the inappropriate innocent look was a bit of a headache. They are the youngest, and Mizukami Misaka is the one with the best physical fitness among the group. She also has the most training. Talking to the seniors like this can easily be misunderstood as mockery. Actually, I know. Yusuma Shoko smiled gently, telling everyone not to worry. The training is very hard, but I can still stick to it, and Instructor Yulin has always been concerned about me, so there will be no problem. Instructor Yulin. Yulin is an instructor who joined later. At first, everyone saw this gentle big sister and doubted whether she was really an instructor. After all, at the beginning, Travis and his group were quite strict, which was also what they thought a regular instructor should be like. But Yulin is completely different from them. If Yulin was just an assistant to the instructor group, responsible for logistics or medical care, they could understand it. As a result, after Yulin came, Travis and others respected Yulin very much, and when Yang Hui was not around, they took Yulin as the main person, which made them even more puzzled. It was not until Travis and the others chatted during the break and told them that Yulin was the pilot of the Luna Gundam, the purple-red sniper machine, that their worldview was almost shattered. They had been spectators in the previous battles. Although the performance of the Promise Corps was very strong and exciting, what impressed them most was the super aces who kept shuttling through the battlefields like meteors, such as Yang Hui and the Dawn Gundam, Graham and the Flag Gundam, the elusive Ook Gundam ELS, the Luna Gundam with godlike sniping skills. Far-sighted Maya's position is to provide sniper support in the rear. She is very talented in sniping, and her SPD is also related to sniping. She can be said to be an ace who never misses in the Fafnir troops, which is enough for her to be proud of. But Yulin told her with facts that hitting the target every time is just the beginning of being a sniper. After coming to the instructor team, Yulin was mainly responsible for the training of girls. The ones she cared the most about were Tommy Shania and Hanesima Shoko. Tommy Shania was because Tommy Shania was a sniper like her, and Hanesima Shoko was the one who needed the most care. As for the other girls, it was not that Yulin had any opinions about them. On the one hand, they were all very self-reliant and did not need special care. On the other hand, they were not on the same style and positioning as Yulin. Yulin also dabbled in other fields, but was not proficient in them. Okay, everyone, the break time is over, and it's time to start the next subject. At this time, Yulin led the team over and reminded everyone who was resting that they had changed into their driving suits, and the next subject was the training of the simulation cabin. Yes, instructor. XN. Although it was not long, they had already recognized and convinced Yulin and other instructors, especially when the four-member team of Travis relied on superb driving skills and tacit team tactics to defeat the combined forces of Minaji Saushi and Mackay Baiki without using any special abilities. Although it was just a data simulation, not a real battle, and the full power of MK Sen, existence, and Mark Niched, non-existence, was not brought into play, it still shocked everyone. The undefeated myth of the savior-type Fafnir was broken. Today we mainly practice the A89, B42, and I-12 tactical formations. Let's review first. What are the similarities between these three tactical formations? Maya. The simulation cabin started, and everyone drove their own machines into the simulation environment. Yulin did not start the simulated combat training immediately, but helped everyone review what they had learned. The A89, B42, and I-12 tactical formations are all tactical formations used during retreat, replied Yuan Jiansheng Maya. Yuan Jiansheng Maya is not only very talented in driving, but also a top student. The difference is that A89 is a tactical formation for defensive counterattack. It looks for the enemy's flaws while slowly retreating, waiting for the opportunity to switch to an offensive posture and defeat the enemy. B42 is a stable retreat formation, which maintains the stability of the formation and covers the retreat in stages. I-12 is an emergency retreat formation. In critical situations, it focuses on a breakthrough, distances itself from the enemy, and retreats as quickly as possible. Very good. Yulin nodded with satisfaction. Yuan Jiansheng Maya's answer was perfect, but this was only theoretical knowledge. It's not enough to just learn it. You also have to judge in battle when to choose which tactical formation. Next, we will conduct confrontation training. I will lead the team to attack you, and you will carry out the retreat operation. It's up to you to decide which tactical formation to use. It will start in 5 minutes. Ding 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 ding. Just as the simulation training was about to begin, everyone's communicator sounded at the same time, and the red interface represented bad news. I am Yulin. Festum is attacking, the training is terminated immediately. Everyone immediately returned to the original unit to attack. Yang Hui gave the order. Understood. Yulin's expression was heavy. It had been less than 2 weeks since the last battle, and the alien Festum had started a new round of attacks. It was unknown what the scale was, but it also indirectly confirmed that Yang Hui's guess was correct. Not only Yulin, but everyone received the order and immediately exited the simulation cabin and returned to the original unit and boarded their own machine. This is Luna Gundam, please speak. As soon as the Luna Gundam was started, Yang Hui's face appeared on the screen. What is the status of the Fafnir unit? You can participate in the battle. Okay, you will command the Fafnir unit on Ryugu Island and be responsible for the enemy forces in the south. Understood. This time when the enemy attacked, Yang Hui did not drive the Dawn Gundam to attack, but came to the general command room of Ryugu Island to command the battle. Sir Yang Hui. Seeing Yang Hui coming, everyone at the Ryugu Island command was ready to stand up and salute. Yang Hui immediately raised his hand to stop them and asked them to sit down. Now is wartime. Focus on the work at hand. Vision, report the situation. Yes. Solomon's response. A large number of Festum were found around the island. The scale is no less than the last attack, among which Azazel Type 4, Diablo Type 10 were detected, and the other types of Festum are difficult to count. Order. The First Fleet and the Promise are stationed in the north, and the fleet is deployed in a guard formation in the east, west, and south. The Moonlight Cannon is charged, and the missile launcher is loaded with reaction bombs and ready. Understood. Help me connect with Graham. Yes. Soon, the communication between the command and the Flag Gundam was connected. Looking at Graham with a fiery expression, Yang Hui's mouth also raised an arc of expectation. In this battle, the North depends on you, Graham. You only have one chance. Are you ready? Oh, who do you think you are talking to? Graham retorted provocatively. Sick, calculate whether the number of Festum in the North is enough for the Flag Gundam to awaken. Please wait. According to the calculation results of Solomon and Veda, it is enough. Did you hear me? Of course, I can't wait. Chapter 1122 Adequate Nutrition. Seriously. Baki Lulu and Katie both frowned at this time. They received the combat objectives sent by Yang Hui. The mission of the First Fleet and the Promise this time is not only to defend against the enemies attacking from the north, but also to assist the Flag Gundam in completing the awakening process. How to complete it? Not passive defense, but active attack. Surround all the Festum in the north, do not give them a chance to escape, let the Flag Gundam enjoy it. Katie, the specific combat plan. After receiving Yang Hui's combat objectives, Baki Lu immediately contacted Katie. Basalt class, immediately deploy the force field barrier at maximum power, split and push through. Katie immediately thought of a feasible combat plan. The battleship's defense force field has been debugged and can withstand the attack of the wormhole. Contact the friendly fleets on the east and west sides to cut off the Festum army in the north and the east and west sides. The gap created is for the Basalt class to deploy a wall-like force field barrier to push the Festum in the north through. The quarter-class Macros battleships with specialized firepower of the White Tiger class were located behind the Black Tortoise class, half of which were deployed forward and half of which were deployed backward. The firepower in the front suppressed the attack of the Festum, and the rear prevented the sneak attacks of the fish that slipped through the net on the east and west sides. Alma's forces attack, protect the Black Tortoise class. Graham, wait for the opportunity. Katie gave the order. Understood. Soon, the symmetrical circular defense circle was broken, and the Promise and the First Fleet broke away from the circular defense circle and took the initiative to advance towards the Festum army. The Ms forces attacked from various exits of the battleships like dumplings, forming a strict formation to guard the battleships. The Black Tortoise-class battleships deployed a force field barrier like a fortress wall, advanced against the dense firepower of the Festum, and slowly separated. The towering walls were connected to the city, and even the underwater Festum was not spared. In their helpless mood, they were pushed forward and became more and more crowded. Diablos are coming. Number 4. Kira. Aslan. Understood. X2 Diablos rushed to the front from the back. The sharp blade on their right arm was wrapped in the purple-black wormhole light, raised high, and was about to cut through the annoying force field barriers in front of them. The next second, two pink round sharp blades flew towards the two Diablos along an elegant arc, scaring them so much that they immediately retracted their blades, scattered the wormholes on the blades, opened their hands and deployed force field barriers, blocking the two beam boomerangs. Zzz. The beam boomerangs rotated and cut quickly, and the friction between the pink and purple-black energy made a harsh sound. The Diablo waved his left hand and bounced the beam boomerangs away. But at this moment, the Immortal Justice Gundam had already arrived in front of them, and the hand at the waist drew out the sword. A cold light flashed, and the slender waist of a Diablo type was sharp. The other Diablo type was about to retreat, but just as it made a move, the Immortal Justice Gundam did a roundhouse kick in the air, and the sharp blade of its leg cut off its body. On the other side, the high-powered electromagnetic cannon on the waist of the Eternal Freedom Gundam opened fire, and the shells wrapped in lightning turned into fierce thunder and fell, accurately hitting the raised right arm, and the blade was broken at the root. The condensed purple-black energy dissipated together, and the two Diablo types screamed miserably. Although they had no facial features, the fast-flowing stream of light could also feel their anger. At the same time, they raised their left hands, and three thin, sharp circular wormholes appeared, and were thrown out along with the movement of their left hands. The ring wormholes approached quickly, but Kira was not panicked at all. In his eyes, these ring wormholes were like slowing down time. He gently pulled the joystick and stepped on the pedals with his feet. The Eternal Freedom Gundam spun lightly in the air, just letting the two ring wormholes pass by the body of the Eternal Freedom Gundam. Swish! The sword gun composite weapon in his hand turned into a sword, and the sharp cold light flashed. A Diablo-type head was beheaded. At the same time, the Eternal Freedom Gundam pulled out a beam sword at its waist. The moment the blade sprayed, it was thrown out by the Eternal Freedom Gundam and sank into the body of the Diablo-type, leaving only the hilt, and the pink blade protruded from the back of the head. After the Eternal Freedom Gundam and the Immortal Justice Gundam successfully killed the four attacking Diablo-types, they immediately left the original place and retreated to the left and right sides. The next second, wormholes of various shapes covered the place where they were just now. It's really troublesome. Aslan couldn't help but complain. The final battle plan is the awakening of the Flag Gundam, which needs to devour enough Festum as nutrients. This means that heavy firepower weapons such as quantum reaction cannons, high-power beam cannons, and micro-missiles cannot be used easily, so as not to destroy too many Festums, resulting in insufficient nutrients for the Flag Gundam to awaken and fail. This kind of battle is really the first time. Kira was also a little uncomfortable. He used to like to cut people with sticks, and now it is the same, but it is limited to mis driven by humans. Creatures such as snake and Festum are not included. Moreover, if there are mis driven by humans among the real enemies, Kira will not be soft-hearted. But this kind of enemy is as numerous as the tide, and you still have to worry about too many enemies dying and not being able to let go of your hands and feet. This is really the first time to fight. Kira, Aslan, the encirclement is almost complete. Go to coordinate D31 to prepare. Understood. X2. In the battle in the south, the Fafnir troops joined the front battlefield under the leadership of Yulin. Yulin ordered MK Sen, Existence, and Mark Niched, Non-Existence, to play freely. Each savior-type Fafnir is a strategic existence. It is a waste of combat power to keep it alone. Let them go to clean up the ordinary Festum like a wave. The other Fafnirs are led by Yulin and fight in the form of small teams. Mark Funf, deploy the barrier in front. Mark Vire, Mark Acht, flank left and right. Mark Setches, Mark Dreddy, clear the Sphinx cluster on the side. Mark Ines, Mark Zwetty, Mark Noin, tactical formation A01 assault, 11 o'clock. Understood. All the members of the XN Fafnir troops felt that the battle was so easy and refreshing at first. On the one hand, it was because the Promise Corps was right beside them, and there were countless comrades to help them share the pressure, so they were not so nervous and anxious. On the other hand, it was because of Yulin's command. In the past, they also accepted commands, usually from General Shi Minjo in the Siegfried system, but the command of General Shi Minjo was very different from that of Yulin. Yulin's team tactical command was top-notch, far better than General Shi Minjo. In the past, when they listened to General Shi Minjo's command, they weren't always nervous. Various changes often occurred during the battle, causing them to often improvise, and it was also accompanied by great danger. Now, Yulin's command is always just right. She can clearly predict the enemy's next move. She can see the whole scene, take into account all possible changes, and then issue correct instructions to eliminate them in advance. Her offensive goals are clear. She is not scattered and fighting alone, thinking about destroying all enemies in sight, but is completely united, just like a fist with 5 fingers clasped together, punching hard, and destroying Festum purposefully and thoughtfully according to the priorities of the battlefield. At the beginning, they were also very nervous. After all, this large-scale melee is much more dangerous than their defense on the island. They experienced it in the rescue operation in Srinagar. But as the battle progressed, they became more and more comfortable under Yulin's command. There was also Yulin's sniper support. Every time they accidentally exposed their backs and were about to be attacked by Festum, a beam of light would kill the enemy who attacked them. This sense of security was something they had never experienced before. Mark Zubin. Locked on, open fire. Before Yulin could give any instructions, Farsight Maya's calm answer came. The next second, Unit 7 Mark Zubin opened fire, changing to a sniper rifle that could be used for both live ammunition and energy. The brilliant beam shot through more than a dozen Sphinx Festums and landed on the surface of the Luna Gundam's floating gun. The energy beam refracted and passed by the teammate's unit, killing more than a dozen Festums. Very good. Among all the people in the Fafnir unit, Yulin was the most satisfied and the one who was most optimistic about Farsight Maya. It was not only her talent and potential, but also her mentality. When she got on the Fafnir and came to the battlefield, Farsight Maya could always stay calm in the battle, without being nervous, afraid, or hesitant. Instructor. Be careful. At this moment, the Diablo type, which had been in the chaos, suddenly rushed to the side of the Luna Gundam, and the sharp blade went straight to the cockpit. In the cockpit, the golden blade almost touched Yulin's eyeballs, but she remained calm and didn't even move, because... Just in front of the Luna Gundam, a small green round door suddenly appeared, and the sword-type GN Super Dragoon's blade blocked the Diablo-type's blade. At the same time, dozens of identical quantum jump exits surrounded the Diablo-type. The sword-type GN Super Dragoons rushed out one by one, cutting around the Diablo-type. Finally, a large quantum jump exit was deployed, and the Gundam ELS rushed out, with a flash of cold light, and the Diablo-type was beheaded. Thanks, Setsuna. Yet, responding lightly, the Gundam ELS opened the quantum jump channel again and disappeared, and appeared again, already in another battlefield in the distance. Instructor, are you okay? Far-sighted Maya beside him asked with concern. It's okay, stay focused and keep fighting. Understood. Huh? That's... Suddenly, a powerful energy shock wave spread over the sky above Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island, and the chaotic and tragic battlefield came to a momentary standstill. Turning his head, he saw that the Festum in the north had been tightly surrounded by the Gundam of the First Fleet, except for the Exocet type Azazel type that was blocked by Kira and others in the back. Above their heads, the Flag Gundam looked down from the sky, opened its arms, released limiters on its shoulders and chest, and began to operate at high speed. Have you started? MK Sen, existence, Mark niched, non-existence, come back, cooperate with me, and destroy the giant type Azazel type. Chapter 1123 Awakening, Mark Abskneden, cut. The 6th Fleet will retreat 20 kilometers to attract Festum. The 7th Fleet and the 8th Fleet will expand in an arc to the left and right, and surround Festum. The 13th Fleet and the 14th Fleet will advance 30 kilometers and force their way up. Dazzle, retreat. Festum is not a human. Don't use your usual tactics to fight. Makabe Fumihiko stared blankly at Yang Hui sitting in the center, commanding such a large fleet. His eyes were like humanoid probes. The main screen was divided into so many blocks. If any problem was found in each block, it could be stopped at the first time. Each block corresponded to a fleet, a single warship, a MIS unit, or even a single MIS. Under normal circumstances, Yang Hui was the commander-in-chief and was only responsible for the command and order of the large forces. Within the fleet and the MIS unit, the commanders of each fleet or the heads of the MIS unit were responsible for issuing specific orders. But the battlefield was too chaotic. Yang Hui saw that if he found a problem that his direct superiors did not find, or if they were all bloodthirsty, he would directly issue an order, such as Dazzle. This Iron Kid thought it was the Battle of Lamb against Rebel? Leading the fleet to rush up in a single column, it was obvious that they were killing each other. Makabe Fumio had the same idea as Minaji Saoshi at this time, that is, his previous command was nothing. Sir Yang Hui, Commander Katie sent a message, the nutrients are all ready. Yuanjin Yumiko reported to Yang Hui. Where is Graham? Major General Graham is ready and can start at any time. Start. Yang Hui said in a deep voice. The awakening process is not absolutely safe. The awakening process is to assimilate and devour other life forms. The body gets enough nutrients and awakens successfully, but in this process, the body and the pilot must go through the assimilation process. If an accident occurs, the result is the destruction of the machine and the death of the pilot. But, the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. There is number 100% certainty. I can only trust Graham and the Flag Gundam. Yes. So many, should it be enough to swallow? From the beginning of the battle to now, Graham has not driven the Flag Gundam to attack, but has been waiting for the attack zone to stand by, ready to attack at any time. The most important goal is the awakening of the Flag Gundam. Before everything is ready, Graham only needs to wait and not let him attack, so as to avoid any accidents. Looking at the screen, more and more festoons were pushed together by the high walls erected by the Basalt class battleships, and squeezed together. The Azazel type in the back sensed the crisis and wanted to stop it, but was held back by a group of top aces. From time to time, they burst into angry roars, and their anger burned the entire ocean, but they could not move forward. Why do you feel impatient? Is it the Flag Gundam? Is that so? Can't wait either? Haha, you are worthy of being my partner. Graham clearly felt that an impatient thought came into his mind. He was sure that this was the idea of the Flag Gundam. The more time he sat on the Flag Gundam, the clearer the connection between him and the Flag Gundam became. Before, it was just a vague connection, let alone a dialogue, and he could not get any response at all. But now, Graham can clearly feel the emotions of the Flag Gundam, and even get an emotional response. Okay, wait quietly. Can't you see that I'm also holding back? The order has come, men, it's our turn to go on stage. Graham's mouth curled up with excitement. The order has come, and it's their turn to attack. The Flag Gundam moved forward and came to the attack platform. The platform rose and sent the Flag Gundam outside. The route signal markers were arranged in 2 rows, and GN particles began to spread. Graham, this is the best coordinate calculated by Veda. It's your turn. Understood, Graham Aka, Flag Gundam, attack. The Flag Gundam left the promise at a very fast speed and arrived at the designated location. From high in the sky, it overlooked the golden ocean below. Then, let's begin. In the cockpit, Graham opened his arms boldly, and the Flag Gundam followed Graham's movements and made the same reaction, and then the limiters on both shoulders were removed, and the chest opened, revealing the festum core and the eternal conductive circuit. The scarlet light became brighter and brighter, and the eternal conductive circuit ran faster and faster, and the arrow around him began to tremble. Assimilation phenomenon? Look at me, hold on. Even until the emerald green crystals completely enveloped Graham, he still maintained his roaring posture, showing his unyielding attitude to the fullest. Crack crack. Soon, cracks appeared on the emerald green crystals that enveloped Graham's body, cracking and shattering a little bit, and then exploded, revealing Graham inside, intact. No, there was a slight change. Graham's eyes were stained with flowing gold. It seems, it succeeded. Flag, no, now it should be called Abskneden, cut off all the power. As Graham recovered, the emerald green crystal wrapped around, Flag Abskneden, cut, also shattered. Compared with Flag Gundam, the general appearance has not changed, but the angular armor has become a little more rounded, the green eyes have turned scarlet, the original antenna has become more slender and sharp, like 2 hideous spikes pointing to the sky, the 2 swords and guns in the hands have disappeared, and the back of the wrist has a folded sharp blade, the backpack and the body have merged into one. The missile launch bays all over the body and the beam cannons on the shoulders and waist have also disappeared. The fighter-shaped wings have been retained, but they have also changed from metal to translucent crystals, shining with a cold light that stings the skin. Ding ding ding. Graham connected the communication with a thought, And Yang Hui's voice sounded. I'm fine, no, I feel great, better than ever. Well, it worked. Killed the Azazel that Kira and the others were pestering. Can we do it alone? Yang Hui asked Graham. Who do you think you're talking to? Graham's smile was full of madness and confidence. Communication technology. Graham also accepted the order, swung his hands to both sides, and the two folding blades folded at his wrists unfolded, shining with green light, and at the same time, the wings spread out, spraying rich GN particles. The next second, Flagabskneten, cut, dissipated, yes, dissipated, I don't know when. Flagabskneten, cut, has left the original place. No trace was found at all, leaving a residual image on the original place. When it appeared again, it had come to the front of the flying fish type Azazel type, stretched out his hands, turned the sharp blades of his arms into the arrowheads of the arrows, and turned himself into a sharp sword, hitting the force field barrier of the flying fish type Azazel type. Crack. The force field barrier that had been under attack from many aces and could not be completely shattered even by the quantum reaction cannon was easily penetrated and shredded like a fragile piece of paper in front of the sharp blade of Flagabskneten, cut. Haha. This is the power of cut. Graham became more and more excited, and his smile became more and more enthusiastic. Just now, his eyes were looking at the flying fish type Azazel type, and several faint light spots appeared on the solid force field barrier. The consciousness of Flagabskneten, cut, told him that attacking these light spots would definitely shatter the force field barrier. Graham did not hesitate or think, but followed his feelings and turned on super intuition. The reaction speed that soared in that instant helped Graham easily adapt to the speed of Flagabskneten, cut, and he also had one of the light spots with one blow, and the force field barrier was shattered. After shattering the force field barrier, the speed of Flagabskneten, cut, did not slow down at all, and it hit the body of the flying fish Azazel like a meteor, and the sharp blade sank into the body of the flying fish Azazel without any obstruction. Another light spot. Is this the core? Smash it, for me. Ha. As Graham roared, the sharp blade that pierced into the body of the flying fish Azazel split from the middle, and the energy of destruction began to condense. At the same time, the skin of the flying fish Azazel changed from gold to orange-red, and then to red. The temperature also rose sharply, and the surrounding seawater turned into dried salt and rising water vapor. Graham. Retreat quickly. Seeing this, Kira and others who stayed nearby immediately warned Graham. Although they had not experienced it personally, they had seen it in the intelligence. This was one of the Azazel type's attack methods. The accumulation of huge energy caused the body temperature to soar, releasing a violent explosion, the power of which was comparable to a nuclear explosion. Don't even think about it. The alarm kept ringing in Graham's ears and mind. Flagabskneten, cut, immediately dissipated the energy and pulled out. The crystal wings on the back spread out, and the body quickly spun, turning into a high-speed rotating ring blade, closely following the body of the flying fish Azazel. Roar. Amid the painful cries of the flying fish Azazel, Flagabskneten, cut it into several pieces of meat, and then, the center was a core that was flashing with dazzling light. That's it. Destroy it, for me. Life-calling wormhole slash. The sharp blade wrapped around the purple-black amoeba wormhole, extending outward for dozens of meters, and then, a sword was swung down and landed on the core. Crack. Chapter 1124 Assimilation. Crack. A crisp shattering sound was heard, and cracks appeared on the core of the flying fish Azazel, but it did not completely break in an instant. Can't it be cut off at once? Then. Ha. As Graham roared, more and more intense fighting spirit and stronger faith burst out from Graham's body, reflecting the Flagabskneten, cut, and his whole body was covered with a black and red fighting spirit gauze. The purple-black sharp blade was stained with scarlet, and the energy blade vibrated and rotated at a very high frequency. The core and the sharp blade rubbed against each other at a very high speed, sparks burst, and the high temperature caused by friction distorted the air. Give it to me. Break it. Crack, crack, crack. Fine shattering sounds were heard as the crack spread and increased, and the hard core began to break a little bit by bit, the debris fell off, a small piece left the main body, and finally, bang! The complete core was completely shattered, turned into debris and flew around, getting smaller and smaller in the air, and finally turned into dust and returned to nothingness. Ha ha ha, I did it. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Ugh. Graham was ecstatic about killing an Azazel type single-handedly, but this ecstasy was soon interrupted because Graham's whole body was covered with emerald green crystals piercing from his body. Assimilation phenomenon, damn it. Graham endured the severe pain all over his body, thinking back to the problem Yang Hui had discovered, and the method of controlling Festum's consciousness with his will, and began to concentrate his attention, sinking into his mind, and using his strong will to resist the worsening of the assimilation phenomenon. It was at this time that a strange but familiar voice appeared in Graham's mind. This voice was a voice that Graham had never heard before, ethereal, immature, and ignorant. Graham didn't understand what this voice was saying, but he understood that this was the voice of Flagabskneden, Cut, and he could also feel that it made him relax and feel the connection with each other. Then, the emerald green crystals that pierced his skin began to shatter and turned into dust and disappeared. Even the pierced skin returned to its original state, and the assimilation phenomenon that Graham had experienced disappeared. I see, completely connected to the will of the machine, not afraid, not resisting. This is exactly what I want. Graham smiled confidently. How could he be afraid of his own machine? It was his closest companion. The reason why the assimilation phenomenon occurred was because Flagabskneden, Cut, had just awakened and had not yet fully adapted, but Graham used all its power. With the help of Flagabskneden, Cut, Graham carefully felt a connection between himself and the machine and got familiar with his new companion, and the assimilation phenomenon naturally disappeared. Don't worry, I know my limits. Graham replied. He was answering his machine. Although he still couldn't understand what it was saying, he could feel the concern, asking him not to burst out the full power of Flagabskneden, Cut, every time, otherwise the assimilation phenomenon would still occur. Ding ding ding. It's me, Graham. What's the situation? Is the assimilation phenomenon occurring? Yang Hui looked at Graham on the screen. Irregular holes appeared on the driving suit, and they were pierced from the inside. Yang Hui, who had had the same experience, immediately knew what happened. Yes, but it's solved. The code name of the new machine. Flagabskneden, Cut. Cut it off. Flagabskneden, Cut, return home immediately. Understood. Although Graham was warlike, he also understood that he had not fully adapted to Flagabskneden, Cut, and his consumption was not small, so it was not suitable to continue fighting. As for the other three Flagabskneden, Cut, he still had reliable companions. In the battlefield in the north, MK Sen, existence, and Mark Nicht, no existence, under the command of Yulin, cooperated with a Luna Gundam to destroy an Azazel type, and the Azazel type in the east was killed by Mark Razon, Reason, and the super heavy quantum reaction cannon of the Macros class battleship, and finally the Mark Razon, Reason, in the west was concentrated by the super heavy quantum reaction cannon and was directly annihilated. The second battle to defend Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island was still a victory for the human side, but the Promise Corps was not happy about it, and the people of Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island did not cheer, because it was still 4 Azazels leading the Festum army to attack Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island, and it was still the same after all 4 Azazels were killed that the Festum began to retreat. Yang Hui also received a telegram from Fleet, and they were also attacked by the Festum army, and the Festum army, which was also led by the Azazel type, also retreated after all 4 Azazels were killed. The battle situation of both sides confirmed that Yang Hui's joking guess was correct. The other side was really playing a game with them, a cat-and-mouse game. How long will it take for Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island to reach the Srinagar area? Yang Hui asked after ordering the Promise Corps to remain alert and clean up the battlefield. There's still half a month of voyage. Half a month. Notify Mr. Wen to inject the Festum factor into members with more than 90% compatibility first, and notify Professor Elfman that Yulin's, Luna Gundam, Neil's Angel of Destruction, and Lyle's Angel of Hell must complete the transformation before arriving in Srinagar. All pilots injected with the Festum factor will be equipped with Festum cores, and the Ace's body will be equipped with an eternal conductive circuit. The time interval between the two defense battles of Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island was about half a month. If this is calculated, the next attack should occur when Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island arrive in Srinagar. The Promise Corps will meet, but the enemy is likely to increase exponentially. There is also the awakening of Flagabskneden, Cut. They have one more savior-type power, and the enemy is likely to send more enemies to attack them. Therefore, the savior types of others must also be prepared. They cannot all awaken at once, and they cannot expose all their trump cards at once, but they cannot completely hide them. Because Yang Hui thought that while repelling the foreign Festum army, he should also gradually strengthen his strength, stimulate the black hand hidden behind the scenes, and lure it out. The people from Ryugu Island who heard Yang Hui's order were shocked, even fearful and worried, because in their eyes, the savior-type Fafnir was a monster that should not appear. Now Yang Hui not only intends to increase the number, but even requires the degree of mass production, which means the monster will increase dozens of times. Will this power really not destroy the Earth? But Yang Hui's order has been conveyed, and they can only do it. They can only hope that the newly appeared savior type is different from Mark Niched, non-existence, and more like MK Sen, existence. After leaving the headquarters, Yang Hui immediately took a shuttle to Promise Fortress. At the same time, Professor Elfman, Wang Lao and far-sighted Kyan also went to Promise Fortress. They all came for Gram and Flagabskneden, Cut. Gram and Flagabskneden, Cut, are the only successful cases so far. Both the machine and Gram can provide very important data. How is it? Yang Hui first came to the treatment room and waited for Wang Lao and Yuanjian Kyan to check Graham's physical condition. The appearance of assimilation phenomenon should not be underestimated. Even if Graham himself felt that there was no problem, the feedback of Flagabskneden, Cut, was not a problem, but the necessary examinations should be checked, otherwise Yang Hui would not be at ease. After the examination, Graham's body was indeed found to be abnormal. The assimilation phenomenon existed, but it was very small. Within a reasonable range, not only did Graham awaken with Flagabskneden, Cut, he was now considered half a Festum. How does it feel to be a non-human? Yang Hui asked Graham jokingly. Graham had many opportunities to obtain special blood, but he had always refused and was proud of his human blood. Now, well, I finally understand how you non-humans feel. Graham replied unceremoniously. Oh, congratulations. You should really congratulate me, I finally surpassed you. Graham laughed excitedly. He and Yang Hui were the only two A-class pilots in the Promise Corps. Although their talents interacted and restrained each other, their driving skills were comparable. Yang Hui was a pure-blooded transformer and NT, and the strength and application of his mental waves far exceeded Graham's, while Graham also had the ultimate killer move of the invincible Eastern style. And now, Graham knew very well that with the awakening of Flagabskneden, Cut, Yang Hui would not be his opponent. Haha, congratulations, you finally became the first. Yang Hui laughed viciously, and at the same time jokingly reminded Graham, cherish this time, because I will kick you out again soon. Graham and Flagabskneden, Cut's awakening was successful. With a successful case, the next is Dawn Gundam. After Yang Hui and Dawn Gundam awaken, they are confident that they will surpass Graham again and step on him again. Tisk, we have to fight to know. Graham is not willing to admit defeat. He and Flagabskneden, Cut, have the power of cutting. Don't worry, I won't refuse the opportunity to use you. Yang Hui teased. He is also looking forward to what kind of ability Dawn Gundam will have after awakening. The ability of each savior type awakening may be similar, but it will never be exactly the same. Come now. Am I stupid? You are just like me, a jerk who won't show his strength until he sees the rabbit. Graham was amused by Yang Hui's roguery. Now he finally surpassed Yang Hui, but the opponent didn't give him a chance to get back at him. He had to wait until he was suppressed again before coming back. However, Graham and Yang Hui were just joking. He didn't want to bully Yang Hui by relying on the performance of the machine. Besides, even if Yang Hui and Dawnbreaker awakened, who would win or lose would only be known after the fight. So, tell me, what is the power of severance? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1125 Dawn and Rising Sun. Flagabskneden, Cut Off, has some of the same abilities as the three savior-type Valorhanas, such as assimilating weapons to increase their power, such as assimilating Festum and swallowing it, and learning Festum's unique abilities. But each savior type has unique abilities, or areas where it is superior to other savior types. For example, MK Sen, existence, has the strongest assimilation ability, and the weapons it assimilates are the most powerful. It can even reverse the assimilation phenomenon and save the assimilated people. Mark Niched, nothingness, is the one with the widest attack range and the strongest lethality among the three savior-type Valrahanas. After assimilating Festum, he can instantly use the opponent's moves, which are more powerful. Because of Mark Nicht's hatred for the world and his character of wanting to destroy everything, any means he uses have only one purpose, which is to destroy. Mark Raison, reason, is relatively balanced, with stronger assimilation ability than Mark Niched, no existence, and has a large-scale attack ability similar to Mark Niched, no existence, surpassing MK Sen, existence, in terms of attack range and lethality, and also has an ability that neither MK Sen, existence, nor Mark Niched, no existence, have, which is to cast a wormhole to absorb all attacks and attack targets. The power of Flagabskneten, cut, called the power of cutting, is also a super-dimensional power. When Graham drives Flagabskneten, cut, and locks on the target, Graham's eyes can be connected with Flagabskneten, cut, and the weak points of the target will appear in his sight. No matter how thick the force field barrier is, no matter how strong the armor is, in front of the sharp blade of Flagabskneten, cut, they are as fragile as thin paper and can be easily broken through. Not only force field barriers or shields, but also various energy attacks, wormhole attacks, and all forms of attacks, combined with Graham's talent, super intuition, can be cut off before they are harmed. Of course, the power of cutting is not omnipotent. The core of cutting everything is that the eyes can see the weak points of the target. Graham calls it the Death Star. If the weak points cannot be seen, that is, the Death Star, that shows the cutting power, then Graham's cutting power will have no effect. And, Death Star, not all targets will have Death Star. For example, when attacking the core of the flying fish type Azazel type, no Death Star was found. Graham relied purely on the wormhole blade and the destructive power of the fusion of fighting spirit and moves to destroy it. If it was Yang Hui, Graham was not sure whether the Dawnbreaker would have a Death Star after awakening. There were also 3 other savior-type Fafners. Graham had not seen them yet and was not sure. There were also unknown enemies in the future, and he was not sure. Of course, this may be related to the fact that Graham and Flagabskneten, cut, have just awakened, and the power of the cut can continue to increase. You don't have to do anything during this period, just get familiar with Flagabskneten, cut. Yang Hui said to Graham. Originally, in terms of single miss combat power, the 3 savior-type Fafners on Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island were the highest. Even Yang Hui had to admit that the current Dawn Gundam and other Ace Miz were not as good as them in terms of single machine combat power. Even though the driving skills were far superior to Mackay Baiki, Minoshiro Saushi and Jonathan Mitsuhiro Bartram, the gap in the body was indeed not small, and there were various super-dimensional powers, which was also a helpless fact. Therefore, Yang Hui intends to popularize the power of the super-dimensional. Aces with a compatibility of more than 50% will be injected with a Festum factor in turn. Their bodies will also be equipped with a Festum core in the eternal conductive circuit, and finally awaken to the savior type. And the appearance of Flagabskneten, cut, instantly surpassed the 3 savior type Valrhona. On the one hand, the main body of Flagabskneten, cut, Flag Gundam, already includes a lot of foundations that exceed the 3 savior type Valrhona. On the other hand, Graham's driving skills are stronger than the pilots of the 3 savior type Valrhona, and they are much stronger. Specifically, the driving skills of Ikey Makabe, Saushi Minajo, and Jonathan Mitsuhiro Bartram are only at the upper middle level of B level. Combined with the special abilities of Festum and the 3 savior type Valrhona, they can barely reach A level. But Graham is a real A-class pilot. Originally, as a human bloodline, he has completed the promotion of life essence. Now he has the special bloodline of Festum. He also uses his talent, super intuition, to crush Ikey Makabe, Saushi Minajo and Jonathan Mitsuhiro Bartram. Ms. is not Fafner. How about changing the code name? Graham asked Yang Hui. The current Flagabskneten, cut, is the new name of Flag Gundam, and also the code name, but it is only a special code name for this machine. The whole series must be renamed. According to Graham's understanding of Yang Hui, the future Legion is only a mass-produced machine, and it will definitely be separated into part, all equipped with custom cores. Only the top few people can drive the Savior type and Awaken, so it will not be equipped with the Eternal Conductive Circuit, and it is not a Savior type, but it will be similar to the Heroic Spirit type Fafnir. So, Dawn Series, and Rising Sun Series. Yang Hui said confidently. If Graham could think of it, how could Yang Hui not think of it? A legion, and the members come from different worlds, and the science and technology also come from different worlds. The internal technology tree and the equipment used must be cumbersome and complicated, so the Promise Corps has been carrying out an equipment integration plan, integrating existing technologies with similar functions, such as the Sunshade system of the Gundam Age world and the Mirage system of the Gundam Seed world, such as the GN Force Field, I-Force Field and Pinpoint Defense system. The same is true for the body. Except for the top powerhouses of the T0 or T1 level, the Promise Corps drives the standard mass-produced machines produced by the Promise Fortress, which is the Super Heretic series currently in use. In addition to the standard technologies such as the Pseudo-Solar Furnace, the new GN Pinpoint Defense System, Nano Armor, and VPS Armor, different backpacks will be equipped according to each person's different driving style and position in the team. So the Promise Corps bodies look different, but they are ultimately products produced in a series. There are many benefits to doing this, the most important of which is the unification of parts, which is convenient for maintenance and logistics production. Even special machines such as Dawn Gundam and Luna Gundam use universal parts. Some special armed parts are available, but the fleet does not carry many. Now, a new machine has appeared, and it is incompatible with the previous series, so a new series needs to be added. Yang Hui has always remembered this matter, so the code name of the new series has been thought of long ago. Why is there no flag? Graham asked Yang Hui with narrowed eyes, and a dangerous gleam flashed in his eyes. Because my machine is dawn, isn't dawn the dawn? Isn't it the time when the sun comes? Yang Hui teased. I object. You are abusing your private rights. Graham retorted with a dark face. The title of flag is his lifelong love. With this opportunity, how could he give up the name of the flag throughout the Promise Corps? Opposition is invalid. Don't forget that you are not a decision maker. Yang Hui smiled playfully. Oh. Graham was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it, it seems that he really isn't. Although Graham was one of the first members to accompany Yang Hui to the Promise Fortress, and the first person to accompany Yang Hui to the mission world to perform the mission, and is currently the strongest combat force of the Promise Corps, with a rank of Lieutenant General, but, to put it bluntly, he is just a senior bodyguard. As one of Yang Hui's ace guards, let alone the decision-making level, he doesn't even have subordinates now. No. After all, I am an absolute veteran of the Promise Corps, right? It's not too much for me to join the decision-making level. Graham said. Well, it's not too much? Then. But are you sure you want to join? Can you provide useful suggestions at the decision-making meeting? Can you express valuable opinions? Oh, by the way, although the number of meetings at the decision-making level is not large, it is not too few, right? And, everyone in the decision-making level holds a senior official position with heavy responsibilities. For example, General Jipu is in charge of the logistics of Promise Fortress and Promise Corps, Cruz is in charge of the intelligence department, Arugaris is in charge of the staff, and General Rebel is in charge of the fleet. Even Mrs. Darren is responsible for the coordination of various worlds. You? What can you do? Yang Hui looked at Graham with a playful look and asked. Graham was silent. Every time Yang Hui said one more word, a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It was more painful to let a passionate young man like him take care of these things than to kill him. Wait. Wasn't I originally in charge of the training of the MIS troops? Graham suddenly thought of this. He had always been in charge of the training of the MIS troops. Although many people, such as Setsuna, the Dailandi brothers, and Yolin, assisted him, and the team of middle and upper level instructors was also large, Graham, the general person in charge, often had nothing to do and could only train on his own. Hasn't this position always belonged to Yulin? Yang Hui asked Graham in a puzzled manner. What? When the heads of various departments were assigned, it was originally intended to be given to you. After all, you have no merits but have worked hard, but you refused it yourself. You were too lazy to think and refused such a troublesome job. Yang Hui helped Graham recall, as if it was a matter of fact, then it was handed over to Yulin. Yulin was the general person in charge of the MIS troops training, and Setsuna and the others assisted Yulin, but considering that you're a veteran in a top combat force, you were given the title of deputy. Is this true? Graham raised his eyebrows, as if it was really the case. But why couldn't he completely believe it? So, Yang Hui patted Graham's shoulder earnestly. You should continue to be brainless, that's good. Graham, I'm just too lazy to use my brain. Not brainless. Chapter 1126 Returning Home. Is it finally coming? Fleet stood on the coast of Srinagar, watching the dense black spots in the distance approaching his direction, and two moving islands that were getting bigger and bigger in his sight. That is to say, a new round of attacks is coming. Rebel put the pipe in his hand to his mouth and took 2 puffs, his eyes full of solemnity. The fleet heading to Srinagar encountered the same attack as Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island. Although there were no Fafnet troops from Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island, nor strategic-level combat power such as the savior Fafna, the huge fleet was still not something that Festum of this size could easily destroy. Moreover, according to intelligence, they had already grasped the key to repelling the army, the key to suspending this game, and it was not difficult to repel Festum's army. It's just, they don't know how long this game will last, nor do they know whether this game is really unchanging, but what is certain is that the next attack is about to come, and they will face double the challenge. Actually, it's just what we want, isn't it? Char's face was filled with an excited smile. The awakening of the Dawn series requires a large number of life forms, which humans cannot use. Not to mention that there are only a few humans left on this earth. Even if there are a lot of them, they don't plan to use them, unless they are enemies. And now, with Graham's successful case, they can no longer stop Yang Hui. The awakening of the Dawn Gundam is imperative, not only the Dawn Gundam, but also the Luna Gundam, the Angel of Death, and the Hull Angel. These 4 machines are the second batch of machines to be awakened. The machines of others are still in the process of transformation, or are still in the process of adapting to the Festum factor. Haha, you must be impatient, right? And the group of stinky boys in the Ms unit. Rebel exhaled a puff of smoke and said with a smile. Yes. X2 Fleet and Char nodded without hesitation, acknowledging their expectations and anxiety. In addition to being fleet commanders, they were also ace pilots of the Promise Corps, and naturally looked forward to a new and powerful force. They were already behind Yang Hui and Graham. The emergence of the Dawn series, and the awakening of Flagabskneden, once again widened the gap. They could not tolerate the gap getting bigger and bigger, and they did nothing and let the distance get farther and farther. According to the data sent back, the compatibility of both of you is quite high, but, if I remember correctly, your son is also a perfect fit, right? Rebel asked Fleet. Humph, don't mention that rebellious son to me. Fleet scolded angrily. Ha ha ha, you two, are you really going to be kind to each other? Rebel and Char both laughed. In fact, there are many fathers and sons, mothers and sons, brothers and sisters in Promise Fortress, such as Timray and Amuro. But if we really want to say that everyone likes to eat melons the most, the father and son who know each other best are Flit and SM. Both of them have high status. Flit is one of the members of the decision-making level, one of the highest leaders of the Gundam Age world, the commander of a fleet, and a T0 level ace pilot. Although SM does not have so many titles, he is also one of the T0 level ace pilots. At the same time, he has also taught many Ms pilots of the Promise Corps, especially the new members who joined the Macros F world, because in the entire Promise Corps, among the pilots of the transforming machine, Graham is the strongest, followed by SM. Another point is that this father and son are born to be in conflict. I don't know why, after so many years, Flit and SM always quarrel with each other when they meet, and they don't look good to each other. At the beginning, Yang Hui and others also thought about easing the relationship between the two sides, especially Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin. After all, the 3 of them watched Arthur grow up, and they were also Fleet's brother and sister-in-law. But later, gave up, and the father and son didn't know that retraining could ease their relationship. Humph. It's not my fault. Rebel and Char smiled and didn't mention it again. They looked ahead together, waiting for the arrival of Ryugu Island, Poseidon Island, and their companions. Soon, Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island stopped in the sea not far from the Srinagar area, because if they went forward, they would be stranded. The fleet of the Promised Legion met up, and now there are 20 fleets, enough to include Ryugu Island, Poseidon Island, and the Srinagar area in the defense range. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Hui went forward and hugged Malu, Flit, and Rebel. During this period, both sides were under great pressure. After all, the frequency of Festum attacks and the key to repel them were only speculations, and it was unknown whether they would be disrupted. In addition, the number of fleets separated on both sides was the same. Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island were smaller in scope and more powerful. The fleet in the Srinagar region also needed to be responsible for rebuilding this area, which put more pressure on them. It's my job. Is the Festum factor ready? Char smiled and asked expectantly. Of course, according to the calculated time, you are in the third batch. You can get the injection after the last checkup, and the machine can also be transported to Ryugu Island for transformation. Yang Hui replied. The Festum factor and Festum core carried by the machine are currently only available on Ryugu Island, not even on Poseidon Island. The Force, Zaizhi, and Throne Fafnir all use substitutes for the degraded Festum core. You can start at any time. What's the situation in the Srinagar region? Yang Hui asked. The armed defense facilities have all been completed. As for the military facilities, the temporary stations of various departments have been completed. The rest are almost 80% complete. There are also 20 production lines that have been rebuilt to produce spare parts, weapons and ammunition. The manufacture of the aircraft will take some time. Fleet reported. What about the civilian facilities? Not started yet. Since we have reunited, we can also start rebuilding. If Festum attacks within a week, we will start exploring the Earth after repelling it. This is also the plan set at the beginning. The Dyson sphere is not completed. Although such a large fleet can carry a large amount of supplies, it is also limited. The supplies carried are enough for the entire Legion to use for a year, but what about after a year? The mastermind behind the scenes has not yet appeared. It's just that when can we kill all the four in Festum? So they don't know how long it will take to complete this world mission, and they don't know if the supplies for a year are enough. This world is already in a semi-destructed state, and even human civilization is almost extinct. If the Promised Legion wants to obtain enough supplies in this world, it must explore the outside world. Whether it can find other human survivors is one thing, but at least it must find enough supplies. Otherwise, relying on Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island alone, it would be difficult to meet the needs of a fleet. What if they don't come? Rabir asked. Then we have to start exploring. Yang Hui said seriously, we can't keep dragging it on. The problem of supplies can be solved as soon as possible, otherwise we will be dragged to death. What about the attachments? The Promise will go alone, and then split into two groups, with 3 fleets in each group traveling together. 3 fleets are the best result obtained by Veda after calculation. After 6 fleets are divided, there are still 14 fleets left. The base camp has sufficient defense power. The 3 fleets explore together. Even if they encounter a large army that they cannot defeat, they can successfully retreat. The Promise's solo action is also the result of Veda's calculation that the safety is not low. After all, the Promise now has Flagabskneden, Cut, several, Dawn series, waiting to be awakened, and a large group of aces. Well, it's feasible, but we need to add more combat power, reliable combat power. Rabir nodded and put forward his own ideas, and the others nodded in agreement. Separate the Fafnir troops of Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island and assign them to the fleets for external exploration. Each route must have at least 1 savior-type Fafnir, and 3 prepared, Dawn series. After thinking about it, Yang Hui expressed his opinion. To deal with Festum, the most powerful combat power, in addition to the Macros-class battleships, is the savior-type Fafnir and the Dawn series. 3 fleets are enough to deal with Festum's army. The savior-type Fafnir and Dawn series are the trump cards used at critical moments. The Fafnir troops on Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island are also a strong force, especially the Fafnir troops on Ryugu Island. Each unit has the super-dimensional power of SPD, and the individual strength is not weak. Splitting them up and assigning them to the fleet is also a means of winning them over, so that they can get used to the fighting style of the Promised Legion in advance and get used to the members of the Promised Legion in advance. I think so too. Rebel and others nodded. This is indeed the safest way. I'll notify Wang and Rumi and have them discuss with the Star Corps of Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island and make a decision as soon as possible. Okay. We're back here again. Yet, to be honest, I never thought I'd come back here again in my life. Although it looks still shabby, it's much better now. The efficiency of the Promise Corps is really high. They rebuilt so many buildings so quickly. The robot army is naturally efficient. Are we going home? Yes, we are going home. At this moment, there are a large number of people standing on the coastline of Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island, looking at the Srinagar area, with a lot of emotion in their hearts. The people of Ryugu Island are okay. After all, they came here only to carry out rescue operations last time, and they came and left quickly. But the people of Poseidon Island are different, because this was once their hometown. Although they have regarded Poseidon Island as their second hometown, but, seeing their original hometown begin to rebuild and flourish, they are all very happy and excited. Shi Yan, the Emperor, has something to discuss. Jonathan, Wang Liang is here and has something important to discuss. At this moment, Orihime Minamoki and Emily in the team said to Shiyan Makabe and Jonathan Mitsuhiro Bartram beside them at the same time. Chapter 1127 Different Results. What? You want to transfer the Fafnir troops? Makabe Fumihiko looked at Wang in shock. Yes, according to the next plan, the Fafnir troops on Ryugu Island need to be split up and assigned to other fleets to ensure the safety of the external exploration fleet, especially MK Sen, existence, and Mark Niched, non-existence, which are the most important trump cards. Wang said to Makabe Fumihiko seriously. Makabe Fumihiko was a little embarrassed. It's not that the Fafnir troops have never left Ryugu Island. During the first Sky Operation, and the Srinagar Rescue Operation, the Fafnir troops on Ryugu Island were all dispatched, and there was no defense force on the island. But, this time is different from the previous time. Before, they just went out to perform combat missions. Although it was dangerous, after the operation, the Fafnir troops still had to return to Ryugu Island. Moreover, the Fafnir troops were subordinate to Ryugu Island in the two operations. Now, the Fafnir troops were split up and assigned to the fleet of the Promise Legion. Makabe Fumihiko was sure that this was like throwing meat buns at a dog, and there was no return. Although they have reached a deep cooperation with the Promise Corps, it is still not decided whether they will belong to the Promise Fortress in the end, and many people on the island have expressed opposition, because they just want to live a peaceful life and are not so interested in the excitement of the infinite world. The same is true for Fumihiko Makabe. As the general manager of Ryugu Island, he naturally has to consider the wishes of the islanders. Even he himself is not very willing to join the Promise Fortress to continue fighting. But Yang Hui has made it very clear before that this world will definitely be connected to the Promise Fortress, and the human civilization of this world must be rebuilt with the support of other worlds. If Fumihiko Makabe is thinking that if there are other human refugees surviving in other parts of the earth, then Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island are no longer the only choices for the Promise Corps. Another point is that Fumihiko Makabe is very clear that Poseidon Island will definitely agree to join the Promise Fortress, because the Fafnir troops of Poseidon Island are originally soldiers, and most of the residents on the island are military families. At that time, if Ryugu Island explicitly refuses the invitation of the Promise Corps and continues to be independent from the world, hiding in the sea and living an isolated life, the cooperative relationship between the Promise Corps and Ryugu Island is likely to break down, and the object of their cooperation will become Poseidon Island or other human forces, or the Promise Corps will establish a human force of their own. In this way, the position of Ryugu Island will be very embarrassing, and the possibility of the two sides fighting in the future cannot be ruled out. The Fafnir Corps is the important reason why Fumio Makabe has been unable to make a decision, and it is also his greatest reliance. The strength of the Fafnir Corps is definitely not weak, especially the two savior-type Fafnirs. Even if the Promise Corps intends to take action against Ryugu Island, it will have to pay a heavy price. And now, Wang told him that he was unwilling to take away his greatest reliance. But, can he refuse? Commander Makabe, I know exactly what you're thinking. The Emperor saw Makabe Fumihiko's big reaction, and he said coldly, now that things have come to this, it's impossible for Ryugu Island to stay out of it. No matter what the final outcome of Ryugu Island is, it must first overcome the current crisis and eliminate the foreign Festum tribe. You agreed to incorporate all the military forces of Ryugu Island into the command system of the Promise Corps, so, this is an order, not a request. The discussion is just a face-saving statement for you. The Emperor's words were very strong. Although Promise Fortress advocated mutual understanding and peace and stability, it was not good-tempered to everyone, such as Blue Cosmos and Logos in the Gundam Seed world, and the Principality of Zeon in the Gundam UC world. If it is a force worth winning over, you can be gentle, but if you don't know how to appreciate it, there are also coercive means. In the future, even if we successfully eliminate the foreign festum and survive this crisis, Ryugu Island will be just an ordinary island. We will not care whether you want to escape from the world or enter the world, but, with the power of Fafnir, do you think we will ignore it? Wong continued. The stability of the world must have a unified regime and a unified military force. No unofficial armed forces are allowed to exist. Ryugu Island has the Fafnir troops and the manufacturing technology of the heroic spirit and savior Fafnir. Such forces must be controlled or eliminated. There is no third way to choose. We just want to live in peace and will not take the initiative to start a war. It's okay now, but what about the future? The cold word spoke the most accurate reality. Makabe Fumio's generation came from the Neon Crisis and thought about a peaceful life. Makabe Iki's generation grew up in a tragic war. Even when the war was tragic, they would not take the initiative to start a fight. But, what about the next generation? What about the next generation? Will there be ambitious people who are unwilling to remain silent? What? Time? Haha, what Promise Fortress and Promise Core lack the least is time. I agree. Makabe Fumihiko wanted to say something, but Minaji Oriheim, as the core of Ryugu Island, made the decision directly. She is the core of the island and has the right to decide everything on the island. Her status is even higher than that of the commander Makabe Fumihiko. The reason why the Emperor did not talk to Minaji Oriheim but to Makabe Fumihiko is because Minaji Oriheim is not a human being and cannot represent humans. At the same time, he also hopes that Makabe Fumihiko can truly understand and make the right decision. Minaji Oriheim also understood this, so she did not interrupt. As a result, Makabe Fumihiko was still indecisive. If he continued, it would likely cause a gap between Ryugu Island and Promise Core, so Minaji Oriheim stood up and made the decision. Minashiro Oriheim. Your rebuttal is meaningless, Fumihiko. Minashiro Oriheim said to Makabe Fumihiko in the most serious and earnest tone, we had no right to refuse from the beginning. Don't forget that the other party has done a lot for the island. We also paid a price. This price is less than 1/10 of what you get, and the support in your hand is becoming less and less useful as time goes by. Minashiro Oriheim pointed out the key point. Yes, the Fafnir army and the savior Fafnir are indeed powerful, but with the Promise Core obtaining relevant technologies, the appearance of the Dawn series, and Rising Sun series, how much of a threat can the Fafnir army's trump card still play? Not to mention anything else, the Promise Core already has Flagabskneden, Cut, and the four Mrs. Dawn Gundam, Luna Gundam, Angel of Destruction, and Hell Angel have completed the transformation and are waiting to be awakened, and there are more bodies in the process of transformation. As time goes by, there will be more and more Dawn series, who have successfully awakened, and there will be more and more Sunrise series, who are equal to the heroic spirit Fafnir. With the same strength, the number of opponents will only increase. At that time, how useful will your reliance be? How convincing is your threat? But the Festum Core and Festum Factor. It will no longer be exclusive to us. Even the new United Nations can research the Makabe Factor from Iki's blood. Why can't they do it? Also, just now, Mjolnir has reached a formal affiliation agreement with Yang Hui, and Poseidon Island has made the same decision. Oriheim Minashiro threw another heavy hammer. With the help of the Festum tribe, will the Promised Legion still lack the Festum Core and Festum Factor? But, the islanders. That's your business, Fumiko Makabe. Wong no longer addressed Fumiko Makabe with honorifics, but called him by his name directly. You are the supreme leader of Ryugu Island. It is right to care about the islanders and serve them, but you should not become their slaves. After a week, if there is no attack by the alien Festum, the external exploration fleet will set off, and you still have a week to decide. If you choose to refuse, then the Promise Core will immediately terminate all cooperation with Ryugu Island. There is no room for negotiation. After saying that, Wong left. Although he verbally gave Fumiko Makabe the opportunity to choose, it was a threat. Now the threat of the alien Festum has not been eliminated. Once Ryugu Island and the Promise Core terminate all cooperation, the Fafnir troops can indeed be retained, but they will not be qualified to continue to stay in the Srinagar area, nor will they be qualified to continue to receive help and protection from the Promise Corps. In such a critical moment, Ryugu Island can only survive on its own. Once it encounters a large-scale Festum attack, it can only rely on itself to protect itself, but if it is the scale before, Ryugu Island will not have any chance of luck, and that scale is just a cat-and-mouse game, just the extent of the game, then they are likely to face a larger-scale attack, and it is even more impossible to survive. Shi Yan promised them that this is the decision of the Star Corps and the decision of the island. As for the islanders, you can figure it out yourself. Minoshiro Oriheim said. As the Star Corps, she can control everything on the island, including all the equipment of Alvis, and even the successful cavalry-type drone. If the residents of the island still firmly oppose, then for the sake of the entire island, she will also expel these opponents from the island. Makabe Shi Yan, who was left alone, lowered his head and clenched his fists. He was very angry and unwilling, but also helpless. They will agree. Yes, they have no choice. After leaving, the emperor reported the situation to Yang Hui. At the same time, Wang Lianmei also connected the communication, and the three of them held a small video conference. Compared to the unclear-headed people on Ryugu Island, Wang Lianmei's negotiations with Poseidon Island were smooth sailing. After proposing the requirements of the Promised Legion, Jonathan Mitsuhiro Bartlett and Star Corps Emily agreed immediately. On the one hand, the residents of Poseidon Island were not indigenous to the island, and originally belonged to the normal human society. On the other hand, they saw very clearly that they had no choice from the beginning, and it was better to agree directly than to make both parties unhappy. Chapter 1128. You are a good person. Is your choice really correct? Fumihiko Makabe and the people in the command center stood on the coastline, watching the Fafnir troops leave Ryugu Island, with 1,000 emotions in their hearts. The Fafnir troops are not only the force that Ryugu Island relies on for survival, but all the pilots are their relatives and their children. From the moment they left Ryugu Island, they all knew that they no longer belonged to Ryugu Island. There will be more dangerous battles waiting for them now, and there will be more dangerous battles waiting for them in the future. We have no other choice. Oriheim Minajo didn't look at anyone, but said to everyone present, "Yes, there is no other choice." Everyone lowered their heads. Everyone on Ryugu Island was grateful for the help that the Promise Corps had given to Ryugu Island, but they couldn't agree with the Promise Corps approach. Now, we can only trust them. Captain Mizoguchi of the Ryugu Island Marine Corps patted Makabe Fumihiko on the shoulder to encourage and support him. The most important task next is to appease the emotions of the islanders. Hearing this, everyone raised their heads and looked at Makabe Fumihiko. Although this was Makabe Fumihiko's decision, it was also the decision of Minamijo Oriheim, the decision of the Star Corps, and the decision of the island. It was clear how heavy Makabe Fumihiko's heart was when he announced this decision, and how much pressure he was under at this moment. However, everyone present supported him, including the semi-retired grandmother of Ryugu Island, who was still able to stand up and preside over the overall situation at important moments. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Next. Yes. XN. On the other side, the Fafnir troops of Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island met on the way to the Srinagar area and landed in the hangar together. Yang Hui had already brought several senior officers of the Promise Corps to wait there. These kids may not be easy to discipline. Graham looked up at the Fafnir troops that were slowly falling, especially the Fafnir troops on Ryugu Island. After the previous unpleasantness, it was easy to guess that they were dissatisfied. Are there not enough troublemakers? Yang Hui raised his mouth and teased Graham. Oh, that's true. Graham shrugged, thinking back to the time when they were still in the Gundam world. At that time, Yang Hui had not yet joined Celestial Being, and Graham was also a flag fighter of Union. They were the biggest troublemakers in each unit. And afterwards, there were really many troublemakers who were led one after another. It can even be said that troublemakers are the majority. Has the allocation plan been determined? Yang Hui turned his head to look at Katie and Fleet. The first and second fleets will each lead 2 fleets to carry out external exploration missions, and the Fafnir troops will be allocated to their fleets. MK Sen, existence, follows me, Mark Niched, no existence, follows Fleet, and the others are divided in half, limited to the Fafnir troops of Ryugu Island, and the Fafnir troops of Poseidon Island will stay in the Srinagar area and join the regular army, with Mark Reason as the captain. Katie reported. This arrangement is the most suitable, especially for the Fafnir troops of Poseidon Island. The performance of the power type, the rule type, and the throne type Fafnir is not as good as the heroic spirit type Fafnir, and there is no SPD. Moreover, they were originally soldiers of the new United Nations. Compared with following the fleet to go out on missions, staying to protect and build their former hometown is also the arrangement they want to accept the most. At the same time, they have no resistance to joining the Promise Corps, unlike the pilots of the Fafnir troops of Ryugu Island, who need to be subtly influenced. By the way, far-sighted Maya and Mark Zeben stay on the Promise and follow Yulin. Yang Hui was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and soon understood that Yulin was planning to accept an apprentice. The meaning of apprentice and student is completely different. In the Promise Corps, all female pilots, note that all female pilots can be regarded as students of Yulin. Each of them has received guidance and training from Yulin. But apprentices are not guided like students, but brought by one side, intending to teach all their skills. So far, there is only one person, Yuanming Maya. That girl is really good. Yang Hui nodded. Yuanming Maya's performance is very good, but from the perspective of Miss Pilots and Soldiers, Makabaiki and Minoshiro Sosi are not as good as Yuanming Maya. She is calm, obeys orders, maintains a very high level of tacit understanding with her superiors, and has a strong learning ability. She grows very fast in combat. According to the report submitted by Yulin, if Yuanming Maya is given a savior-type Fafnir, she will be the strongest combat force of Ryugu Island, without a doubt. At the same time, Yuanming Maya is also a sniper, with the same driving style as Yulin. What about the Dawn series? Who do you plan to take? Yang Hui asked. Currently, 90% of all the Dawn series come from the Promise, and 10% come from the commanders of various fleets. The deployment must be transferred from the Promise, all of whom are Yang Hui's guards. Brother Delandi, if they awaken, they will be demon angels and healing angels. Katie said first. The people he wants are all from the Gundam world. They have worked together in celestial beings, which can be regarded as a preference. Kira and Aslan. Then, Fleet said his choice. Don't want SM. Yang Hui's mouth curled up a playful arc and teased. HMPH. Don't mention that unfilial son to me. Haha. Yang Hui shrugged. With a private relationship between Fleet and SM, he certainly knew that Fleet would never choose SM. You guys really know how to choose. Yang Hui's ridicule was not without reason. There were quite a few members in the Promise's Ms. unit, a full 50 people, all of whom were T0 level and top-level B-level pilots. However, there were also gaps among top-level B-level pilots, such as Zionio, Ahem, Jin and Kira, Aslan, Sima and Yulin. And the top T0 level ones were naturally the original, Celestial, unit, Kira, Aslan, SM, Amuro, Jung and others. Katie and Fleet were eyeing the top few people. Originally, they wanted the Dylandi brothers because they were the same as Graham, perfect adapters, and their machines were ready and the adaptation to the Festum factor was complete. The problem is that if they are attacked by the Festum army before setting off, the Angel of Destruction and the Angel of Hell will definitely awaken. After awakening, their mission is to protect the development of the Srinagar area, and they are not suitable for going out to perform exploration missions. External exploration missions are very dangerous, so we must be fully prepared. Katie said seriously. In private, she is a cold and arrogant queen. She also has a little woman side in front of Yang Hui, but she is always meticulous in her work, even if the target is Yang Hui. If they leave, I will lose 4 powerful combat forces here. Yang Hui complained. Although the Promise's lack of 4 people is not a big loss of combat power, they can't let them take people away just by asking, right? 2 more people from the Fafnir unit of Ryugu Island will be assigned to the Promise, if they are counted as people. Fleet said. Commander Lai and Kasuga Kouhiro. Yes, Mark Vire and Mark Siebsen will be transferred to the Promise. This is also the result of communication with the Festum tribe. Well, I understand. To be honest, Commander Lai and Kasuga Kouhiro are indeed powerful combat force supplements. Both of them are humanoid Festums. Their strength is top-notch among the Fafnir troops of Ryugu Island. Commander Lai and Mark Siebsen's SPD is time deceleration, which can greatly slow down the flow of time. Kasuga Kaohiro and Mark Vire's SPD is Toxic Wormhole Attack, and their control of Wormhole Attack is the highest among the heroic Spirit Fafnir. They are coming. While chatting, the Fafnir troops of Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island have all landed in the hangar, and all the pilots have come to Yang Hui and others. The difference is that the pilots of the Poseidon Island Fafnir troops are neatly lined up, while the people of the Ryugu Island Fafnir troops are very scattered, and they have forgotten all the formations they learned during training. You guy. Why are you threatening everyone? I thought you were a good guy. Seeing Yang Hui, Lies Hukeo, who had a childish personality, immediately rushed to Yang Hui and yelled at him. This is not a threat. Yang Hui did not feel angry at all, but just shrugged and said to Lies Hukeo, you can think of it as a deal. We have provided you with help and will continue to help you, so you will naturally have to pay an equivalent return. Deal? Is this a deal? Lies Hukeo was stunned for a moment. Don't look at his youthful appearance, but he is a humanoid festum. He has always looked like this. His mental age is less than 10 years old. He is a complete child. In addition, everyone on Ryugu Island usually takes good care of him, so he still maintains the innocence of childhood. Yes, this is a deal. Lies Hukeo obviously did not believe Yang Hui that much, so he turned his head to look at his companions. Although they were also angry, they knew that what Yang Hui said was the truth. To put it seriously, it was a threat, but to put it realistically, it was indeed a deal. There was no clear threat or coercion in the middle. Both parties were willing, but they had no second choice. Really? So it's a deal. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Seeing his companions nod, Lies Hukeo didn't think much about it and immediately apologized to Yang Hui. Haha, everything about humans is new to you, right? Yang Hui smiled unrestrainedly and patted Lies Hukeo on the shoulder. Yes, everything about humans is interesting, but there are too many to learn. Lies Hukeo said a little frustrated. Take your time. You still have a long time. From now on, you and Jiayang will follow me. Huh? Is that really okay? Lies Hukeo asked Yang Hui excitedly. Well, if you have anything you don't understand in the future, you can ask me, of course, in my free time. Yes, thank you. You are really a good person. Katie, Fleet, Graham and others on the side all cast a look of disdain at Yang Hui. They knew that you were good at fooling people, but wouldn't it hurt your heart to fool a child like this? Yang Hui asked Lies Hukeo to stand back next to his companions and began to announce everyone's appointments. Next, I will announce. Chapter 1129, it is a choice, but also an order. Next, Yang Hui read out the appointment of the Fafnir troops. The Fafnir troops of Poseidon Island gladly accepted the appointment to garrison the Srinagar area. After all, they also hoped to protect their hometown and help it rebuild. Lies Hukeo and Kasuga Kaohang did not object. Lies Hukeo had been fooled by Yang Hui, and Kasuga Kaohang had received the notice from the tribe at the beginning. Only the Fafnir troops of Ryugu Island were a little surprised, because their companions were going to separate again. Since they could remember, they had separated from each other only a few times. The fourth generation was still young and could not think so much, but the second and third generation Fafnir pilots could think that they would probably be separated for a long time this time. When they first received the notice, they thought they were just leaving Ryugu Island, but they did not expect that everyone would be separated. What should we do? Do we really have to listen to them? Nishio Rina whispered to her younger brother Nishio Hui beside her. What can we do? We can only obey. Nishio Hui rolled his eyes at his sister. They had already arrived at someone else's territory. What else could they do if they were unwilling? Shoko. Tommy Maya looked at her good sister worriedly. Among all people, she was most worried about Hanayama Shoko. Hanayama Shoko had the worst physical fitness and her driving skills were not very good. She was very lucky to be alive until now. I'm fine, Maya, don't worry about me. Hanayama Shoko smiled gently. She knew that Tommy Maya was worried, and she also knew that in the previous battles, Tommy Maya had always been helping her, and most of his energy was focused on her. He also sniped and covered her the most times. But Hanayama Shoko understood that this was an opportunity for Tommy Maya, and she didn't want to continue to hold back her good friend. Even without Tommy Maya's care, she was still a Valrhona pilot, and she would become an excellent Valrhona pilot. But Aiki, Hanayama Shoko and Tommy Maya are also worried about Aiki Makabe. Driving MK Sen, existence, for a long time has burned Makabe's life out. The reason why he's still alive is that he is not a pure human, but half Festum and half human. The human half of his life has been consumed, and now he is supported by the human soul and emotions. Once the human soul and emotions are exhausted, the human named Makabe will completely disappear, and only the Festum named Makabe will remain, no longer the original him. They can also imagine that the subsequent battles will become more and more intense, and MK-Sen, existence, will definitely fight with all emitters released. Sir? Yes, I understand, but we have no choice, Ike. I understand, it's just, do your best. This is also the meaning of our existence. Yes, Ike Makabe and Sir Minaji had never feared their own disappearance. They had already prepared themselves mentally. Or perhaps under the influence of Festum, part of human emotions had been lost, and the emotion called fear disappeared. However, they still existed. Instead of lingering on, they might as well use their lives in the most valuable places, such as protecting their companions and their future. Everyone, go to your respective units now and familiarize yourself with a new working environment. Ike Makabe, Sir Minaji, and Jonathan Mitsuhiro Bartram will stay, and the rest of you will disband. The three people who were named were stunned for a moment, and after communicating with their companions, they came to Yang Hui. Fleet and Katie left with their own people. Before going to the new unit, go to the infirmary for examination and treatment. Of the three pilots of the Savior-type Fafnir, Jonathan Mitsuhiro Bartram was slightly better. Mark Raison, Reason, was the last to awaken and had not experienced the first sky operation. Makabe and Minaji Saushi were really about to burn out. Yang Hui could not be unaware of this situation, nor could he let them die knowing this situation. I think this is unnecessary, Mr. Yang Hui, our situation. Minaji Saushi thought that Yang Hui was wasting time. They knew their own situation very well. It was impossible to make up for the burned lifespan, and it was even more impossible to make up for the lost souls and emotions. This was a problem that decades of research on the island had not been able to solve, not to mention the Promise Core, which had never been exposed to assimilation phenomena and Festum technology research before. No, Elder Wang and Director Yuan Jian have developed a new drug to alleviate the assimilation phenomenon. It is more effective and takes effect faster. Although it cannot make up for what you have lost, it can greatly delay your subsequent consumption. Yang Hui said to the three people seriously. He also knew that the lost things would definitely not be found again, but the remaining ones could be better preserved. Sir Yang Hui, you are now affiliated with a Promise Caller. Call me the Commander-in-Chief, and you can call me by my name in private. Yang Hui raised his hand to interrupt General Shi Chi-Cheng and said, Commander-in-Chief, you have never driven the Savior-type Fafnir, so you may not know much? According to Graham's feedback, this medicine is effective, and your situation is already very bad. Can it be worse than it is now? Yang Hui said to General Shi Jiancheng seriously, since you have joined the Promise Corps, even if it is temporary, we are companions, we will not let our companions die. So, go to the treatment room, or I will seal your body and not allow you to participate in all the subsequent battles. This is a choice and an order. I understand. General Shi Jiancheng was helpless. Although he did not think that this new medicine had any effect, Yang Hui only gave them two choices, and it was in the form of an order. He had no choice. Anyway, he would not choose the second one. In addition, General Shi Jiancheng also took into account the existence of Graham and Flagabskneden, Cut. The Promise Corps already had the first successfully awakened, Dawn series, which had the same power as the Savior-type Fafnir, and there would be more in the future. Their strong combat power was really not necessary. As for Ike Makabe and Jonathan Mitsuhiro Bartram, they had no objection to this. Although they were no longer afraid of the disappearance of their existence, it would definitely be good to be able to live for a while longer. Miss Yulin. Although Yuan Jian's Henai was a little worried about the situation of his companions, he still reported to Yang Hui alone. Zhenaya, you are here, get on the plane. Yulin pointed to the simulated training cabin controlled by the side. She had been waiting for Yuan Jian's Henai here since early morning. Miss Yulin, why? Because you are excellent and meet my requirements. Is that all? Yuan Jian's Henai did not believe Yulin's words. Promise Fortress has connected so many worlds. She did not believe that there would be no pilots who met Yulin's requirements and were better than her among the elite talents in so many worlds. Yulin paused, then looked at Yuan Jian's Hanaya with a gentle face. You and I are very similar. Very similar. Yes, very similar. You, like Aki Makabe, right? I don't. Yuan Jian's Hanaya lowered her head shyly. Haha, don't be shy. If you like someone, you should speak out boldly. I know the situation of that child. She is a little dull to begin with, and now she is still missing a part of her feelings. If you don't take the initiative, you will have no chance. Yalin teased. But, Yalin's suggestion was still very effective for Yuan Jian Maya, and made her a little moved. After all, she was one of the people who knew Makabe best, but, when she thought of Honesima Shoko, she suppressed her heart again. Is it because of Shoko? Although Yalin hadn't been with them for a long time, how could she not see it with her observation ability? Not only Honesima Shoko and Yuanji and Maya, but even Honesima Kanan liked Makabe, but Honesima Kanan hid it very well, so they didn't see it. In fact, it's not surprising. Makabe is a typical gentle boy, and he has great power. He often protects others at critical moments. In the tense and tragic battle, such a boy is a ray of light, which is easy to attract girls' love. Yet, Yuan Jian Maya is a sunny girl. If she really likes someone, she will not hide her feelings. However, she thought of Honesima Shoko, a good friend who grew up together and fell in love with Makabe earlier than her. Moreover, Honesima Shoko lost too many things since childhood due to her fragile physical fitness. Yuan Jian Maya was unwilling to take away the feelings that supported Honesima Shoko since childhood. Then let's go together. There is no limit on the number of people in Promise Fortress. As long as you take your feelings seriously and your family is harmonious, everyone will bless you. Yulin said with a smile. Together. Yuan Jian Maya was shocked and felt that her three views were impacted. Yes. This. Yuan Jian Maya's head was almost buried in her chest, and her pretty face was red because of the picture in her mind. Yang Hui knows, right? Of course I know. Yuan Jian Maya nodded, but still lowered her head and was embarrassed. She couldn't clear the picture in her mind. I am one of them. Then, Yulin did not rush to start training and teaching Yuan Jian Zhenyap, but told her her past story, how she met Yang Hui, how he saved her, and how she made up her mind to fight side by side with her until now. This also made Yuan Jian Zhenyap understand why Yulin said that she was very similar to her, but the result was that Yulin succeeded, and she was still in secret love. I have always believed that fighting for the most important person in my heart is the most firm belief, and it can also burst out extremely powerful power. Any concrete power cannot compare to the power of emotion. I have this power, and you have it too. So I chose you. Ms. Yulin. Okay, I've said everything I should say. Next is what you should worry about. How to choose and what kind of result to choose are all things you have to decide. Now, let's get started. We don't have much time. Yes, Miss Yulin. Chapter 1130 Their Own Experiences. Hey? Is this the interior of the battleship? It's really spectacular. Kenji Kondo exclaimed as he toured the interior of the Seoul. When he first learned about the underground facilities of the Alvis, he was amazed, as if he had traveled through time. The interior of the Macros battleship, even just the hangar, is wider than the underground area of the Alvis, full of the feeling of future technology. I didn't feel it before, but now I realize that their bodies are really small. Kaname Sakura exclaimed as he looked at the other Mizes around Fafnir. Although he had seen the Mizes of the Promise Corps before, and had fought against them in simulated battles, now that the two were side by side, he could more intuitively feel the hugeness of Fafnir and the smallness of the Mizes. To be honest, I have always found your machines very strange. Fleet also looked at the 30-meter-long Fafnir and said to Kaname Sakura, Kenji Kondo and others, the larger the size of the machine, the more abundant space there is, and the more systems and equipment it can carry. The corresponding skeleton and armor should also be stronger, but Fafnir's skeleton and armor. The skeleton is too simple, and the armor is better than nothing. Fleet also checked Fafnir's various information and data. To be honest, Fafnir not only looks uncoordinated in appearance, but also has a strange internal skeleton, which is completely ergonomic. It's like a big frame in the middle, and then the head is pressed on it, and then the limbs are inserted. Fleet finds it amazing. How can such a simple skeleton make the machine move without falling apart? The armor is even less pitiful. Except for the 3 Fafnirs equipped with shield generators, The armor on the other Fafners is almost the same. Special technology is used to withstand wormhole attacks, but the rest. It's terrible. The Fauna can resist wormhole attacks, but your previous machines can't. Aren't your armor and energy fields worse? The strong-willed Kaname Sakura retorted dissatisfiedly. She was already upset about being assigned to the Second Fleet's flagship, Seoul. Now that her beloved machine and the crystallization of the island's technology were slandered, she naturally couldn't help it. That's not the technology you developed yourself, but it was given to you by Festum. According to the information, the original armor of the Fauna couldn't resist wormhole attacks, and the current armor is only a specialized defense against wormhole attacks. It is deadly enough to other attacks, even ordinary live ammunition machine guns. We didn't plan to fight humans. You can't even fool yourselves with such words. Fleet glanced at them. Did the Fauna troops on Ryugu Island really never fight against humans? Of course not. 3 Elvis, 3 islands. Poseidon Island was initially incorporated by the new United Nations, but it exposed its whereabouts and was massacred by Festum. Penglay Island was found by the new United Nations, and all the residents on the island were massacred. And finally, Ryugu Island was found by the new United Nations more than once and an armed conflict broke out. We didn't want to either. Who knew they would attack us without saying anything? Mark ZW, LF's pilot Takumi Kin muttered. That's right, they are the bad guys, we don't want to fight them. Mizukami Misaka supported the senior's statement. Have you killed anyone? Fleet asked everyone. This. Everyone was silent. The answer was obvious. Their hands were stained with human blood. Yang Hui said that war never distinguishes between right and wrong, nor between good and bad people, but only different positions. Different positions lead to fighting for their own justice and beliefs, and they risk their lives. The essence of fighting is to kill or be killed, and no fancy words can cover up this bloody fact. I used to disagree with this view and was almost blinded by hatred, but the enemies who were once my enemies tore open the hatred that blocked my eyes and made me see clearly what the reality is. Remember one thing, when your hands are stained with blood, you can withdraw, but don't claim to be righteous. Always remember, those who kill will be killed by others. In any battle or war, don't claim to be absolutely righteous. After hearing Fleet's words, the group of people from Ryugu Island were silent. Some of them were still young and were greatly shocked. The older people wanted to refute, but they didn't know how to refute. Okay, your rooms have been arranged. My request to you is very simple, that is, obey orders. In the next period of time, you can walk around on the Seoul and get familiar with the environment. We will set off in a week at the latest. After that, Fleet left. This group of young pilots from Ryugu Island is a strong fighting force and needs correct guidance, but this is not Fleet's job. As the Fleet commander and an ace pilot, Fleet himself has a lot of work to do and has no time to be a nanny or life mentor for these young people. So, hello, I am Raina Spriggan, and this is Gerard Spriggan. Under the order of Commander Fleet, I will take you to your room. If you have any questions, you can ask us. We will answer them within our authority. Looking at the man and woman with the same surname but completely different appearances in front of them, everyone on Ryugu Island thought that they should be a couple. Thank you for your help. Kenji Kondo took the initiative to take the responsibility of the representative. The Valrhona pilots originally assigned to the Seoul were led by General Minjo, but General Minjo was not there. Among the older people, only Kenji Kondo, Kaname Sakura and Kotick were left. Kenji Kondo was now the calmest of the three. It's my job, everyone, please follow me. Under the leadership of the Spriggan couple, the people of the Valrhona unit arrived at their respective rooms. The Macros class has more space, so most of the rooms they live in are double rooms. Although the space is not large, it is not small either, and it is enough for 2 people to live. After putting away their luggage, everyone unanimously decided to visit the Seoul. The Spriggan couple did not stop them and took them to visit the interior of the Seoul. Along the way, everyone also asked the Spriggan couple a lot of things. Many things cannot be known from data and records. Listening to the stories of eyewitnesses, they can also better understand the experiences of the promise caller. Hey, you were all taught by Yang Hui, Commander-in-Chief. Tachikami Kin asked in surprise. Yes, back in the Gundam Age world, because we were X-Rounder, we were selected by the Commander-in-Chief to join the Celestial Being Brigade, and were personally taught. We followed the Commander-in-Chief to fight in many battles and performed many very difficult tasks. It was not until the Commander-in-Chief, General Graham and General Yuling retired to the second line that the Celestial Being Brigade was handed over to Sem. Reina said, "Haha, this is nothing to be surprised about. Let alone us, Setsuna, Neil, Lyle, Aleloja, and Tiria, when they were in the Gundam world and didn't know about the Promise Fortress, they were brought up by the Commander-in-Chief. There were many more after that, such as Kira, Amuro, Young. The Commander-in-Chief likes to bring in newcomers," Gerard said with a hearty smile. Everyone was very surprised. After all, they had been away from the world for a long time. In their eyes, Yang Hui was a high-ranking big shot. How could such a big shot like to do such a thing? Moreover, from this point, it can be seen that Yang Hui has a sharp vision and a very powerful teaching method. Not to mention the top aces in Gerard's distance just now, even the Spriggan couple in front of them are also aces of the fleet, at the top of the T1 level, and our fleet's personal guards. A big man like him has such a hobby. Kaname Saki asked curiously. Haha, this is indeed the Commander-in-Chief's hobby, after all. Halfway through, Gerard and Rainer looked at each other and smiled at each other. The Commander-in-Chief is the one who values his companions and family the most. Huh? What do you mean? Everyone on Ryugu Island was puzzled. The first half and the second half were not connected. Isn't this jump too strong? Forgive them for not understanding. I heard Captain Braid say that in the Gundam UC world, he once heard the Commander-in-Chief say this: each of us was raised by our own parents, and whatever we hand over to him, even if it is insignificant, must increase our chances of surviving the battlefield. So the Commander-in-Chief's personal teaching is definitely the most severe and cruel in the Legion, but it is also what everyone is eager to participate in. On the other side, the little bear Andrei Smirnov was responsible for receiving the newcomers, and he also told everyone on Ryugu Island about his past experiences and everything he had experienced in the Promise Caller. What an amazing family. After listening to Andrei Smirnov's story, Hanessa Cannon couldn't help but sigh. She was an orphan and didn't understand the meaning of family. After being accepted by the Hanessa family, she had her own home and understood the importance of family. The Smirnov family really dedicated everything to the army, to the people, and now to the Promise Caller. Actually, they are all the same. I have read your information. Most of your parents and relatives are also members of Alvis, right? For example, Mrs. Usama, isn't she a member of the technical department? And Mr. and Mrs. Kodet are both chief engineers of Fafnir. Andrei Smirnov did not get carried away by the compliments. He grew up in a family of iron-blooded soldiers and had a goal to surpass. This made Andrei Smirnov a mature and stable qualified soldier, without any trace of the rebellious youth in the original historical trajectory. Thank you for the compliment. Everyone present was embarrassed. Andrei Smirnov was right. Their families were mostly the same, but different. After all, everything they encountered was forced and helpless, just to survive. But the Smirnov family was different. They could have enjoyed a peaceful life, but they voluntarily joined the Promise Fortress and the Promise Legion and continued the endless battle. Next, I'll take you to the entertainment area. Just as Andrei Smirnov was about to take everyone to the next area for a tour, an alarm rang out throughout the ship, and an order from the bridge was issued. Festum is attacking, all personnel are deployed to level 1 combat configuration. I repeat, Festum is attacking, all personnel are deployed to level 1 combat configuration. Ms. Troops attack immediately. Chapter 1131. He is yours. At this time. Let's go. Andrei Smirnov really wanted to curse. The people of the Fafnir unit had just arrived and were not familiar with the environment. They had not yet had any tacit understanding with each other. They had just settled down and had not rested much, but the enemy came. But the enemy had already arrived. No matter how much he wanted to curse, he had to speed up and go to the locker room to change into his driver's suit. Andrei, too slow. As soon as Andrei Smirnov got on his miz and started the system, he was scolded by Sergei. Sorry, father, on behalf of everyone on Ryugu Island. It's wartime now, you should call me Lieutenant General. Yes, Lieutenant General Sergei. As for his old father's strictness, Andrei Smirnov said that he had long been accustomed to it. In the past, he might have complained privately, why couldn't his father be more easygoing like his uncle? Favrina Machines, please reply. After teaching his son a lesson, Sergei immediately contacted the Fafnir unit on Ryugu Island. This is Mark Acht, Kenji Kondo. Mark niched, Wu Kun, was called away by the commander-in-chief, and I will be the temporary person in charge. The communication of this sort of Fafnir is all through the Siegfried system, but it does not mean that Fafnir has no ordinary communication equipment at all. I have sent you the code. Join the Siegfried network of the Legion immediately. From now on, you will be in charge of me and Colonel Hurley. I have only one request: obey my orders firmly. Do you understand? Siegfried system is not a very complicated system. It is a kind of mental connection system. The Promised Legion has made achievements in this field, such as the Sikomu system, the field of quantum communication, and the linkage system. It only takes a small device to be installed in the body to complete the popularization of the Siegfried system in the Promised Legion. It has been completed during this period of time. Understood. All aircraft have joined the Siegfried network of the Corps. We will contact them through the Siegfried system. Next, we will obey your command, Lieutenant General Smirnov. Kenji Kondo agreed. On the one hand, the situation was urgent and there was no time for them to argue. On the other hand, the senior officers of the PROSM Corps had command capabilities that convinced them. It has been confirmed. All aircraft will follow behind me and heli and attack in turn. Understood. In the Srinagar area, outside the heavy guards of the PROSM Corps, densely packed festoons that could not see the end appeared one after another, surrounding the entire Srinagar area without leaving any gaps. I expected the scale of this attack to be large, but I didn't expect it to be this large. Baki Lulu didn't look at the enemy logo displayed on the radar. The enemies observed with the naked eye were more shocking. The optical camera captured no less than 50 Diablos, and there were 15 Azazels behind the Festum army, with different shapes and lined up in a row. But this is also an opportunity. Where there are disadvantages, there are advantages. The number of Diablo and his Azel types is greater than before, and they gather together to prevent them from being defeated alone. However, without the interference of Diablo and his Azel types in other directions, the awakening of Dawn Gundam, Luna Gundam, Angel of Extermination and Hell Angel will be much safer. As for the gathering of Festum, it is completely unnecessary and cannot be separated. There are too many Festum troops attacking this time, so many that the Festum that appear one after another are squeezed together. Captain, a serious abnormal gravity reaction is detected. This is not a wormhole. A value that has never appeared before. At this time, the radar detection system urgently reported, and his face became extremely solemn. Can the optical camera observe it? Asked Bujalulu, and his heart was lifted. Show on the main screen. The screen appeared. Behind the golden ocean, a purple-red vortex appeared right above the Azazel. The highly abnormal gravity distortion distorted the surrounding gold. Soon, a strange maze about 20 meters long floated out of it. It was covered with heavy black armor. It was more like some kind of hideous armor than armor. The joints were covered with hideous spikes. There were several spikes on the shoulders and helmet that were raised upwards. The hands were claw-shaped, and the chest was inlaid with scarlet gems. The gaps in the helmet shone with scarlet eyes. The hands held a terrifying giant sword and stood on the air, overlooking the Promised Legion as if overlooking an ant. Is this finally willing to show up? Baki Lulu's face was solemn, and she guessed the identity of the unknown machine. Captain, there is an unknown communication access. Unknown communication. Yes, unknown communication, we can't intercept it. Then listen to what it wants to say, full frequency play. Since it can't be stopped, then listen carefully to what the other party intends to say, maybe you can get some valuable information. But unfortunately, after the communication is connected, it is only the other party's one-sided speech. Night of Killing Temple, Joy Night, Hapson, Ignorant Ant, please enjoy me to your heart's content before I get bored. XNA simple sentence silenced everyone in the PROSM Corps. No one laughed at his second-year speech. They were far away and there were many obstacles between them, but they could still feel the heavy sense of oppression. And his words confirmed Yuji's guess, not that he had no ability to annihilate them, but that he was so conceited that the PROSM Corps was only worth providing entertainment for him, just his toys. Good, very good. I haven't been looked down upon like this in a long time. Sitting in the cockpit, Yang Hui's eyes were fixed on the guy named Joy Knight in the air. The breath emanating from his body was getting colder and colder, but the anger in his chest was getting stronger and stronger. Graham. Don't compete with me for it. He's very strong. It's fun to be strong. Then he's yours. That's how it should be. Before me and Dawn Gundam are full. Then you don't stand a chance. Go. The order was not only an order to Graham, but also an order to the entire Promise Corps. The fleet moved, the Macros-class flagships were all transformed, all White Tiger-class firepower ships fired at the same time, and countless gun barrels all over the body roared. The missiles set off from the launchers, dragging long trails, and fell into the golden ocean like raindrops. The MIS troops also moved. Each team identified their own targets, determined their own areas of responsibility, and cooperated with their teammates to start ruthless killing, venting their anger on Festum. Flag Abskneden, cut, also moved, and the afterimage that remained in the same place instantly appeared behind the golden ocean, above the Azazel type, and in front of the Joy Knight. I saw it. In Graham's sight, the Joy Knight was full of flaws and Death Stars. The sharp blade at the wrist of the Azazel type popped out, wrapped in purple-black wormhole energy, and pierced the gem in the chest of the Joy Knight. Ling. Who knew that in the next second, the Death Stars in Graham's eyes disappeared in an instant, and the distance between Flag Abskneden, cut, and Joy Knight widened at some point, and in front of Flag Abskneden, cut, was a giant Azazel type, with open palms, and a heavy force field barrier blocked the sword of Flag Abskneden, cut. Ding 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 ding. Graham's ears rang with rapid alarms. On both sides of Flag Abskneden, cut, a Toad-type Azazel and a Tiger-type Azazel pounced over. The Toad-type Azazel opened its huge mouth, and the rich wormhole energy began to gather. On the other side, the Tiger-type Azazel opened its claws, which were wrapped in purple-black wormhole energy. Tisk. Being attacked from both sides, Graham could only temporarily give up Joy Knight, and immediately drove Flag Abskneden, cut, to retreat, avoiding the attacks from both sides. At the same time, the giant-type Azazel closed his hands, and wormholes appeared. Densely packed cone-shaped wormholes shot straight towards Flag Abskneden, cut. Damn it. What a hassle. Flag Abskneden, cut, was able to withstand the wormhole attack, but it was also consumed. Flag Abskneden, cut, consumed not only energy, but also Graham's lifespan. Graham's lifespan was infinite and it was impossible to consume it completely, but it would also cause Graham's physical strength and energy to drain quickly. Therefore, Flag Abskneden, cut, S figure kept flashing in the gap of the cone-shaped wormhole, and at the same time, super intuition was activated, raising his hand and a sword to cut off the wormhole bombardment, and turning over in mid-air to avoid the sharp long tail that swept across. Humph. You are so arrogant, but you dare not confront me head-on. Graham was concentrating on dealing with the three Azazel types, and at the same time did not give up paying attention to Joy Knight. Seeing that he continued to be in front of the audience, the sense of humiliation in his heart became more and more intense. Oh no. Ugh. At this moment, the fourth Azazel type came behind Flag Abskneden, cut, and its huge palm fanned a hurricane, hitting Flag Abskneden, cut, and the huge force turned Flag Abskneden, cut, into a meteor, falling into the ocean. Wow. In less than a second, Flag Abskneden, cut, which had fallen into the ocean, rushed out from the other direction. Before all the Azazel types could react, the sharp sword stabbed straight and fiercely pierced into the head of the Azazel type who had hied him into the ocean. Puff! The purple-black giant blade shone from the back of the head, and with a flash of cold light, the huge Azazel type was split into two halves from top to bottom, exposing the core inside. This time, I can see it. As Graham's eyes focused, he finally saw the vague Death Star on the core. He waved his arms casually, and the speed was so fast that afterimages appeared. The sharp blade cut through the core smoothly, cutting it in two, losing its color, turning into dust and returning to nothingness. Oh, the first one. Graham exhaled a foul breath. Now, it was still a bit difficult for him to deal with four Azazel types at the same time, but it was not impossible to win. Graham just felt it was a pity that he might not have the chance to kill the clown in the sky alone, because fierce tornadoes appeared in the four directions behind him at the same time, swallowing up the golden ocean. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1132, A Magnificent Feast. The Dawn Gundam came to the sky above the Golden Ocean, overlooking the Golden Ocean below. We can't let Graham take all the credit. Yolan, Neil, Lyle, let's get started. Understood. X3 in the other three directions, the Luna Gundam, the Angel of Death, and the Hell Angel also looked down at the festum from above the Golden Ocean like the Dawn Gundam. The four machines opened their arms at the same time, the limiters on their shoulders were released, the armor on their chests opened, revealing the festum core inside, and the Eternal Calamity conductive circuit was running at high speed. The scarlet glow became more and more intense, and as the speed of operation became faster and faster, the air around the machine formed cyclones, and the cyclones became more and more numerous, thicker, and more violent, gradually converging into a terrible storm. The huge pulling force swept across the Golden Ocean, and countless festum were sucked into the tornado, and then disappeared without a trace. HAA. Dawn Gundam awakens. Dawn Erstellen creation, with white as the base color, dark purple crystals shining at the joints, golden lines all over the body, flowing with golden light. The mechanical wings seem to have become real wings, lifelike, gently flapping, white feathers wrapped in sacred golden light. The multifunctional composite weapon in the hand is gone, the beam sword at the waist is gone, all the weapons on the body are gone, only the pure body stands proudly in the sky. Luna Gundam awakens. Luna Division split, with lavender as the base color. The full moon composed of GN Super Dragoons behind it has become a real full moon, emitting a bright moon-white glow, as if it really carried the moon on its back. The luminous crystals at the joints also emit the same brilliance. The ultra-long-range sniper rifle in the hand has lost some of its sense of technology, replaced by a few biological appearances. The Angel of Death awakens. Angel of Death Tarnung, hidden, with green as the background, black luminous crystals everywhere, and a cloak with colorful brilliance fluttering behind it. The side length of the ultra-long-range beam rifle in its hand becomes larger and inlaid with purple-black gems. The Angel of Hell awakens. Angel of Hell explosion, with green as the background, orange luminous crystals everywhere in the joints. The unit originally deployed at the back waist, consisting of Shield-type GN Super Dragoons and Gun-type GN Super Dragoons, disappears, replaced by four square units that surround the Angel of Hell like a shield, without any connection, rotating around the Angel of Hell. All the successfully awakened Dawn series have a common feature, that is, the angular armor has become somewhat rounded, making the technological Ms. more like a creature wearing gorgeous armor. Yolan, Neil, Lyle. In the cockpit, the emerald green crystals that wrapped him were completely shattered, and he opened his eyes again, with colorful streamers flowing in the whites of his eyes, and his pupils, shining with mysterious gold. I'm here. I didn't disappear. Successful. All three parties gave successful responses. They all awakened successfully. Their pupils were the same as Yang Hui's and Graham's, all flashing with golden light. Update the code name of the machine, Erstellen, creation. Luna Division, split. Tarnung, hidden. Hell Angel explosion. Haha, they all suit you. Hearing their new code names, Yang Hui's mouth curled up with interest. The three people who heard it smiled and were quite satisfied with the result. They were not surprised at all. After all, the successful cases of Flagabskneden, Cut, and the three savior-type Fafners told them that the awakening of the machine will be in harmony with the pilots who awakened together. In simple terms, a successfully awakened machine is another self. Then go ahead, clean up the miscellaneous soldiers, and then rob Graham's opponent. Understood. X3 The four machines standing proudly in the sky moved at the same time, each choosing a direction, and began to clean up the endless festum. Dawnbreaker, creation, flapped its wings, and majestic golden particles were scattered, along with the surrounding emerald green GN particles, which were dyed with golden brilliance. Then, Dawnbreaker, creation, raised his palm, and the golden particles around him began to condense, becoming more and more condensed, and finally became a solid entity. Hundreds of small GN Super Dragoons were deployed in the sky, and the hideous muzzles were aimed at the golden ocean below. The next second, Dawnbreaker, creation, raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, and all the cannons fired at the same time, and the beams fell like raindrops, turning into a real angel, and brought down a divine punishment on the invading enemy. At this moment, The circular saw-shaped wormhole attacked from all directions, trying to cut Dawnbreaker, creation, into pieces. Dawn Ersterlin, creation, seemed to be unaware of the danger and remained motionless. At the moment when the circular saw-shaped wormhole touched Dawn Ersterlin, creation, the sharp circular saw-shaped wormhole not only did not cut Dawn Ersterlin, creation, but was absorbed instead. Dawn Ersterlin, creation, even held a circular saw-shaped wormhole in his hand and observed it. Interesting wormhole, I'll take it. Yang Hui's mouth curled up dangerously, and a cruel light flashed in his eyes. Following Yang Hui's will, Dawn Ersterlin, creation, wings suddenly rose, and dozens of identical, no, faster spinning, thinner, and sharper circular saw-shaped wormholes appeared out of thin air, shot out, and headed straight for the Diablo type hidden in the chaos. Several Diablos sensed the danger and dodged immediately, but as soon as they moved, they were chopped into pieces by the circular saw-shaped wormhole that descended in the blink of an eye. Several Diablos found that they could not dodge, so they raised their palms and deployed force field barriers to try to block the attack of the circular saw-shaped wormhole. However, their confident force field barriers were like thin paper and soft tofu under the attack of Dawnbreaker, creation, and they broke at the touch. Swish. The three Diablos did not know how they had concealed Yang Hui's detection or dodged the circular saw-shaped wormhole attack. Without any reaction from Dawnbreaker, creation, they came to Dawnbreaker, creation, and inserted the blade of their right arm into Dawnbreaker, creation's body. One of the handles was in the cockpit. Sitting in the cockpit, Yang Hui looked at the sharp point less than 1 millimeter away from his forehead, calm and expressionless. You've learned your lesson. You can aim at the cockpit. But, if not, how can you take the bait? As soon as the words fell, the Diablos on the left and right sides were pierced by several physical swords that appeared out of thin air, forming a sinner's cross in the sky. The Diablo in front wanted to break free and escape, but the place where the blade was inserted was covered by emerald crystals, which firmly fixed it and prevented it from leaving. Crack. After finally breaking free from the shackles of the emerald crystals, it was about to escape, but before it could make any move, the palm of Dawn Ersterlin, creation, stretched out like lightning and grabbed its head. The blade chopped on the arm that grabbed it, but the light golden force field was as difficult to shake as a thick wall. Don't be in a hurry to leave. It hasn't eaten enough yet. Yang Hui said the cruelest words in the calmest tone. The next second, the emerald crystals began to spread from the palm, quickly wrapped around the Diablo, and then shattered. The Diablo had disappeared. Really? Does it taste good? Then I'll serve you another feast next time. As he spoke, Yang Hui's eyes fell on the Azazel type in the distance. He had already eaten all the types of festum present, and only the Azazel type was left. The next second, a golden light flashed in the sky, and countless dark raindrops fell into the golden ocean. All the festum that came into contact with the black raindrops were stained with a dark color, stopped all movements, and did not turn into wormholes and disappear, but turned into flying ash bit by bit. On the other side, the cunning full moon behind Luna Division split into countless tiny fragments, so small that they were difficult to detect with the naked eye, mixed in the emerald GN particles, and scattered in the gaps of the festum. At the same time, he raised the super long-range sniper rifle in his hand, which had changed greatly. The scarlet lines began to flow with light, converging at the muzzle, and the purple-black wormhole energy ball exuded a breath of destruction. At this time, Yulin's sight was full of dense and colorful lines. Countless festums moved along their own trajectories. In the end, all the intersections of the trajectories were locked by Yulin. Trajectory lock, Yulin's talent. Yes, Yulin's talent was awakened, and she awakened at the same time as Luna Division awakened. She successfully completed the promotion of the essence of life and became the third A-level pilot of the Promise Caller. Her talent, Trajectory Lock, is to be able to see the target's movement trajectory within half a minute, and the target is Yulin's own consciousness control. She can target all enemies in her sight, or lock a single target in a chaotic situation. Yulin, who has successfully awakened and promoted, can already withstand the impact of such a huge amount of information. Lock on, fire. As Yulin whispered, Luna Division pulled the trigger, and a thick torrent of energy surged and rushed. At the moment when it was about to hit the golden ocean, it suddenly split into countless purple-black rivers. After rushing for a distance, the small rivers split again and hit the small moon-white fragments scattered somewhere. In less than a second, It refracted and reflected back and forth dozens of times, covering the golden ocean with a woven purple-black curtain. Chapter 1133, To deceive the enemy, first deceive your own people. The Diablo type is indeed a good sneak attack. Just when Luna Division fired, without any defense, the sharp blade stabbed Luna Division. However, the moment the blade was just extended, several wormhole rays pierced through them from above, below, left, and right. Do you think I didn't find you? Yulin's tone remained gentle, but the eyes looking at them were cold and ruthless. A Diablo type did not die immediately, struggling to wave it, Luna Division. A small festum landed on the cockpit of Luna Division, with only 2 hands and a soft tail twisted in its lower body. It lay on the cockpit of Luna Division, and its body stretched out tentacles, almost sticking to it. Want to assimilate me? That's really interesting, but... The emerald green crystal covered the small festum, and its movements froze, turning into fragments and disappearing. It seems that our assimilation ability is a little stronger. As soon as the voice fell, the scattered fragments of the full moon suddenly condensed into a bright and flawless moon in front of Luna Division. Luna Division, split, raised the ultra-long-range sniper rifle in his hand, and the hands holding the gun spread green crystals, connecting his hands and the ultra-long-range sniper rifle together. His sight passed through the thin full moon and locked onto the Azazel type in the distance. Got you. As soon as the voice fell, the trigger was pulled. Angel Extermination Tarnung, hidden. S battle was not so gorgeous, and even his figure could not be found. That's right, Angel Extermination Tarnung, hidden, disappeared. Not only could he not be observed by the naked eye, but even the most advanced radar communication system could not find his existence. Even in a place where there was nothing, a purple-black wormhole ray suddenly penetrated a large amount of festum, and nothing was found. Tisk, I'm obviously not that kind of person. In the cockpit, Neil complained with a smile. He didn't say it just now, but he was still a little uncomfortable with his awakened ability. Although he was a sniper and was used to using various optical camouflage systems to hide his tracks, he was a sniper. Isn't it normal for a sniper to hide? This is just my combat style, not my personality. You're the only one who talks too much? As soon as Neil finished complaining, Angel of Destruction Tarnung, hidden, started to complain. He was another Neil. It knew Neil's personality best. Neil was not the kind of person who liked to fight passionately. He was a gentle uncle in private, but in battle, he would never show up if he could shoot. The strongest ability of Angel of Destruction Tarnung, hidden, is hiding. The cloak behind it wraps the body and hides it in the cracks of space. The superdimensional power makes Angel of Destruction Tarnung, hidden, unable to be detected by any means when shooting. That was a close call. Lyle. Are you trying to kill me too? Angel Destroyer Tarnung, hidden, was just about to fire another shot to kill the Diablo type wandering around, but the next second, a wormhole ray fell near Angel Destroyer Tarnung, hidden, and an explosion comparable to a small-yield nuclear bomb occurred. The airwave almost blew Angel Destroyer Tarnung, hidden, out of the space layer. Huh? Brother, why are you there? Lyle, driving the Hell Angel explosion, was not far away. In terms of pure destructive power, Hell Angel explosion was the strongest, stronger than Dawn Ersterlin, Creation, and Luna Division, Split. Hell Angel explosion had only one unique ability, that is, any attack had an explosive attribute, and it was not just high temperature and impact force. According to the different nature of the original attack, the explosion would also change. For example, the explosion effect of the wormhole ray would also have the devouring nature of the wormhole. For example, the high speed and penetration of the electromagnetic gun could also be integrated into the explosion. Therefore, Lyle quickly cleared the area where he was, intending to meet up with Neil, and then kill those Azazel types, and finally the very unpleasant Joy Knight. As a result, he came to the location of Angel of Extermination Tarnung, hidden, but did not find any trace of Angel of Extermination Tarnung, hidden. It was impossible for his brother to be killed. According to the code name of Angel of Extermination Tarnung, hidden, it was judged that Angel of Extermination Tarnung, hidden's special ability was related to hiding. It should be hiding and shooting from the dark. Although the location was unknown, there was no discovery on the radar detection system, so it was not here, and the attack environment was safe. As a result, who knew? If you want to deceive the enemy, You have to deceive your own people first? Nonsense. Where else can I be if I'm not here? Angel of Extermination Tarnung, hidden, showed up and came to the side of Angel of Hell Explosion, and the two brothers merged again. No, are you going too far? How could Lyle not have thought that Angel of Extermination Tarnung, hidden's concealment ability could even deceive the most advanced radar detection system of the Promised Legion? Awesome, right? Neil smiled triumphantly, while driving Angel Exterminating Tarnung, hidden, and firing a shot, stringing together two Diablo types that were about to launch a sneak attack. Awesome, but very dangerous. Lyle couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is Angel Exterminating Tarnung, hidden's stealth ability awesome? Of course it is awesome. I don't know if there is any special technology that can detect Angel Exterminating Tarnung, hidden, but the radar detection system used by the Promise Corps is a gravity radar. As long as an object exists, any activity will cause slight fluctuations in gravity, which means the optical camouflage systems such as the sunshade system and mirage system that use to appear and disappear mysteriously cannot escape the eyes of the gravity radar. As long as they exist and as long as they are active, they will definitely be discovered. However, the stealth ability of Angel Exterminating Tarnung, hidden, can even avoid the detection of gravity radar, which means that Angel Exterminating Tarnung, hidden, has truly become the god of death in the shadows, and no one can find him. But there are pros and cons. It's good if the enemy can't find it, but it's very uncomfortable if our own people can't find it. Just like the firepower coverage of Hell Angel Explosion, just now, any attack contains a terrible explosion, and the impact range is very wide. When attacking, we must take into account the existence of friendly forces. Just now, Angel of Destruction Tarnung was almost affected. There is also the firepower coverage of the battleship, which also needs to avoid friendly forces. The main gun needs to clear the ray when firing. If even our own people don't know where Angel of Destruction Tarnung is, either Angel of Destruction Tarnung pays attention at all times and doesn't let himself die under the guns of his own people, or the entire legion is timid and dares not to cover the fire at will. Let's talk about it later. Professor Elfman and the others are here, and they will definitely be able to think of a way to solve it. Neil was also a little helpless. He didn't want to. Who wants to die at the hands of their own people? Well, let's go. We've almost cleaned up this area. It's time to deal with that middle school bastard. I can't wait any longer. Yang Hui and Yulin have already started. We can't fall behind. The next second, Angel of Destruction Tarnung, hidden, hit his figure again, and his invisible hands rested on the shoulders of Angel of Hell Explosion. The 4 square units surrounding Angel of Hell Explosion were combined on the thrusters behind them, shining with a terrifying brilliance. Hold on tight, brother, this is a bit exciting. Don't worry, I've experienced all kinds of storms. Shit. Crap. The brilliance of the 4 square units suddenly exploded, and the huge impact force carried Angel of Hell Explosion across the sky like a meteor. Neilin, Angel of Destruction Tarnung, hidden, was pressed tightly on the seat, and his entire face was deformed by the pressure. Horizontal ellipsis. Swish. The second one. The sharp sword of Banner Apskneden cut off the core of another Azazel type, and quickly moved to avoid the attacks that followed. Although there were other people holding them back, only Graham and Banner Apskneden were able to kill with one strike. It might be the order of Joy Knight in the back that the main target of the Azazel type has always been Banner Apskneden and they didn't pay much attention to the holding of others. So, Banner Apskneden killed 2 Azazel types under the siege of many Azazel types, which made Graham a little tired. Not good. Just after dodging the wormhole slash of an Azazel type, the Azazel type behind him was already red all over, and the high temperature evaporated the sea. The terrible energy was about to be released. At this time, Banner Apskneden could no longer escape the range of the nuclear explosion. He curled up his body, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and prepared to take it. We must block it. The next second, the condensed energy exploded instantly, the flames evaporated the sea, melted the earth, ignited the air, the high temperature melted everything, and the terrible shock wave set off a 100-foot wave. Graham XN was responsible for containing the Azazel type and covering Flag Apskneden Everyone watched, Flagabskneten, cut, being engulfed by the fierce flames, and their hearts were in their throats for a moment. The signal of Flagabskneten, cut, indicated that it was still alive, but no one knew what the situation of Flagabskneten, cut, was under such an attack, and whether Graham could withstand such a high temperature. Even if the body could withstand it, the flesh in the cockpit could not withstand such a high temperature. But they did not dare to move forward. Their bodies could not withstand such high temperatures at all, and even the shock wave could only barely resist. There was nothing else they could do except wait anxiously. Soon, the flames gradually died down, and the evaporated water vapor condensed again in the sky, turning into a drizzle of rain, washing away the smoke and dust, and gradually, allowing everyone to see the target of their urgent concern. At this moment, Flagabskneten, cut, still maintained a curled posture, but was wrapped in a thin layer of golden light curtain. Even the high temperature and impact force comparable to a nuclear explosion could not break through the protection of the light curtain and hurt Flagabskneten, cut, and Graham. It seems that I came at the right time. Chapter 1134 Fight. Tisk, you come to steal my prey again. The thin light curtain faded, and Flagabskneten, cut, appeared intact in the original place. A golden light cut through the sky like a sharp sword of divine punishment and sank into the Azazel-type body of the nuclear explosion. The Azazel-type body began to expand rapidly. When it expanded to a certain limit, it did not explode, but was wrapped in emerald green crystals, and disappeared after breaking. At the same time, Dawn Ersterlin, creation, stood proudly beside Flagabskneten, cut, and a dim core floated on its raised palm. Who made you so useless? Yang Hui teased, while controlling Dawn Ersterlin, creation, to clench his palm and crush the core belonging to the Azazel type. The broken dust did not scatter, but turned into star spots and merged into the body of Dawn Ersterlin, creation. You really want to eat it? Aren't you afraid of getting a stomachache? Graham stared at Dawn Ersterlin, creation, swallowing the Azazel core in amazement, and couldn't help but complain. After awakening, Dawn series, all have assimilation abilities, but some are stronger and some are weaker. However, Dawn Ersterlin, creation, directly swallowed the Azazel core, which was a bit too shocking. After all, the Azazel type is already the highest level of known festum, born from the fragments of the star core. Assimilating and swallowing the Azazel type is no less than directly swallowing the star core. It's just an Azazel type. If Ersterlin, creation, wants to eat it, just give it to it. Then why don't you eat that guy as well? Graham complained unhappily, referring to the disgusting Chunibayao floating in the sky. Don't worry, the next target is it. Yang Hui said calmly. Yang Hui. Graham. Be careful. Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and Flagabskneten, cut, were facing each other on the sea, just like chatting at a tea party, and they didn't notice the danger around them at all. There were also several Azazel types staring at them, and the white tiger type Azazel type opened its purple-black claws and pounced on them. Everyone who saw this scene hurriedly reminded Yang Hui and Graham. Unexpectedly, Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and Flagabskneten, cut, still didn't move, as if they were scared silly. The next second, boom! The thick wormhole ray crossed a distance of dozens of kilometers, splitting the entire battlefield into two, hitting the leaping white tiger type Azazel type, swallowing it in an instant, without even being able to scream. The rich wormhole energy tore and swallowed, tearing the body of the white tiger type Azazel type into pieces bit by bit, leaving only the dull core. Do you want to eat it? This one is for you. Yang Hui asked Graham with a smile. I'm a very picky eater. Graham smiled, and Flagabskneten, cut, raised his right arm and swung it out. A wormhole air blade fell on the disappearing core like lightning, and with a crack, it was completely shattered. The fourth one, but the number doesn't seem to have decreased. Graham counted, this was the fourth Azazel type killed, and there should be 11 Azazel types left, but looking around, he found that the number of Azazel types not only did not decrease, but increased by 5. A full 20 Azazel types were staring at Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and Flagabskneten, cut. It doesn't matter, we have companions too. Yang Hui shrugged. Next to Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and Flagabskneten, cut, Luna Division, split, Angel of Destruction Tarnung, hidden, and Angel of Hell Explosion, arrived. Even MK Sen, existence, Mark Niched, no existence, and Mark Raison, reason, who had been assisting the fleet of the Legion to clean up the vast Golden Ocean, also came to join. The 9 Savior-type forces, facing 20 Azazel types of different shapes, and the Joinite, standing proudly in the sky behind, leisurely holding a giant sword, our still high-up spectators. As he said, they watched the monkey's performance and expect it to bring him enough pleasure. Tisk, it's annoying. Graham looked at the Joinite in the sky and complained unhappily. Then kill him. Yang Hui's mouth curled up dangerously. Even with the absolute rationality in the transformer mode, it was difficult to suppress the urge to rush up and tear him to pieces. You said, he's mine. Before we come over. Then. Go. In an instant, Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and Flagabskneden, cut, disappeared, rushing towards the Joinite in the sky at a speed that was difficult to observe with the naked eye. The Azazel type on the other side also moved at the same time, just like before, intending to intercept Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and Flagabskneden, cut, and prevent them from getting close to their master. However, this time, Graham was not alone. Just as the 20 Azazels made a move, the 4 square units of Hell Angel Explosion were arranged in front of Hell Angel Explosion and rotated. The gem in the center shone brightly, and together with the rifles in both hands, countless dazzling energy beams burst out, falling on the Azazel formation like raindrops, and violent explosions bloomed one after another. We can't let you easily hinder our generals. Lyle teased with a smile, but his smile contained a strong murderous aura. Roar. The explosive attack of Hell Angel Explosion was blocked by the Azazel force field barrier, but it can be seen that the force field barrier did not completely withstand it. The partial incompleteness and charring of the body indicated that they had suffered some damage. Protecting the master and destroying the target to attack the master was the first order, so they didn't care much about Kira and others who were holding them back before. Anyway, they couldn't kill them. It was enough to concentrate on killing Graham and Flagabskneden, cut. But now, the attack of Hell Angel Explosion, can directly destroy their force field barrier and hurt them, so it is impossible to ignore them. Therefore, half of the 20 Azazel types continue to intercept Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and Flagabskneden, cut, and the other half stayed to deal with others. That won't work, all of them stay. In the void, where there was nothing, a wormhole ray as black as ink penetrated the 3 Azazel types who didn't look back. The thick force field barrier was like non-existent, or like tofu touching hot oil, leaving 6 regular round holes. Tisk, what a pity, I didn't hit the core directly. Neil was a little dissatisfied with his sniper, which rarely failed to hit his target. Luna Division was more direct. The full moon behind him once again split into countless tiny fragments and scattered around. The torrent of wormhole energy burst out from the muzzle of the gun in his hand, split into countless paths, refracting back and forth in the air, and finally gathered in front of the advancing Azazel type. The torrent swept horizontally, leaving deep gullies on the sea surface. This was a warning and a threat, not to move forward. The new savior type, should it be called Dawn Series? It's really a terrible monster. Saoshi Minoshiro looked at the performance of Luna Division, Hell Angel Explosion, and Tarnung, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Each has its own special features, but there is no doubt that they are all very powerful. Saoshi, let's go too. Makebaiki didn't like fighting, but since he was sitting on MK-sen, existence, he would never watch others fight and be a spectator. Well, Aiki, Jonathan, let's cover them and hold back these Azazel types. The generals of the city knew what was important and what was not. Now that Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and Flagabskneden, cut, had crossed the Azazel types blockade and were in front of Joinite, their duty was to hold back these Azazel types and prevent them from interfering with Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and Flagabskneden, cut. Understood. X2. I saw it. Full of flaws. Flagabskneden, cut, rushed straight towards Joinite, with a trail of afterimages, and the sharp blade in its hand locked onto the Death Star on Joinite's chest and stabbed. What? However, at the moment when the sharp blade touched the Death Star suddenly disappeared. The sharp blade failed to touch the body of the Joinite, but was blocked by an invisible force field barrier. Try this. Dozens of sharp blades wrapped in purple-black wormholes appeared around the Joy-Knight, and stabbed the Joy-Knight from all directions, but with a crisp ding-dong-dong sound, none of them penetrated the invisible force field barrier. The collision of energy not only made a crisp collision sound, but also splashed a large number of sparks. Tisk, that's hard. Graham, retreat. Understood. Flag Abskneden, cut, pulled back, and in the blink of an eye, it retreated a long distance. Dawnbreaker, creation, opened his palms, and the majestic wormhole energy condensed in his palms, forming a huge spherical wormhole. The next second, the huge spherical wormhole shrank rapidly, shrinking to a small ball on the palm, while leaping with terrible arcs. It also shone with orange streamers due to the high temperature. The next second, Dawnbreaker, creation, pushed out his palms one after another, and the terrible small ball on his palms hit Joy-Knight at a very fast speed. Boom boom. A violent explosion, the flame swallowed everything in an instant, and the fiery red mushroom cloud rose slowly. The shock wave opened a mysterious corner of the sea, revealing the ground under the sea. Tisk, I can't kill him like this. Dodge. The attack was fierce, but Yang Hui clearly sensed that the Joy-Knight was not killed by this attack. At the same time, the danger alarm sounded in his brain, and Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and Banner Abskneden, cut, immediately left their original positions. In the next second, two black energy blades cut a mushroom cloud that was rushing straight into the sky neatly and smoothly, passing through the previous position. The Joy-Knight, who was illuminated by the firelight, grasped the hilt of the giant sword with both hands and kept swinging the sword. The armor on his body had some traces of melting and damage due to the high temperature of the nuclear explosion and the erosion of the wormhole. Chapter 1135, Fierce Fight, New Enemy. Break his force field barrier. The machine itself was damaged, which means that the attack of Dawn Ersterlin, creation, just now was effective, and the opponent's force field barrier can also be broken. Don't be so optimistic. Look. No need for you to remind me, I can see it. There was no need for Yang Hui to remind him. Graham's attention never left Joy-Knight. The attack of Dawn Ersterlin, creation, did break his force field barrier and caused him damage, but the damage was not serious, and the damaged armor was healing quickly like a living thing. The part that was red due to the high temperature was cooling quickly, and the deformed part was restored to its original state. It seems that regeneration ability is already standard. Graham teased. It seems so, but we also have it. Yang Hui said with a smile. After awakening, the Savior type and Dawn series both have regeneration ability. Although the manifestation is different, it is indeed regeneration ability. Even if the machine is missing arms and legs, it can regenerate. Then let's try. How hard is he to kill? The moment the voice fell, Banner Abskneden, cut, had disappeared from the spot and came to the left side of Joy-Knight. The sharp blade in his hand was raised high, and his eyes were fixed on the right shoulder of Joy-Knight, and he was about to fall. Joy-Knight looked like a heavy machine, but his movements were not slow at all, and his movements were crisp and neat, without any drag. It was as if he had expected Banner Abskneden, cut, to appear in this position and aim at his right shoulder. The giant sword in his hand was slightly raised up, and it easily blocked the slash of Banner Abskneden, cut. Tisk. Almost. Graham cursed inwardly. He didn't know if it was bad luck. Joy-Knight's giant sword had Death Star, but it was only a little bit away from the blade of Banner Abskneden, cut, and failed to hide it. After failing to hit the target, Flag Abskneden, cut, quickly distanced itself from Joy-Knight, and retreated quickly, because, boom. Just a second after, Flag Abskneden, cut, distanced itself, Dawn Ersterlin, creation's attack fell, enveloping Joy-Knight. Another concentrated wormhole energy ball exploded into a mushroom cloud again. Did he kill it? Don't set a flag. It's coming. Get out of the way. Another dark slash broke through the flames and smoke, heading straight for Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and Flag Abskneden, cut. It worked. X2 Yang Hui and Graham's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, because they saw that Joy-Knight was not in a good condition. One arm and one leg were melted by the high temperature, and the spikes on the helmet and shoulders, as well as many places on the armor, were swallowed by the wormhole energy, leaving many gaps. Originally, Yang Hui was worried that the unknown force field barrier of Joy Knight, would appear again. In order to maintain the results of the battle, Dawn Erstalin, creation, continued to bombard with concentrated wormhole energy balls to prevent the unknown force field barrier from regenerating. Unexpectedly, the opponent's force field barrier did not regenerate so quickly, and it caused greater results. Although the opponent's regeneration speed, this minor injury recovered quickly, but it also allowed the two to determine the correct way to fight. But, just when Dawn Erstalin, creation, and Flagabskneten, cut, were about to attack together again, Joy Knight's body changed, causing the two to immediately stop their bodies and dare not act rashly. At this time, an unknown black liquid suddenly flowed out of Joy Knight's wound, wrapped the wound position, and quickly solidified, restoring the lost arms and legs, as well as the wounds all over the body. "Hey, this regeneration ability is a bit too much?" Graham complained. "It's really a bit too much, mainly because of that black liquid. What on earth is it?" Even Yang Hui felt that this regeneration speed was too fast. The Awakened Savior type Fafnir and the Dawn series could also achieve such a fast regeneration speed, but the price was very high. The lost lifespan was of no concern to Yang Hui and the others, but the physical strength and energy consumed were very scary. At this moment, the regenerated Joy Knight still looked relaxed and calm. Although no expression could be seen on the face of the machine, they could feel that the other party was asking them, "That's it. Yang Hui, help me create an opportunity." "Okay." After a very short exchange, Yang Hui and Graham decided on the battle plan. Flagabskneten, cut, still maintained a very high speed of movement, surrounding the Joy Knight, leaving dozens of afterimages. The sound of metal collisions continued to ring, and the sparks flashed one after another. The wings of Dawn Erstalin, creation, flapped continuously, and the concentration of golden particles around it became higher and higher. In an instant, hundreds of ferocious gun barrels condensed, surrounding Joy Knight. As long as Joy Knight wanted to raise his giant sword to chop Flagabskneten, cut, the purple-black wormhole ray would open fire, forcing Joy Knight to stop the offensive and turn to defense. As long as Flagabskneten, cut, pulled away a little, the wormhole heavy artillery would also fall, leaving Joy Knight no chance to counterattack. Interesting. Let me be happier. Fix. The one-way communication connected Dawn Erstalin, creation, and Flagabskneten, cut, and Yang Hui and Graham heard the disgusting voice again. "There's a flaw." At this moment, Joy Knight paused in his action, which lasted less than 1 second, but it was enough for Graham. Erstalin, creation, suddenly appeared behind Joy Knight, as if teleporting, with its sharp blade pointing directly at Death Star behind it, and also locked onto the gem embedded in the front. "No, it's your flaw." "Oh no." The contemptuous voice appeared again, and a dark liquid suddenly sprayed from behind Joy Knight. The liquid did not scatter, but condensed into a pair of dark wings. They were not the wings of a fallen angel, but more like a nail plate composed of a large number of hideous spikes. The spikes of the wings shone with a cold light that stung the skin, and at the moment when Flagabskneten, cut, sharp blade was about to pierce, it suddenly clamped towards Flagabskneten, cut. "Don't even think about it." Graham maneuver. Suddenly, Flagabskneten, cut, maintained its forward posture, and the thrusters behind it adjusted their direction, and the flames burst out. The huge thrust pushed Flagabskneten, cut, a distance directly below, barely avoiding the double team of spikes. At the same time, he twisted his body in midair, raised the sharp blades of his arms, and aimed at the Joy Knight. The gap between the sharp blades condensed the wormhole energy, and fired at the same time. The wings behind him quickly retracted and wrapped the Joy Knight. The wormhole rays fell on the spikes of the wings, like water hitting a wall, and scattered in all directions. Opportunity. Dawn Erstalin, creation, also came behind the Joy Knight, raised his hands high, and clenched his open palms. Golden particles immediately gathered in his hands and formed two black longswords. Swish! With a flash of cold light, the two long swords accurately hit the connection between the two wings and cut him off. At the same time, Dawn Erstalin, creation, kicked the Joy Knight in the back with a fierce kick, and the huge force carried him towards the direction of Flagabskneten, cut. At this time, Flagabskneten, cut off, stood in midair. No, it should be standing on a platform where golden particles condensed, With the double blades at the waist, the rich wormhole energy began to condense, and the fire behind it also accumulated terrible power. Watch this. Style. Dongfang Bubei. Super. Stone breaking. Poison dragon drill. He kicked his feet hard, and the fire behind him burst out at the same time. His arms were straightened, and the wormhole energy of the blade unfolded a sharp narrow blade. While moving forward at high speed, it began to rotate at high speed. The fiery red fighting spirit wrapped the high-speed rotating drill. In the blink of an eye, it collided with a Joy Knight, flying towards it. Joy Knight also felt the threat of this attack. When falling, he adjusted his posture, held the giant sword horizontally in front of him, and collided with a black and red drill. The harsh sound of friction turned into sound waves, spreading together with a shock wave, and sparks kept bursting. Both sides did not retreat a step and were deadlocked in the air. Break it from me. Crack. At this moment, the giant sword in the hand of the Joy Knight finally cracked, a very small crack. Just as Graham burst out with joy and pierced the giant sword in the Joy Knight, together, a huge force suddenly hit, and the Joy Knight actually burst out with terrible power, blowing the Flagabskneten cut away. Damn fake. How dare you hurt the sword that the master gave me last time? Kill you. Kill you. An angry roar sounded in the communication channel, and the Joy Knight, who had always maintained a contemptuous attitude, finally showed negative emotions. Then you will be killed first. What? The Flagabskneten cut, that was blown away, immediately adjusted its posture in the air, ready to launch another charge and completely destroy the giant sword that the Joy Knight valued. But just as he turned his sight, the Joy Knight, who was still some distance away, suddenly appeared in front of Banner Abskneten cut, with a hideous face filling the entire screen, and the giant sword in his hand was already raised, wrapped in a majestic energy, and was about to fall. Graham wanted to dodge, but found that he was restricted in some way, as if he was frozen, unable to move, and could only watch the giant sword fall. Bang! At this moment, Don Ersterlin, creation, attacked from the side, kicked the Joy Knight's side with a fierce kick, and kicked it away. The two swords in his hands turned into heavy artillery at some point, and after firing in succession with the heavy artillery surrounding them, countless wormhole rays, beam particles, and quantum reaction cannons bombarded Joy Knight's body. Are you okay? Yang Hui asked with concern. Graham could definitely dodge the sword just now, and it was impossible for him to stand there and wait to die. He must have encountered something. It's okay, be careful, he seems to have some ability to bind people. I couldn't move just now. Graham replied with lingering fear. Understood. Disperse. Don Ersterlin, creation, and Flagabskneten cut, did not hesitate and immediately dispersed to both sides. The next second, a red slash came from a distance and cut the sea in half. There are still enemies. Yang Hui and Graham could see that this red slash was definitely not the Joy Knight just now. The color was wrong and the direction was wrong, which meant that there must be enemies besides Joy Knight. The next second, a gust of wind blew away the various attack aftermaths that enveloped Joy Knight. Another red mist stood beside the tattered Joy Knight. It looked about 70% similar to Joy Knight. In addition to a red long sword, it also had a heavy cannon with a hideous skull. What are you doing here? Don't get in my way. I'm going to kill them. Ugh. You're breaking the rules, you piece of shit. Chapter 1136. The battle is over. Are you going to be laid off? Additional update for group members who are bored. Yang Hui and Graham did not dare to act rashly. They only saw that the newly appeared Red Miz not only did not launch another attack, but instead stepped on the Joy Knight, who was about to stand up, looking down on him. It was not a friendly rescue. I don't know what they communicated. The black aura emanating from the Joy Knight was restrained, and reluctantly opened the black passage and walked in. Before walking in, the Red Miz looked back at Don Ersterlin, creation, and Flagabskneten cut, and then looked at the Luna Division, split, Archangel Tarnung, hidden, Hell Angel explosion, on the other side of the battlefield, and the entire Promised Legion, and the one-way communication was connected again. The growth rate is not bad, but it's still too slow. It's not worth killing, fake. As soon as the voice fell, the communication was unilaterally interrupted. Yang Hui and Graham did not dare to pursue easily. This battle has been won so far. The opponent still has too many unknowns. 3 hours have passed since the start of the battle. It is not long for the Promise Core, but the consumption is also very large. If you pursue it mindlessly, it is easy to put yourself and the entire core in danger. With the departure of Joy Knight and the Red Miz, the Festum army besieging the Srinagar area also began to retreat, and the Promise Core did not blindly pursue and kill. Strictly speaking, the results of this battle are really not small. Including the ones that appeared later, there were 82 Diablos and 24 Azazels. All Diablos were killed, and only 3 intact Azazels and 2 seriously injured ones successfully evacuated. 2 were killed by Flagabskneden, cut, 1 was assimilated and devoured by Dawn Ersterlin, creation, Dawn Ersterlin, creation, Luna Division, split, and Flagabskneden, cut, jointly killed 1, and the remaining 15 were all divided up by Luna Division, split, and other, Dawn series, and Savior type Fafnir. It is impossible to calculate the other various Festums. There are too many of them to be calculated in detail. Moreover, all Festums below the Diablo type are now listed as miscellaneous soldiers and cannon fodder by Veda, and the calculation is abandoned. The battle was over, and the tense mood relaxed. Yang Hui, Yolin, Neil, and Lal all showed slight assimilation at the same time. Green crystals pierced from the inside of their arms and legs. However, with the willpower of the 4 people and the help of their bodies, the spread of assimilation was suppressed and eliminated. Are you okay? Graham felt the current state of Yang Hui and others through the Siegfried system, and asked with concern. It's okay, it's under control. Yang Hui shook his head and replied. Graham was not overly worried that Yang Hui and others would have serious assimilation. It was normal for them to have assimilation after just awakening and participating in fierce battles. He had walked this road before, and he was fine, so Yang Hui and others would definitely be fine. Yang Hui, the battle is over, we can return. At this time, Baki Lulu's communication was connected, and it was confirmed that there were no hostile targets in the Srinagar area. Yang Hui and others did not need to stay outside to be on guard. They also needed to have their bodies checked after they had just awakened. Understood. Now we will start to return, arrange the alert fleet, clean up the battlefield, and count the names of the victims. After coming to this world, there are victims in every battle. In the Battle of Macros F, 1/3 of the veterans of the Promise Corps were lost. This vacancy naturally needs to be filled by new people from various worlds. Although the new recruits have all been trained and assessed by the Promise Corps and are official members of the Promise Corps, they have too little experience in Legion battles. The enemies they have to face in each Legion battle are huge and extremely dangerous. After Festum is killed, it will disappear into a wormhole or dissipate into smoke and dust, but the dead soldiers of the Promise Corps are just the wreckage floating on the sea. All Mizes in the Corps are equipped with emergency escape devices. If only the body is destroyed, the pilot will be teleported back to the battleship before the moment of death comes. However, assimilation is not included. Even if it is completely assimilated, the life detection device of the body will determine that the pilot is still alive, and the emergency escape device will not be activated. These members will either activate the self-destruct system to self-destruct before killing their companions, or die under the guns of their companions. There are also battleships. In this battle, the battleships also suffered losses. 3 Zuanwu class defense ships were overwhelmed and silent under the intensive attacks of Festum, and 2 firepower ships were also sunk by Festum due to a temporary gap in the defense line. The Miz wreckage floating on the sea and the wreckage of the battleships are all bloody facts. As Ersterlin, Creation, Abskneden, Severance, Luna Division, Split, Tarnung, Hidden, and Hell Angel Explosion entered the hangar of the Promise in turn, the waiting team below also looked anxiously at the cockpits of the 5 machines, especially the medical team. Graham's success case is only a special case at present, and they have not studied the assimilation phenomenon thoroughly. The assimilation phenomenon of each person is different. No one dares to guarantee that Graham can withstand the first time and there will be no abnormalities in the second time, nor can they guarantee that Yang Hui and his situation are the same as Graham. Until all 5 people walked out of the cockpit safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but seeing the holes in the driving suits of Yang Hui, Yolin, Neil, and Lyle, they all understood that they also had assimilation phenomena, but they were controlled, and they did not hesitate to drag them directly to the treatment room for physical examination. Our machines do not need maintenance. You go and maintain the other machines. Before leaving, Yang Hui said to the maintenance personnel on the Promise. The awakened, Dawn series, are no longer simple machines. They are equivalent to the other half of the pilot and are already half-living beings. Although their personalities are similar to those of the pilots and they are not as full of hatred for humans as Mark niched, nothing, they are also in the state of newborns. They certainly cannot tolerate a large group of strangers touching them. The maintenance personnel were stunned. Although they could understand Yang Hui's order, they still. You said, are we going to be laid off? It's impossible to be laid off, but it's very likely to be transferred to other fleets. The MIS troops on the Promise are all the top trump cards of the Promise Corps. According to the development plan, except for the very few people like Setsuna and Gundam ELS who cannot be injected with a Festum factor and cannot drive the Dawn series, almost all of these top trump cards will replace the Dawn series machines and complete the awakening. After the awakening, won't they be unable to maintain these machines? Then what work can they do on the Promise? Gundam ELS? Don't make a fuss, it has long been a self-maintaining existence, with ELS all over its body, and no maintenance personnel are needed. The others, at most 1 or 2 machines, and there is no need for so many people. Don't worry, I've learned about the information on Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island. Now the machine has just awakened, just like a baby. After a while, we will still be needed. MK Sen, existence, and Mark Raison, reason, are both routinely prepared and maintained by humans. That's good, but brand new machines. Such a handsome machine, but I can only look at it but not touch it, it's so uncomfortable. On the other side, Yang Hui and others finished their physical examinations in the treatment room. Because their identities were too important, the visionary Chizuru of Ryugu Island was invited. How is the situation? Baki Lulu asked worriedly. Her husband and sisters were on the danger list. No problem, our research hypothesis is correct. Far-sighted Chizuru handed the inspection data to Bakalulu and explained, the lifespan of everyone in the Legion has been fixed, so there is no danger of burning lifespan in the Dawn series. There is no problem with life, and there is naturally no problem with soul and emotion. It's just that the consumption of the Commander-in-Chief is relatively large, and the burden of the Dawn series on the pilots is still quite large. You need to take a good rest for a few days, and it is best not to contact heavy work. Is it like this now, or will it not have any impact even if the consumption is more intense? Bakalulu asked. She was not the kind of person who was confused by the beauty in front of her. She looked further ahead. After all, the Battle of the Promised Legion will only become more and more intense and more dangerous. That's not clear. There is no precedent, and it is impossible to make a judgment. It can only be said that this level will not cause any impact at present. Lieutenant General Graham's experiment is also the right direction. Communicate more with the body, strengthen the connection between oneself and the body, help the body grow, and deepen the bond between the body and the pilot. I understand. Bakalulu nodded and knew what to do next. Let them have a good rest now. I've given them some medicine. Otherwise, with the character of the Commander-in-Chief, he will have to worry about other things. Yuanjian Kainsuru said with a wry smile. Haha, it's indeed his character. It's good to do this. Baki Lulu laughed and shook her head. As a wife, Baki Lulu knew Yang Hui too well. He kept saying that he wanted to be a salted fish, but in fact, he was the one who couldn't rest the most and loved to worry the most. The basic recovery will be over in 5 minutes. The next thing will be handed over to you, Captain Baki Lulu. I have to return to the Research Institute in Srinagar. Mr. Wang also needs my assistance. Thank you for your hard work. I will send someone to take you back. Thank you. After sending Yuanji and Kainsuru away, Baki Lulu glanced at the 5 people sleeping in the treatment cabin, looked at the time, and did not leave. She sat in the treatment room while processing documents and waiting for them to wake up. Is this dream again? This is definitely not a dream. What is it? Find me, my origin. Chapter 1137 Returning to the Dream, It's Not a Dream. Yang Hui once again came to that special dream. It was pitch black. He couldn't even see himself when he lowered his head. He was full of fear and curiosity about everything around him. Find me, my origin. Sure enough, this is definitely not an ordinary dream. The first time he came here, Yang Hui was not sure, But the second time he came here, that wonderful feeling appeared again, even clearer. Yang Hui was sure that this was definitely not a dream, but a mysterious space. He could only reach this place when he was asleep, or there might be other ways, but he didn't know yet. But in this case, I just need to wait, it's coming. As Yang Hui expected, a faint light appeared in the dark space again, which was a beacon that illuminated the way ahead and a morning star that guided the direction. Haha, let's go. Yang Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had experienced this before. The last failure made Yang Hui less confident in success. After all, this situation was unclear and there was no basis. All theoretical knowledge was bullshit, but Yang Hui could only move towards the faint light. Since he knew that this was not a dream, the only clue was right in front of him. He could only move forward, and Yang Hui had to figure out what was going on here. On the one hand, if there was one, there would be 2, 3, and 4. This dream would never appear again after the second time. He couldn't just keep being affected by this dream without knowing why, right? On the other hand, Yang Hui also had a strange feeling. The secret and truth of this dream were very important to him. It was so important that as long as he found out, many of his doubts that had been weighing on his mind would be answered. Tisk, is it still difficult to approach? Yang Hui couldn't help but complain. Just like last time, he didn't know how long he had been moving towards the faint light. He used the method of counting heartbeats and his pace to make a simple calculation. Anyway, it was no less than 1 hour and 5 kilometers. Anyway, the faint light in his sight was still so small, and the distance between them had not shortened at all. Find me, my end, your origin. Well, I heard it more clearly, but this sentence is a bit interesting. This time, coming to this wonderful space was not completely different from the last time. At least Yang Hui could feel that the pressure on him that blocked his progress had become lighter, and the whispers in his ears were clearer. After hearing most of the content of this sentence clearly, Yang Hui felt that the content of this sentence was very interesting, foreshadowing something, and there were some points that corroborated his guess, but it was too mysterious and could not be used as direct evidence. Tisk, still can't get closer. After walking for more than an hour, the combined distance has exceeded 10 kilometers. A distance of 10 kilometers is enough to observe obvious changes in size with the naked eye, but Yang Hui still didn't feel the change in distance, so it's not a problem of distance, but the method? The way of walking is wrong. Yang Hui stopped and began to think. Since the way of walking was incorrect, then no matter how long he walked, he would not be able to touch that ball of light. If he wanted to know the truth of this alien space, he needed to find the right way. If walking in the physical sense doesn't work, then walking in the consciousness sense? It's possible. After all, this might very well be some kind of consciousness space. As for the consciousness space, thoughts? Ideas? Let's try it first. Yang Hui began to try other methods. He no longer walked on his legs, but stood in place, his eyes fixed on the faint light in the distance. There was only one firm thought in his mind: I want to get closer to it, I want to get closer to it, it works. Yang Hui moved a very small distance, and he didn't feel any movement, but he keenly discovered that the faint light in his sight was a little closer to him. Even if it was just a little bit, it proved that his idea was correct. As long as he persisted. Find me, my end, your origin. Find me. Damn it. Suddenly, along with the interruption of the whispering, a strong feeling of dizziness surged into Yang Hui's brain, making him lose consciousness in an instant. When he woke up again, he saw the brightly lit ceiling and a soft bed under him. Yang Hui, you're awake. What's wrong with you? Is it the effect of assimilation? Turning his head, he saw the worried face of Baki Lulu. She held her hands tightly, and the word anxious was written on her face. Not only Baki Lulu, but also Kira, Aslan and others were there, looking at Yang Hui with the same worry. Well, I'm fine, I had another dream. Yang Hui shook his head and sat up, driving away the dizziness. You had a dream too. Also. Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Yes, Yu Ling and the others had a dream, a strange dream. Baki Lulu answered Yang Hui, you are the last one to wake up. Because I'm worried about their condition, I asked them to check again. Can you check again? No need. Yang Hui shook his head. Although he didn't know what it was not the first time he arrived at that wonderful space. It didn't cause any bad effects on him last time, and it wouldn't happen this time. At least Yang Hui's mental wave feedback was fine. But don't worry, it's okay. After all, this isn't the first time I've had this dream. What? Then, Yang Hui told everyone about his first encounter with the alien space, as well as his own findings and feelings. Why didn't you tell them the first time? Baki Lulu asked Yang Hui dissatisfiedly. This was very dangerous. What if I didn't have such a clear feeling the first time, and I couldn't be sure? I just thought it was a dream. Yang Hui shrugged. He really didn't care that much at the time. If it was just a dream, over-interpretation would bring nothing but unnecessary entanglement. This is not a trivial matter. Baki Lulu said seriously. It was indeed fine to not say anything the first time and just treat it as a dream, but now Yang Hui arrived at the same dream for the second time and encountered the same thing, and it was Yang Hui who was affected. It can't be ignored as a trivial matter. And after Yulin woke up, they also said that they had a strange dream. It felt more than just a dream, and it was very similar to the dream you described. Natal, summarize the information and give it to Wang, Liu and Lakis, and send a copy to all decision makers. Hold a general meeting tomorrow to summarize this battle, and I have some guesses. Okay. After Natal left, Kira, Aslan and others did not leave, but continued to look at Yang Hui. What is your guess? Aslan asked. What do you think? Fake. Yang Hui was silent. His guess did come from the fake mentioned by Joy Knight. There is no evidence, just a guess. Don't think too much. It's not us, it's you. Setsuna said to Yang Hui incisively. Yang Hui was silent. Actually, what Setsuna said touched his heart. Setsuna and others were real. Even if they had only appeared in Yang Hui's favorite works, the people in front of him were real, not paper people in some works. A world, a person, not only in the vertical timeline, but also in the horizontal spaceline, there are countless identical and different individuals. The Gundam UC-1 Year War world and the Gundam Z world are the best examples. The existence of alien isotopes proves this point. However, the only person who has never appeared again, the only unique one, is Yang Hui. No matter what identity Mephis arranges for Yang Hui in the mission world, he is the outsider. In any world, any timeline and spaceline, he is the only one who has never appeared in the alien isotope. Then, this imposter can only be Yang Hui. But, is this possible? If Yang Hui is an imposter, then who is the real Yang Hui? Why is Yang Hui an imposter? Was he an imposter from the beginning? Or was he replaced in the middle? No one present believed the latter. Not to mention that Yang Hui could not and had no chance of being replaced. After all, the detection of mental waves and the self shown in the field of quantum communication all indicated that Yang Hui was the same person from the beginning to now. Then, was it the former? Was he a fake from the beginning? Everyone was even less concerned about the so-called fake identity. The person who had been with them, learning from each other, growing with each other, competing with each other, fighting side by side, and sharing life and death with them was the Yang Hui in front of them, not other people, let alone the so-called real thing. Therefore, they did not doubt Yang Hui, and they only raised the issue because they were worried that Yang Hui would fall into self-doubt. Don't worry, I don't doubt myself. Yang Hui shook his head and glanced at everyone with a confident look. I am still the same me. I am the same me, not someone's fake. That's good. Everyone could feel that Yang Hui did not say this to comfort them, but said it sincerely, and smiled with relief. Yang Hui was their backbone. If Yang Hui doubted himself, the Promise Corps would really have a bleak future. But this also leads to a possibility. You say, the mastermind behind this? Kira said hesitantly, and then, everyone's eyes fell on Yang Hui again. Yang Hui was silent. If what Happy Knight said was true, then, the adult he mentioned. Chapter 1138 True and False, False and True. At the general decision-making meeting, everyone was silent after hearing Yang Hui's guess. They didn't say anything during the battle, but that doesn't mean they were all deaf. Joy Knight was speaking in the communication channel of the entire Promise Corps. The three words fake were heard by the entire Promise Corps. At that time, they were in a state of combat, so it was not appropriate or leisure to pay attention to this information, but after the battle, everyone was not stupid. The appearance of Joy Knight and his self-introduction were all very important information. Now it is basically certain that our real enemy, the Black Hand hidden behind the scenes, has finally appeared. It is an organization called Slaughter Temple. The Cotters are named Knights. Like Promise Fortress, they can go to the infinite world and have a large number of subordinates that we are familiar with and unfamiliar with. It is very likely. Yang Hui paused halfway through, looked around at everyone, and then said, above these Knights, there are higher-level Cotters, and they are the people we are most familiar with, and the people who are most familiar with us. He. Ha 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 ha. And after a short silence, everyone present laughed out loud. Although Yang Hui was confused, the next words cleared his doubts. Isn't this just right? The people we are most familiar with are also the people who are most familiar with us, which means that our enemy is not unknown. Fleet said with a smile. That's right, as long as it is not completely unknown, there is no need to be so vigilant. After all, Rebel said confidently. Only mediocre people don't understand themselves and don't acknowledge everything about themselves. Since it may very well be another self, then, Cruz pointed to his brain, their behavior patterns are all here. Although I don't know what happened to them and why they became like this, but no matter how a person changes, his essence will not change. The basic way of thinking and action patterns will not change. Char said with a meaningful smile on his lips. At the same time, he snapped his fingers, and his smile became malicious, and the most important point. I can finally get rid of you openly. You bastard. And everyone present and on the video call, except Wang Liumei, Lux and other wives, said this to Yang Hui in unison, especially Graham, Cruz, Char, Rebel and other people who had been defeated, teased, and led by the nose by Yang Hui. Yang Hui is their closest and most trusted companion, but he is also the one they want to beat up all the time. How was he beaten up? How was he fooled? How was he pulled into the gang? And how was he ordered around by Yang Hui after being pulled in? Thinking of these, a nameless fire burned in his chest, and he even wanted to kill him. Yang Hui is their companion, the bond that connects them to each other, so it is naturally impossible to kill him. However, God has given them such a precious opportunity now. That's great. Don't compete with me. I must kill him. Graham said first in the video call. Get out. Who are you? Why should I give it to you? He is mine. He bullied me since I was a child, and now I am still being ordered around by him. I can't stand it. Fleet said indignantly. My perfect plan was ruined by him. We can't just let it go. How about, tie him to Genesis and launch him together? No, it will explode in an instant. It's too meaningless. How about turning down the power and roasting him? Cruz touched his chin and suggested sinisterly. Good suggestion. Char gave Cruz a thumbs up and said his own idea. I also have an immature idea. Put on a spacesuit, build an axis, and then fix it at the front end and send it to an uninhabited planet. Let him watch how he becomes a star bomb. Well, sending him to a star is also okay. He can watch himself being roasted bit by bit and feel helpless. Rebel said with a smirk. Will it be too much of a fuss? Isn't it bad to affect others? Well, that makes sense. Yang Hui, that bastard, should be cut into pieces, but other people are innocent. Noise pollution is also a kind of impact. Otherwise, the scale should be smaller. I've been studying the 10 tortures recently. Tisk, even I'm scared. Good stuff. Share it quickly. Make it cold. I say. Yang Hui covered his face in frustration, and the veins on his forehead bulged, and he was about to explode. These bastards, how could such a serious decision-making meeting become a Yang Hui's execution cruelty seminar? And, the person you are discussing is still here. Can you cover it up a little? ? Aren't you afraid that I will make things difficult for you? ? But. Haha, these bastards. Yang Hui was worried that if he continued to stay, he would be pissed off to death by these bastards, so he quietly withdrew when everyone was discussing heatedly. When he left the meeting room, a warm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although he cursed, his heart was warm. Yang Hui was sure that these guys were complaining about him, being unhappy with him, and wanting to beat him up, but that was not for him, but for another Yang Hui who might exist and had never met. The reason why he said this in front of Yang Hui was actually to ease Yang Hui's nervousness and dispel all his worries. After all, the ultimate enemy, the cause of all this, was himself, or another self. Yang Hui was also worried whether there would be anyone with different ideas among the people present. Of course there were. There were no fools who could join the Promise Corps, especially those new members who did not respect and admire the Promise Corps and Yang Hui so much. They would definitely gossip in private. This was normal, and Yang Hui understood it very well. He was not worried that these people would cause any serious impact. The most important thing was the thoughts of the top leaders. As long as they did not make trouble, the people below would not be able to make waves, especially the new members. Don't let me hear that again. But, Colonel Asuka, if the commander-in-chief really... Bang! In the alley, she knocked a newcomer from the Gundam seed world to the ground with one punch, grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up, then walked up to him and cursed, "Listen, newcomer. That guy is undoubtedly a bastard. But no matter how much of a bastard he is, you have no right to say. If you have any questions, just tell him directly. Don't gossip in front of me." Yes, yes. Tisk, what a trouble, but, hey, finally there is a chance to kill that bastard, how great. There are so many people vying for it, it's a bit difficult to grab it. No, I have to go and see if the transformation of destiny has started, and the injection of the festum factor. Why am I in the 4th batch? Bastard, suppression. Definitely suppression. Sheen left the alley cursing, and ignored the newcomer lying on the ground. Only after the newcomer also left with his face covered did Yang Hui walk out from the shadows. It wasn't that Yang Hui was peeking intentionally, but he just happened to pass by and saw this scene. If it was true, he had heard it all. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly, lamenting that Xiao still had such a big grudge against him, even though he was so kind and friendly and liked to teach others. In fact, the scene that happened here was not the only one. After Yang Hui left a meeting room, he didn't know how many times he had encountered it by chance along the way. For example, Canard Pars, a naughty kid who was almost like Zhen, also beat up a gossipy newcomer. For example, Lua, who had always been ordered around by Yang Hui, had to fight and research Ms. and was very busy. It was the first time Yang Hui saw him get so angry that he almost beat the newcomer to death. For example, Billy Katajiri, Yang Hui's original friend and opponent, would have shot the newcomer who talked nonsense if his wife and Professor Elfman were not around. Obviously, everyone in the Promise Corps respected and admired Yang Hui, but it didn't prevent many people from being full of resentment towards Yang Hui and wishing to kill him. But, they might hang Yang Hui up and beat him up, or try every means to pull Yang Hui out to tease and humiliate him, but they would never really do anything to Yang Hui, let alone doubt Yang Hui's identity or shake Yang Hui's position. The Yang Hui they knew was never a fake. He might be an alien isotope in a certain timeline or spaceline, but he was also real. He was a companion who fought side by side, a calm and reliable leader, and a close friend who was extremely trusted. They would never doubt his existence because of 1 or 2 words from the enemy. They would not allow anyone to shake Yang Hui's position and prestige within the Legion. Not only Yang Hui, but also them. They all gave everything for the Promised Legion. The Promised Legion was a legion shared by all of them, and they would never allow any factors to affect the stability of the Promised Legion. Are you relieved now? Why are you here? Why? Don't you want me to come? Nonsense. Which of my wives is not beautiful? That's why I came. The person who came was Graham. During the video conference before, everyone noticed that Yang Hui had quietly left. It was one thing to understand, but it was impossible to say that they were not worried at all. At first, everyone wanted Wong and others to catch up and watch Yang Hui to prevent any conflict. However, Wong and others shook their heads and focused their attention on Graham. In this matter, only Graham was the most suitable, because they were all Yang Hui's women. No matter what the truth was, they were biased towards Yang Hui in their hearts, so their concern was a natural comfort to Yang Hui. And Graham was the most suitable person. Why? The original best friend, the best partner, and the best opponent. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1139. Relax. Lie down. Tisk, it's really annoying. Hey, Yunoya, why don't you say anything? Isn't he your most beloved uncle? Canard Pars scratched his head and complained, looking at Yunoya beside him with some resentment. Originally, he completely ignored the gossip of those newcomers. A group of newcomers who had just joined, they had no strength and no status. Moreover, He was just a mispilot. The troublesome things were handled by the senior people, so he didn't bother to care. As a result, someone saw Yunoya, and thinking of the close relationship between Yunoya and Yang Hui, Yunoya was naturally involved in the words. This made Canard Pars unable to bear it. Although he always disliked Yunoya on the surface, he actually cared about her very much. It was okay to say Yang Hui, but it was not okay to say Yunoya. So, the newcomer's fate was very miserable. I am not suitable to speak for my uncle, especially at this time. Yunoya shook his head. How could Yunoya, who had respected Yang Hui the most since childhood, not want to explain for his uncle? It's not that they don't want to, but they can't, because Yunoya and Yang Hui have a very close relationship. In addition to Yang Hui's wives, there is Yunoya. Yunoya is the child that Yang Hui has watched grow up. No matter what her status is in the Promise Corps and what kind of reputation she has, speaking for Yang Hui at this time will be considered as a statement that is biased towards Yang Hui. Not only will it not play any role in explanation, it will even deepen the misunderstanding. In fact, the same is true for others, including Canard Pars, Zhen, Luo, Billy Katajiri, etc. The turmoil within the Corps is handled by the decision makers. Before the specific solution is decided, they will not take the initiative to help Yang Hui explain, because the relationship between them and Yang Hui is mostly very close, and speaking now will only deepen the misunderstanding between each other. But they don't take the initiative to speak, which does not mean that they will ignore these gossipers, especially those who take the initiative to pull them to say these things. Laozi has been holding his breath in his heart and doesn't know how to vent it. You take the initiative to run into the muzzle of the gun, looking for death? That's what I said. This bastard, are you really not going to take care of it? Canard Pars complained. Although he was a naughty child, he still liked the atmosphere of the Promised Legion very much. Now that this favorite atmosphere was in crisis, he must be worried. Don't worry, Uncle and the others will solve it. Yunoya said confidently. Yang Hui and the members of the decision-making level would never tolerate this situation to continue, and they would definitely take measures. Tisk, it's really troublesome. Canard Pars muttered. Let's go to the bar. Yunoya took Canard Pars' hand and pulled him away. Wait? What are you going to the bar for? When are you going to the bar? Canard Pars, who was pulled away by Yunoya, was confused. Yunoya never went to the bar, and didn't even drink. You'll know when you go there. Yunoya had a confident smile on his face, which made Canard Pars even more confused. Even after walking into the bar and sitting down, he couldn't figure it out. There were many people in the bar, and they could only find an empty seat in the corner to sit down. There were newcomers and old people, drinking and chatting with each other, but, different from the noisy and joyful atmosphere of the usual days, there was a hint of dullness. The newcomers sat next to the old people and wanted to say something, but just as they were about to open their mouths, they were interrupted by the old people with other topics, not giving them the opportunity to speak. They felt a little aggrieved and helpless. Huh? Miss Yunoya? Why are you here? Although Yunoya came in through the back door and was very low-key, almost no one noticed her, but she was still seen by acquaintances. Carmen, Ding Yi, hello. The visitors were Ding Yi and Carmen from the Super Hunter world. From the expressions of Carmen and Ding Yi, it can be seen that Carmen must have been annoyed by those people and wanted to come to the bar to relax. Ding Yi followed Carmen helplessly, fearing that she would get into trouble after drinking too much. Ding Yi is a very low-key and ordinary person in private. He is the kind of person who you may not notice if he stands in a crowd. But he will come to the bar from time to have a drink or two to relax. However, Yunoya never goes to the bar and doesn't like to drink, so Carmen and Ding Yi are very surprised to see Yunoya. Miss Yunoya, why are you in the bar? Is it Canard? Carmen asked unceremoniously while sitting next to Yunoya, looking at Canard Pars with ill intentions. It's not me. Bastard, I was also dragged here by her. Facing Carmen's unfriendly eyes, Canard Pars argued unhappily. Oh. Carmen and Ding Yi were stunned for a moment, and looked at Yunoya in confusion. It's true that Canard Pars is a naughty child, but he never knows what lying is. You have to try everything once. Yunoya said with a smile. Carmen and Ding Yi looked at the cup in front of Yunoya in silence to make sure that it was not filled with wine. But soon, they understood the purpose of Yunoya coming to the bar. The commander-in-chief is here. Master Yang Hui, you're here. Headline. Master Yang Hui is slacking off. Hurry up. Boss. The biggest wine glass. No. Just a barrel. We must have a few more drinks with the commander-in-chief today. There was a clamor at the door, and the old people gathered around with smiles on their faces, filling their glasses. Yang Hui looked at the crowd and smiled bitterly. He glanced at Graham beside him and knew that this guy had brought him to the bar with bad intentions. Relax for a while, and you haven't played with everyone for a long time. Graham teased. As the size of the Promise Corps grew larger and the number of members increased, Yang Hui's work naturally became busier and busier. Not only did he not have much time to rest, but his relationship with the middle and lower levels became more and more distant. Just like the newcomers who joined this time, if they were old people, they would not doubt Yang Hui, and they might also say something that would shake the morale and internal unity of the army. It was precisely because Yang Hui did not have much contact with the newcomers in the middle and lower levels that this situation occurred. Are you sure this is relaxing? Yang Hui looked at the large wine barrels that everyone put in front of him with tears in his eyes. This was not relaxing at all, it was to knock him down. You'll be relaxed if you knock him down. Graham said jokingly. You. Dong. Yang Hui was about to say something when he heard a heavy sound. A set of tables and chairs were moved over. He was also pressed down by several people to sit down. Then 2 wine barrels were placed in front of him, and there were also matching super long straws and large funnels. You want to rebel? Yang Hui stared at everyone around him with dead fish eyes. Yes. XN I still have. Hetty, do you want to drink it yourself? Or do we help you drink it? Let me go. I'll do it myself. Yang Hui knew very well that he couldn't escape today no matter what. Instead of being forced, it's better to take the initiative and take the initiative. He is also an old hand. When it comes to drinking, he has never been afraid of anyone. Then I'll go first. Commander-in-Chief. Let me toast to you. I'll drink it first as a token of my respect. Without further ado, one of the old men opened the lid of the wine barrel, picked it up and started drinking it. Yang Hui was not a coward. He also held the wine barrel and started drinking. He was faster than the other person and drank the whole barrel in no time. He turned the barrel upside down on the table and pointed at the person in the crowd who had been shouting the loudest just now without blushing or beating his heart. Come on. Next. I'm going all out today. Let's see how many of you can be standing in the end. Lord Yang Hui is so heroic. It's a rare carnival. Hurry up and call people. Let's get together. Even if I lie down today, I have to stand up the commander-in-chief. By the way. And Lieutenant General Graham. The Lieutenant General hasn't had a drink with us for a long time. For a while, those who wanted to invite people invited people, those who wanted to drink drank, and those who received the news but had no tasks naturally gathered non-stop. More and more people came, and the small bar could not accommodate them all. However, the owner and bartender of the bar were members of the Prometheus Legion. Naturally, they moved all the wine in the warehouse to the outside air, and then joined in the fun. As more and more old people came, the atmosphere became more and more heated. The expressions of the newcomers who were at a loss at the beginning were complicated. While being infected by this atmosphere, they still kept their doubts in their hearts and could not join in with peace of mind. But, as more and more empty barrels appeared, people became more and more drunk, and their thoughts, were they important? Yunoya was still watching this scene from the side, with a brighter smile on her face. Everyone hasn't changed. Yes, everyone hasn't changed. Rita, you're here. Seeing that the visitor was Rita Bernal, Yunoya took her arm affectionately. Rita Bernal is no longer a little girl now. She has also joined the Promise Corps and regarded the Promise Corps as her home. They have carried out several missions together. She has grown up a long time ago and is now a young and beautiful goddess. She has a gentle personality, is eager to help others, and is a top NT. Ms. driving skills are also growing rapidly. She ranks among the top single goddesses in the Promise Corps. Yet, Amuro brother received a message saying that the commander-in-chief brother is going to be forced to drink again, so... You're here to stop him? Of course not. I'll have a couple of drinks too. Rita Bernal covered her mouth and chuckled. She had grown up watching this kind of scene. This scene often happened in the 12th Independent Technical Unit. It made her nostalgic and feel warm. Besides, Rita Bernal grew up in a combat unit. How could she not know how to drink? Unfortunately, I can't drink. Remember to help Uncle get a few more drinks for me. He hasn't had dinner with me for a long time. Yunoa said with some resentment. Yeah, me too. So. Super double. Hehe. X2. Chapter 1140. Who else? Is this too much of a fuss? The pilots of the Fafna unit on Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island were shocked by the scene. Most of them were born and raised on the island. They had only left Ryugu Island a few times in their lives. The few times they left Ryugu Island were to go out on combat missions. They had never seen the lives of other humans, let alone the drinking culture in the army. Even Honazuma Kanan and Hino Michio, who had served in ordinary armies, and the former regular army of Poseidon Island, were stunned by the scene. The Promise Corps had magnified the drinking culture in the army by more than 10 times. There were no scruples, no respect or inferiority. There was only one word: drink. As long as you don't die from drinking, drink until you die. As long as there are still people standing, it is definitely not over. Who else? In the sea of people lying on the ground, Yang Hui was alone, holding a barrel and howling to the sky. His face was red, and his body was covered with spilled wine. He burped from time to time. Under his feet, he was stepping on Graham, who was drunk and unconscious. Under Graham was countless empty barrels. No one else? Burp. It's not. I'm not targeting. Burp. Who is it targeting? Everyone here. Everyone. Burp are all. Rubbish. Plop. Before he could finish his words, Yang Hui also fell down, pressing Graham under him, and his heavy snoring mixed into the ensemble. Oh my, it's like this again. It was almost over, and Yunoya walked out with a smile on her face, followed by a large group of people wearing cleaning equipment and a large number of stretchers. Ms. Yunoya. XN Kaname Sakura and other members assigned to the Seoul had met Yunoya when they visited the Seoul. Although they had only met once, the Spriggans had introduced her to them. She was Fleet's daughter, Arthur's sister, and the niece that Yang Hui, Graham, and Yulin had watched grow up. She was the head nurse of the Seoul and was very popular in the Promise Corps. They are. Everyone stared blankly at the person behind Yunoya, who was very skillfully cleaning the dirty venue and carrying away unconscious people one by one. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Of course it's the cleaner. Yunoya answered as a matter of course. The first time the Promise Corps held such a carnival, it was quite troublesome. After all, this was a good habit that Yang Hui brought back from the Gundam UC world. No matter how dirty the scene was, after everyone woke up the next day, the participants cleaned the venue themselves. Don't bother others with things that you caused yourself. However, the scale of that incident was too large, and it seriously affected the environment of Promise Fortress, causing Alia Hutchenberg, Professor Elfman, Wang Lao and other bigwigs who did not participate to grab Yang Hui and others' ears and scold them one by one. Then, they considered the subsequent impact, so they had cleaners. Of course, these cleaners were definitely not specially prepared to clean up their mischief. They were all members of the Legion who did not drink. If they were in Promise Fortress, there were also ordinary family members of the Legion members. Fortunately, I don't drink, otherwise. Kenji Kondo thought with fear. The scene of being pressed down by countless people was really terrible. Yet, most of the pilots of the Fafnir unit of XN Ryugu Island nodded in agreement. Although there were many adults, they were all non-drinkers. They heard that they could not participate in such activities if they did not drink, and they felt lucky to have survived the disaster. But Hino Michio and the people of Poseidon Island didn't think so. They all wanted to drink. This time, the situation might be special. Not only them, but also many newcomers didn't participate. But next time, can they avoid it? The military's drinking culture is also a good culture. It is the fastest shortcut to improve the bond and tacit understanding between new comrades. For example, the 12th Independent Technical Unit in Char's Ghost Unit originally had an indelible gap between them, but after that meal of wine, although it can't be said to be completely eliminated, 80% of the progress has been completed. However, everything is better in moderation. This is obviously too much. Get used to it. It's still good to make a fuss like this occasionally. Yunoya also likes this kind of activity. Of course, it has to be once in a while. If it's frequent, the Promise Corps will be a pile of scum. Yang Hui raised his heavy eyelids with difficulty, and his blurred vision gradually became clear. Seeing the familiar ceiling, he struggled to sit up. Oh? You're awake, our hero. Cici saw Yang Hui wake up, poured him a glass of warm water, and sat on the edge of the bed. How long have I slept? Not long, just one day. Cici teased. Yang Hui rolled her eyes unhappily. One day is not long? Is it long to sleep forever? Is there anything going on? Yang Hui asked. After playing around yesterday, it's time to get back to work. As a result, Cici shook her head and nodded at Yang Hui's surprised expression. Is there anything going on or not? Yang Hui was amused by Cici and pinched her pretty face. There is a small situation, but it's a good thing. Cici lifted his hair, and then began to report seriously. After your disturbance yesterday, there are a lot fewer negative voices in the Legion, and those newcomers who were dragged to make trouble have shut up. Well, it seems the effect is not bad. My sacrifice is worth it. Puff ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Cici held his stomach and laughed, leaning directly into Yang Hui's arms without sitting firmly. Are you sure you are the one who was sacrificed? What's wrong? Ha ha ha. Looking at Yang Hui's weird expression, Cici understood that Yang Hui had blacked out and didn't remember what happened at the end. You take a look at this first. Taking Cici's pad, Yang Hui saw that what was being played was yesterday's recording. At the beginning, it was still a group of heroes fighting Yang Hui. As more and more people joined, the atmosphere became more and more heated, and the drunkenness became more and more intense, and it began to enter the stage of a big fight. No matter what the purpose is, no matter who is around, just catch them and start drinking. Finally, Yang Hui stood alone on the throne of victory, with countless corpses under his feet. Graham cut off warning, and shouted to the sky, who else? The scene made the always thick-skinned Yang Hui bow his head in embarrassment. You are quite powerful. So many people caught you and fell down. So many people fell down, but you are the only one who is still standing, and you are stepping on Graham. Very handsome. This video, he hasn't seen it. Yang Hui asked Cici. I don't know. Cici spread his hands. You don't know? Who else did you show it to? Yang Hui hadn't guessed the truth yet. He just thought that Cici secretly filmed it, but who knew? This was filmed by Unoya and posted to the official community of the Legion, and it was the headline. Cici said with a joking smile. Hearing this, Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, and immediately took out his pad to enter the official community forum of the Legion. As soon as he entered the page, he saw a huge title, which was decorated with gold to make it more eye-catching. Who else? Question mark. Corresponding to the title is the cover of Yang Hui stepping on Graham and howling to the sky, which shows Yang Hui's domineering and arrogant attitude to the fullest. At this time, Yang Hui was sweating coldly. He had already anticipated what kind of mood Graham was in at the moment, so... Lock the door. Lock the door. Today I... Bang 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 bang. Before he finished speaking, the door was hit by a heavy object. Asshole. Yang Hui. You GRD asshole. Get out. Get out and die. Tell him I'm not unconscious yet. Yang Hui whispered in Cici's ear, asking her to send Graham away quickly. Graham at this time is not to be messed with. He will reward Yang Hui with a stone-breaking punch when they meet. Upon hearing this, Cici gave Yang Hui a look that said got it, then, connected to the communicator outside and said to Graham, Yang Hui said he hasn't woken up yet, so ask you to come back later. Yang Hui, Graham, shit, wait, damn it. School. Dongfang Bu Bei. Stone-breaking fist, bang. Chapter 1141, SOS Communication. A week has passed since the army led by the Joy Knight attacked. The third batch of the Dawn series, and the first batch of the Sunrise series, that are ready to awaken have been completed. The corresponding pilots have all been injected with the Festum factor and have completed the initial adaptation, so, the external exploration plan should also begin. According to the planned plan, the Promise will set off from the southeast alone, Katie will lead 3 fleets from the northwest, and Fleet will lead 3 fleets from the southwest. The planned goal is to circle the Earth along the prescribed route and return to the Srinagar area after a month. On the way, not only will the remaining supplies and possible surviving humans be searched and collected, but also the environment will be detected. The most important thing is natural food and minerals. Food is to maintain the daily life of the Promised Legion, and minerals are to prevent a battle from being too intense, resulting in insufficient spare parts. There are also the production, transformation, and repair of the body, etc., all of which are needed. Among the 3 exploration teams, the Promise has the smallest number, but as always, it has the strongest combat power. Although it only has 1 Macros-class battleship, the MIS units on board are all T0 level aces. There are 5 awakened Dawn series, and the remaining 3 batches of Dawn series, waiting to be awakened are 6, namely, SM and Gundam Age 2, Mikazuki and Barbatus Lupus, Law and Gundam Astray Red Machine, Super Red Dragon, Kyusugai and Gundam Astray Blue Machine, Full Armor, Wolf and G-Gaia, and finally Cruz and his Gundam Supreme Whale. That's right, this time, Cruz also chose to follow the promise. On the one hand, there is no need to carry out intelligence work in this world, and there is no room for his job. On the other hand, Cruz is also a person who cares about improving his own strength. He may not like to charge on the front line, but he will never allow himself to fall behind and fall out of the T0 level. Especially after learning that Yulin, Neil, and Lyle all successfully awakened their talents in this awakening and were promoted to A-class pilots, even he couldn't sit still. Although the other 2 fleets did not have that many top combat forces, each had only 1 Savior-type Fafnir and 2 Dawn series to be awakened, and half of the heroic Soul-type Fafnir on Ryugu Island. But the number was enough. The number of warships and the number of MIS troops could not reach the level of qualitative change, but it was enough to deal with Festum's army. The 6 Dawn series to be awakened on the Promise, plus the Demon Angel and Healing Angel of the First Fleet, and the Eternal Freedom Gundam, and Immortal Justice Gundam, of the Second Fleet, a total of 8, were all the Dawn series of the 3rd batch. Let's go, Katie, Fleet, be careful. On the bridge of the Promise, Yang Hui said to Katie and Fleet on the screen. This time, they had made full preparations for the outing exploration mission, but it was still full of crises. Well, you should be careful too. Don't worry. The 3 troops set out separately, without using full jumps, and only relying on the thrusters at the rear of the ship to move forward at a medium speed. A month is not tight for them, but it is not enough. The detection system is fully activated, the ship maintains the 2nd level combat configuration, and the MIS troops take turns on duty, and keep 1 awakening, Dawn series, in a state of readiness at any time. After setting off, Baki Lulu gave the order, and Yang Hui nodded and stood up and left a bridge. Although he was the commander-in-chief, he had to obey Baki Lulu's arrangements on the Promise. What's the situation? Yang Hui came to the bridge just after returning from a patrol. The Promise has been sailing on land for a week. It has found a lot of usable supplies and many usable mineral deposits. At present, there is no engineering unit, but it is marked. After the situation collected by the 3 lines is summarized after returning, the troops will be arranged to collect them. As for the refugees, unfortunately, so far, no living people have been found. Still nothing has been found. The communication system collects all channel communications 24 hours a day, but Alice. Although the scheduled route has not yet passed halfway, Yang Hui's little bit of luck was slowly eroded. Originally, there was a little bit of luck. The people in the Temple of Slaughter also treated the humans outside as ants. After destroying the main body of civilization and most of the living forces, they left them alone, or like Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island, they kept them as bait, toys, etc., and some of them survived by chance, hiding in various parts of the world to survive. As a result, after searching for a whole week, nothing was found, let alone living people, and no traces of human life could be found. It was either nature or the ruins of cities that had returned to nature. It's not over yet, there's still a chance. Baki Lulu said. Well, I understand, but calculating the time, the next attack should come, but I don't know. Calculated from the end of the last attack, the preparations before departure consumed a week, and another week has passed since departure. Half a month has passed. According to the law, the next attack of the alien Festum should come soon. If it was just Festum's army, the Promise's current combat power would have no problem repelling it directly, but the appearance of Joy Knight and the unknown Red Miz meant that this outing mission had to be terminated. Moreover, what worried Yang Hui the most was how many Cotters had the title of Knight. How many Knights had come to this world? And above the Knights, were there any higher-level Cotters, and what special abilities did these Knights have? If the strength of the Knights was just as that of Joy Knight, Yang Hui would never believe it. According to the intelligence obtained from the last battle, the Joy Knight was only armed with a giant sword in his hand, which had strong attack power and was also very strong. It had a very strong force field barrier and regeneration ability. The pair of wings covered with spikes were not so much an armament as a propulsion device and a balancing device. The attack ability was just a bonus, and there was also a special ability that made Graham unable to move for a moment. If that's the case, then the combat power of the Joy Knight is not higher than the Azazel type, which is unreasonable. The Joy Knight is a higher level existence than the Azazel type. No matter what special situation, strong hard power is necessary. Therefore, Yang Hui judged that the Joy Knight he encountered so far did not show all his strength, and they still hit a lot. Don't worry, the radar detection system monitors the surrounding 100-kilometer area 24 hours a day. Well, at this time, Sik reported to Yang Hui and Bujalulu with some excitement, Commander-in-Chief, Captain, the general channel received a communication signal. This is a human communication. Play it directly. Yang Hui and Bujalulu were also a little excited when they heard that it was a human communication. Yes. Sik immediately played the received communication signal on the bridge. The electronic noise was very serious, but the sound of human speech could still be heard intermittently. Help. This is Shelter Number 1. We're under attack by Festum. Anyone is welcome. Save us. When was this message sent? Yang Hui immediately asked the Sik. It was clearly a distress message, but he didn't know if it was a residual communication or it's a real-time communication. Correct the route, confirm the communication coordinates, and move forward at full speed. Ms. Troops attack, Flag Abskneten, cut, and Luna Division, split, lead the way. Without Yang Hui saying anything, Buggy Lu immediately gave the order and prepared to launch a rescue operation. Understood. XN. Run, run. Damn it. These damn monsters. They've clearly taken so much from us, why are they still? They haven't appeared for so long, why are they attacking us now? It's over, everything is over. The simple shelters, the camps built with materials found everywhere like in apocalyptic novels, the walls made of various abandoned cars and containers, the houses made of wooden boards and iron plates, the ragged clothes, the pale and skinny refugees, some collapsed on the ground in despair, some fled in despair and a little bit of luck, and some picked up simple weapons to fight back. But there is only one big tone, that is despair. The arrival of the alien Festum army, the Golden Ocean destroyed human civilization with a whirlwind, killing many people. They survived by chance, struggling to live, and then met by chance. Slowly, more and more people formed groups and began to build places to settle down, and then simple shelters sprang up one after another. It was a very hard life, completely different from the human life before, but at least, there was a glimmer of hope, and they could continue to live. Since the attack that destroyed civilization, Festum had not appeared in their sight again, nor had it attacked them again, which made them think that the end of the world had passed, and a new future was opening its arms to them. Who knew? This hard-won hope was shattered again with the appearance of the golden monster, and everyone recalled that day, the desperate nightmare. What is that? Suddenly, someone saw a shining light in the distant sky, which became brighter and bigger. The next second, a thick purple-black torrent split the sky in two, suddenly split into countless streams, accurately hitting the monster chasing them, and then faded, turned into ashes, and disappeared. Soon, another meteor descended, and the sharp blade of the arm sometimes cut and killed, and sometimes the rays shot through Festum. Then, several more meteors came from afar, followed by a huge warship, wantonly slaughtering the monster that made them desperate. Farna, how could it be, Farna? Chapter 1142 The Third Attack. It was just an ordinary Festum attack. There were no Diablo-type or Azazel-type Festum. They were just ordinary Festum, and there were not too many of them. The split shooting of Luna Division, and the high-speed assault of Flag Abskneten, had already wiped out a large part of the enemies. Then the follow-up Ms. troops arrived and quickly slaughtered them all, without the promised firing. Have you caught up? Don Ersterlin, Creation, flew in the air, overlooking the refugees who survived the disaster on the ground, and felt relieved. Looking at the smooth round pit swallowed by the spherical wormhole everywhere in the dilapidated camp, there were some limbs and blood scattered around the round pits. It was miserable, but being able to save so many people was also a good result. Yang Hui, the Festum has been completely wiped out, and we can return. Buggy Lulu's voice sounded in the Siegfried network. Well, send people down to receive these refugees and ask them where the other humans are hiding. Understood. The battle ended quickly, but not all of the Promise Fortress Ms. troops returned. Except for Ersterlin, Creation, Luna Division, Split, Flagabskneten, cut, Tarnung, hidden, and Hell Angel explosion. The other aces still maintained high altitude alert and did not relax their vigilance. The refugees below saw the giant ships and Ms in the sky. At first, they were excited because they were saved, but as they relaxed, they became panicked and fearful. In their minds, human civilization should be destroyed. The ones who remain are the lucky ones like them, scattered around the world, living a primitive life, struggling to survive. It's not that there is no technology left, but the technology they can use is the most primitive. Even the way to communicate between shelters is the most primitive radio. The weapons in their hands are only ordinary guns, and even the heavy weapons are only rocket launchers and cannons. Battleship? Valorhona? Those are things that only exist in memory. The wreckage has been found, but it can't be repaired or there is no ability to repair it. Even if it is repaired, no one can control it. So, they can't imagine who the giant ships and Ms in the sky are. The most likely guess is aliens. After all, these Ms are very different from the Valorhona they know, and there is no such huge air battleship in the peak period of human civilization. Festum is an alien, and now there is another kind of alien they don't know. Even if they just saved them, they can't accept the existence of the other party. Although they were afraid, they were surrounded by the huge ships in the sky and the M's that were eyeing them. They could do nothing but watch a shuttle land in front of them, nervously staring at the hatch slowly opening, and then they were stunned. They are also human beings? How is it possible? What on earth is this? The leader of the shelter had a certain status before the collapse of human civilization and knew some things that ordinary people didn't know, so he could recognize Fafnir at a glance, and he also knew that Festum could also become a human after assimilating humans. In addition, no one said that aliens and humans must look different, but his intuition told him that the other party was a human being, a real human being. Afterwards, after a brief exchange, the leader temporarily had to believe the fact that they were also human beings, and followed the Promise Corps to temporarily live in the Promise. There is no way. Their shelter was severely damaged, and the already scarce supplies became even more scarce. If they continue to stay in the shelter, even if there is no attack, most of them will die of hunger, thirst, and disease, and they don't know whether Festum will attack them again. And Promise Fortress also promised them that the Srinagar area is being rebuilt, human civilization is awakening, and they will get a better living environment. However, this is also conditional, such as they must provide the location of other human shelters, and, after arriving in the Srinagar area, they must obey local arrangements and the newly established laws. Don't talk about human rights, don't talk about freedom. We have provided you with a better living environment and a safer living environment. You still want to ask for more. Isn't the beating you suffered in the end of the world enough? The people in the shelter are also uneven, and naturally there are some people who are not sober. For such people, just throw them on the ground and let them fend for themselves. In the end of the world, you still tell me so much nonsense. The bigger the fist, the harder the truth. Don't accept it? Sure, peanuts or energy beams, choose one. Anyone else to help? Go down together. The Srinagar region is indeed under reconstruction, and the 3 fleets that went out have also collected a lot of living supplies, but the scale of the Promise Corps is not small, and refugees have been found. The problem of supplies is still a big problem. It is just right to throw away you idiots and save some resources. How is it? Yang Hui came to the bridge and asked Baki Lulu about the situation. Yang Hui would not meet this group of refugees, not only this batch of refugees, but all subsequent refugees. After all, he is the commander-in-chief of the Promise Corps. His status is there. Not every cat or dog needs Yang Hui to meet. This is also the rule set by the decision-making level. It is okay to carry out tasks in small teams. With different starts, Yang Hui's self-positioning is also different. But in the Legion War, no matter which world the Promise Corps goes to, it is by no means a small force. The Legion also has the face of the Legion, and Yang Hui, the commander-in-chief, must also have the status and dignity it deserves. I said it all, and I didn't lie. Baki Lulu nodded to Yang Hui. In the environment of GN particles, no one can lie in front of purebred transformers and top NTs. Are these the ones? Yang Hui glanced at the map, his eyes on the marked green dots. Well, this shelter is just a medium-sized shelter. According to the information provided by the leader, there are also classes between the shelters. He doesn't know everything. Haha, it seems that we have really returned to primitive society. Yang Hui sneered. Human civilization is about to perish. Festum just didn't bother you for a while, but it didn't disappear completely. Instead of thinking about how to unite all the forces that can be united to rebuild human civilization, you think about how to stop the tyrant. Human inferiority. Baki Lulu shrugged. She also understood that Yang Hui was just personally unhappy, and she would definitely understand this. Recalculate the route and take these people away. It's already being done. It's done. This is the latest result calculated by Veda. As soon as the voice fell, 3 new routes appeared on the map. They were the new routes of the 3 fleets. Compared with the original routes, they would be a little more roundabout, but not too far. However, these were also temporary routes. As more and more shelters and refugees were found, the routes would continue to change. Execute it. These people can't be let go. Understood. The reconstruction of the Srinagar region still has a large gap in manpower. The reconstruction of human civilization may rely solely on the Promise Core, Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island. With more people, the establishment of civilization will be faster. As for those who are not smart, Yang Hui and Bakalulu don't need to say anything. Katie and Fleet know what to do. The people below also know what to do. There is no need to report. The people below can make their own judgments. Commander, we have received new intelligence from Veda. The Promise has discovered refugee shelters and learned the locations of several shelters. Veda has sent the recalculated route. Correct the route, go to those shelters first, receive refugees, order the Marines to prepare, and the MIS troops to be on standby. Understood. Katie did this to prepare. Naturally, she has always remembered the interval between Festum's attacks. Although the Promise encountered Festum's attack on the shelter, the gap with the previous one was too large to be counted as a real attack. Therefore, the entire fleet must be ready for battle at all times. At this time, Sik reported to Katie, Commander, we have also received a distress signal from the human shelter. It is also a real-time signal. The fleet is moving at full speed, the MIS troops are attacking immediately, and the patrol troops are one step ahead. Immediately launch a rescue operation. Understood. After giving the order, Katie bit the nail of her thumb. She felt that Festum's behavior pattern was very abnormal. According to the intelligence sent by Veda, most of these shelters live a very hard life. Medium-sized shelters can still guarantee the most basic living needs of refugees. Small shelters cannot support these refugees without the support of other shelters. If Festum wanted to eliminate them, he would have eliminated them long ago. How could he wait until now? Wait? Katie's eyes fell on the new route map. According to calculations, it would take them half a day to get there at normal speed. If they were moving at full speed, it would not take half an hour. Even the MIS troops performing the alert patrol mission only need 10 minutes to get there. This is the distance between the Promise and the shelter before it received the distress signal. Tisk, you two are both so good at ordering people around. Prue lives in Veda and can appear at any time at any location connected to Veda, and can even handle multiple lines. No matter whether it is Yang Hui, Katie, Fleet, or people who stay in the Srinagar area, they can call Prue at any time and appear at the first time and at the same time. With a wave of her hand, a virtual screen appeared in front of Katie. Looking at the data on it, Katie guessed something and asked Prue to call up the distance between the second fleet and the nearest shelter at this time. Then, Prue, notify Fleet immediately, speed up immediately, prepare to rescue the shelter, and then, tell Yang Hui that this attack has begun. Chapter 1143 There must be eyes. Sure enough, Katie's speculation is correct. Yang Hui's face was a little gloomy. He had received Fleet's report. When Katie's speculation came to Yang Hui, he used the zero-time difference calculation to calculate it himself, and the conclusion he came to was the same as Katie's. Not long after, the second fleet also received news. After receiving Katie's notification, it immediately moved forward at full speed and let the MIS troops on patrol go ahead. The Eternal Freedom and Immortal Justice on the ship also attacked and chased after them at the first time. Then, the second fleet received a distress signal. Fortunately, it was one step ahead. Before Festum started the massacre and destruction, it just arrived above the shelter and launched an extermination operation against Festum, preserving the shelter intact. Katie's side was similar to the Promise's side. It caught up, but it didn't catch up completely. The casualties of the refugees were quite heavy. At the same time, Yang Hui contacted the Emperor in Srinagar and asked them if they had been attacked by the Festum army. That was the most worrying thing. Although the main fleets were left in Srinagar, the powerful single combat power was the weakest link. Only Mark Razon, a savior-type Fafna, stayed behind. The fourth batch of Festum Factors and Dawn series were ready, but they had not awakened yet, right? Fortunately, the Srinagar region was also attacked by a large army, but the scale was not as terrifying as the last time. There were only 3 Azazel types, and neither Joy Knight nor the Red Miz appeared. With the joint efforts of Mark Razon and the fleet, all 3 Azazel types were killed, and 4 Dawn series were successfully awakened. This was good news, but it did not make people happy. The pilots of Joy Knight and the Red Miz knew that the Promise Corps had mastered the means to mass produce and awaken the Dawn series. The awakening of each Dawn series was a very powerful force. Not only did they not stop them, but they also gave nutrients to the Promise Corps. Combining the previous cat and mouse game, it can be speculated that the Red Miz and the Joy Knight still maintained a contemptuous and underestimating attitude when they saw Dawn Ersterlin, Creation, Luna Division, Split, Flag Abskneden, Cut, Angel of Destruction Tarnung, Hidden, and Hell Angel Explosion, awaken one after another. This behavior, raising poison. They did it on purpose, deliberately giving nutrients to the Promise Corps, making the Promise Corps stronger and stronger, so strong that they felt it was worthwhile to take action. This is a good thing. The opponent's contempt gave the Promise Corps more opportunities, and also made the Promise Corps become stronger smoothly. But on the other hand, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. The opponent is so confident that they must hold a terrible trump card, which makes them see the Dawn series as nothing after they wake up. Also, according to the intelligence collected, the shelter has never been attacked by Festum since the destruction of human civilization, and Festum has not even seen it, which made them think that Festum had left the Earth and let them go. Leave? Let them go? Are you kidding? Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island have been attacked continuously. There is a vast golden ocean in the universe. They have never left and never let these refugees go. However, these refugees are not taken seriously by the Joy Knights and the Red Miz. They are just a piece of meat in their eyes. They can eat it whenever they want. They are not even qualified to be toys. However, Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island still have some entertainment value. Now, the Promise Corps has arrived. For Joy Knight and the Red Miz, there are more valuable toys. Their eyes naturally shifted to the Promise Corps. Moreover, in order to add fun to the game, if they are too lazy to eat a piece of meat at their mouth, they can use it. For example, now, because of our appearance, they were attacked. They are urging us to take these refugees back quickly. Baki Lulu said to Yang Hui. It seems that they are also a little impatient. Yang Hui sneered and said, and there is another very important point. All our actions are under their noses. Hearing this, Baki Lulu was not surprised, because she had the same inference. It's very simple. At present, each of the 3 shelters was attacked when the fleet reached the limit. Under normal circumstances, the fleet could not stop Festum from slaughtering refugees in the first time, but after receiving the distress signal, it went at full speed and successfully rescued the survivors. Fleet's second fleet was able to protect the shelter before Festum launched its attack, thanks to Katie's timely reminder. Without Katie's reminder, they would have encountered the same situation as the Promise and the First Fleet. If it was just one shelter, it could be said to be a coincidence. But if all 3 were like this, it was inevitable, indicating that the Joy Knights and the Red Miz were able to control their positions and movements, and ordered their Festum to attack at the most appropriate time. This was very bad news for the Promise Corps. When they went to perform other missions, only the Promise Corps knew the enemy's movements, but the enemy had never known their movements and had always followed them, which meant that everything they did was under the control of the enemy, and they had already lost completely in terms of intelligence. We have to find their eyes. Yang Hui decided. After fighting once, Yang Hui was sure that no matter what kind of power the Joy Knight and the Red Miz still had, they were definitely in the same dimension. Since they were in the same dimension, it was impossible for them to know their intelligence casually. They must have used some means, and this means must be eliminated. Then, Yang Hui thought of something and immediately pulled Baki Lulu back to her room. When Baki Lulu was stunned, Yang Hui told her his guess. You mean, some of us have been assimilated? Baki Lulu also frowned. The members of the Promise Corps, especially the members of the Promise, were all old members, the elite among the elites, and the most firm in their beliefs. It was impossible for them to betray actively. They could only be assimilated. It's just a possibility, and it's not that likely. Yang Hui shook his head. Baki Lulu's guess made sense, but his thinking was still too limited. If the opponent was just a human, then the probability of this possibility was more than 80%, but the problem was that their opponent was not a human, but a Festum, and there were also Joy Knight and Red Miz whose true identities were unknown. Expand your thinking, Nadal. Our opponent is a Festum. You mean, a new species of Festum? Well, this possibility is very high. After all, Festum is a species that can evolve. It's unknown how long the Festum group under the command of the Temple of Slaughter has existed, and it's unknown to what extent it has evolved, so Festum that can evade mental wave detection is likely to exist. Yang Hui said, and at the same time, his eyes looked around every corner of the room. When he entered this room, he had already used mental waves to detect every corner of the room, and found nothing, so he had the current speculation. He didn't know whether their conversation just now was heard by the pilots of Joy Knight and Red Miz. But it doesn't matter. Since there is no way to find them for the time being, no matter what they do, they are likely to be seen by the enemy. Since they can't hide, they might as well not hide. If you want to see, I'll let you see. If you want to stop us, just make a move. I'll take over. This is troublesome. Baki Lulu knows the importance of intelligence in war. The enemy still has a lot of unknown intelligence, but they have been acting under the enemy's nose. No matter what they do, they can't escape the enemy's eyes. In other words, the enemy can do whatever they want to them, and they can only be led by the nose by the enemy. The biggest problem is that even the mental waves can't find the eyes, let alone other detection methods. In other words, they don't have the means to find these eyes at all. First notify everyone and let them be prepared. Once there is a way, immediately deal with these eyes. Okay. Of course, this is only a possibility. There is a possibility that a member has been assimilated. Although it is very small, we should still investigate internally. Understood. Originally, the Promise Corps was somewhat turbulent because of Yang Hui's problem. This approach might aggravate the internal turmoil, but in Baki Lulu's view, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. However, the current situation has become so bad that it must be cut with a sharp knife. Moreover, the members of the Promise Corps will definitely understand. Needless to say, the old members have a very deep tacit understanding with each other, and the new members. If they can't understand this, there is no need to stay in the Promise Corps. In addition, if a new member dares to take advantage of the issue at this time, there are two situations. First, this person is the cancer of the Promise Corps. If there is no problem now, there will definitely be problems in the future, and he must be cleared out. Second, he has been assimilated. By the way, there is one more thing. Refugees must be examined very carefully. Yang Hui suddenly thought of the existence of refugees and reminded Baki Lulu. The refugees. I'll make arrangements. If the members of the Promise Corps are unlikely to betray and the probability of being assimilated is also very small, then this group of refugees has a great chance of being assimilated. After all, sometimes people will do anything to survive. By the way, the matter of raising goo. Speaking of this, Baki Lulu hesitated. The words of the joyful night before the war had already ignited everyone's emotions. The indignation was enough. If they add fuel to the fire, it will be over. Inform the decision makers below that there is no need to rush, but notify the fleets. Since they are starting to urge us, we have to speed up. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.